Alright. So, if this is gonna be on YouTube, I should probably use some disclaimers. I don't even know. So, JP servants are here as of recording this on the 29th of January, to give you a reference. These are not out on NA yet. Also, I realize my mouse cursor is not visible for some reason. Can you see it? There you go. Now there. Yeah, these are JP servants, so they are... I will do them as well if we have time, but chances are this takes a long time. I might do them on a later date, but right now we'll be focusing on the servants that are out on NA as well, which is still, as you can see, a huge amount. It'll take a long time, and if I do upload this video will be many hours long, so who knows, maybe there's gonna even be a timestamp comment with timestamps. So differences to my again, I haven't done tier lists, gameplay tier lists in a long time, but I will be adjusting my criteria, if you will, a bit. Last time, good feedback, I agree. My criteria was not that good. I used a vacuum type of criteria where I only looked at the servants themselves and what they were capable of without, you know, any help from anyone else. But I will be changing it so that obviously everyone in this game has a free support option. So that will actually have an impact on the placements. So it won't be a full vacuum. So there you go. There's that. Now, even though I said I might not do JP servants because of time restraints, I think I will still take into account every single buff the servants have, even if the buffs are not out on an A yet. So call me a hypocrite if you want over that, but yeah, there you go. Those are probably the stuff I want to mention before we get going here. And I suppose these are in alphabetical order, if you were wondering, from this servant's name, basically. There you go. All right, I think we can start. It's gonna take a while. So first of all, Atalanta Alter. Now I will be using the fandom wiki to display stuff here, like passive skills, numbers, whatever. I did this last time as well, so this is what I'm going to be using for reference when I talk about servants. Also, I should probably note that for welfares, I will of course assume MP5, and for others, I'm probably going to stick with MP1, just for the sake of accessibility, you know. So here we go. Welfare. Atalanta Alter, single target, quick archer. A lot of people compare her a lot to Kintoki Rider, and I don't honestly blame them. They both have very nice MP potential. So, looking at numbers, attack, HP, not too bad actually. That is definitely higher than average for 4 stars, I believe. I could be wrong actually. I don't actually know what the 4-star average is, but I feel like 9.7k is actually on the higher end, which is good. Archers, of course, also have a nice modifier due to their class. Numbers. Looking at the kit, the deck rather, and hit counts and the MP gain. She's not bad. She's not bad. I think her MP gain is actually pretty okay. I've even used her quite a bit, so she definitely feels fine in terms of that. Also noteworthy, having a quick MP, she is actually capable of a full quick chain. In terms of stars, it's probably overkill because she already generates so many stars with her MP. But in terms of damage, it's always nice to be able to produce a full card chain of 1 chain. In case you didn't know, extra attack obviously gets stronger if your full brave chain is 1 card type. Just one, same card type basically. Like QQQ, AAA, or BBB, of course. So that's good. Deck is fine. Now, skills. First skill. I will also take into account the scaling, by the way. It won't matter the final verdict too much, but I will talk about it as well. First skill, targeted battery. That also increases star generation of the target for 3 turns, but by a flat 30. This does not scale, but it's something. Usually star generation tends to have bigger numbers, so this is definitely on the lower side. As for the battery itself, also pretty much on the lower side. But as for the cooldown, it's actually fairly low for a battery skill. Usually battery skills tend to be like 7 or 6 turns at least on last rank in terms of cooldown. That's probably why the number isn't that high. So it's just an okay skill, I feel like. She has sub support capabilities by having two targeted skills, right? So this is just okay, I feel like. Second skill, give ally MP damage and crit damage. So much like the first one, targeted, single target. Now this time both of the FX scale, but they're only both 1 turn. So, scaling isn't amazing either, going up to 30% on both. Cooldown at 5 turns is... I mean, honestly, I think they could have made this like 4 turns or something. Because it's just 1 turn effects. And even then, their numbers aren't crazy high. So again, just a pretty mediocre skill, I feel like. Nothing crazy. Just mediocre. Then her third skill is the one that is not targeted itself, and you get a lot of effects. So, Invul Ignore, 3 turns. Crit Star Absorption that scales for 3 turns up to 600%. Keep in mind she's an archer, that's a very high number. Self-defense up for 3 turns, actually pretty good. Considering this is 3 turns, 30% is not bad. It's actually pretty good. And then there's the demerit that after 3 turns, she will stun herself for 1 turn. But of course, there are ways to play around this. So it's actually not that bad. In fact, this is what makes her a pretty decent crit servant as well. And having a cooldown of 5 turns is pretty great, considering it's 3 turn effects. So this is a good skill, I feel like. This is a good skill. Especially if you can play around the demerit. Passives, your standard magic resistance. Riding EX, huge, huge. She has very nice quick cards. So this is huge. Very nice. Then she has, I believe, a unique passive. Well, I guess it's just an independent action worded differently, but you know, it's unique, I guess. Crit damage up. And again, 10% ain't bad for a passive at all. It's actually pretty good. Not bad. And then Divinity Rank B, also just a nice thing to have. So overall passives, she's doing well. Those are some nice passives. MP. You get the for MP5, 2000% damage modifier. Hits very hard. I'm sure everyone who's used her knows how that her MP actually can hit very hard. And the OC is actually pretty good. On base 100%, you already get a fat chunk of 20 stars to go with your next turn. So it's a very simple MP, but considering the free MP5 and the good OC, it's a good one. It's a good one. So, yeah, she's good. Now the placements will be... These will be like amongst the 4 stars. I'm not going to start comparing these to like 1 to 3 stars or 5 stars. So these will be just based amongst the 4 stars. So Santa Altera, I feel like should at least be on A. She's a very solid servant. Nothing crazy, but for a 4-star free MP5, she is just very solid. I wouldn't say she's necessarily as good as Kintoki Rider in her job as he is in his job, necessarily. But she's very good, regardless. Just a very solid welfare unit. And again, some of these placements, we might do a check later, where I will just, you know, move stuff around when we have more reference to compare to. But I feel like I'm just gonna leave her in A for now, and then we'll see how it goes from there. Now, Summer and Mary. I think the summer versions tend to be before the originals for some reason. Anyway, another single target archer. Not free this time, in fact limited. So quite a bit of difference. Attack, lower. But still not bad. Still not bad. Stats are okay. Numbers, gains. They're also quick, right? No, they're Buster, right? Right, Buster. So that's actually good. If they were quick, I think it would be worse, because now they're actually still capable of a full Buster Brave Chain. Some decent damage potential there. The extra will hit very hard if you do a full BBB chain. As for the MP gain, I feel like they're not that good on MP gain. They're not terrible, but not that good. You mainly get MP gain with them if you crit, but again, they're archers, so it's actually not that difficult, but without crits, I think you will struggle with MP gain. So, yeah, not too impressed with that. Skills, Beach Flower A+. So it's basically just a better version of a basic charisma. Now, that doesn't say much necessarily, because charisma in and of itself is just a very boring, basic, not an amazing skill. So even if it's just a slightly better charisma, it's still nothing amazing in my opinion. Scales up to 19.5% of team attack. It's something. Again, it's mainly nice that the downtime is slow, so that's the nice part, because it scales up to 5 turns on cooldown. Now, then the other effect is male allies on the field get critical star generation for 3 turns. Obviously, sadly, they themselves don't count because they're females, but yeah. Interesting. I guess depending on what you're running, may or may not be useful, but I feel like if you're gonna run supports, star generation on them, like, that doesn't matter at all, right? Like, it's pretty pointless. So you mainly get use out of this if you have, like, I don't know what you would run with them that would actually get use out of this, but some kind of male archers that may have maybe Tristan or something. I don't know. I feel like there's not a whole lot of amazing use for it. Yona, thanks for this 10 months. Welcome back to the Gao Gang. Alright, second skill. So this is the crit skill, basically. You get absorb for 1 turn, again, 600%, much like Altera, Santa Altera, right, just now. And then a Star Bomb. Now, this is a very old and outdated skill. We have skills like these nowadays after buffs, or even from launch, that are much better than this. This is very outdated. Not only should the Star Bomb be higher, but it's a 6-turn cooldown. How is it a 6-turn cooldown? This should be at the very most 5. Maybe even it should maybe be 4 or 3. It's weird. It's a very weak skill in today's standards. Very weak. It's not bad. It has synergy, of course, but it is just very underwhelming. The downtime is huge. That's not good. It's not ideal. Now, Pirate's Honor. This is one of the fun skills that actually gives you an infinite guts, as in it never expires. Of course, if you lose it, then, you know, sucks to be you, but it doesn't expire until it's actually procced. So that actually has some value. It's not bad. You can pop this immediately if you want. Because usually when your gut skill is tied to like a battery or a buff, much like in this case, it's very awkward because you don't want to activate or use your gut skill too early, especially if it's your only use. Okay, we'll see some examples later, like Gawain, for example. But for her, it doesn't really, or for them, it doesn't really matter because you can just use this immediately if you want. Because again, this does not expire until it's used. There's an interesting demerit though. You get debuff resistance down by a considerable chunk for 3 turns, so I guess, I mean, it's not the worst demerit, but interesting. And then attack for 3 turns. I wish this was 30%, but it's not bad. Again, this is a decent skill. 5-turn cooldown ain't bad as well, especially on a gut skill, so this is decent. This is very underwhelming, and this is very mediocre at best. Magic Resistance D, again, low rank magic res, and then, I guess, yeah, there you can see, it's just that Alter just had another name for this, but it's the same as Independent Action A. Decent passive, not bad. MP, it's the same as their, basically their Rider version, at least in the sense that it gets more damage the lower you are on HP. And the OC is defense down for 3 turns on a single target. But it's only after damage, and it's not a good, like, it starts from 10% after damage. That is weak. That is very weak. That is not good. That is a very weak OC. And usually this is kind of hard to make use out of anyway, but against, although with the guts, that adds value, that adds some synergy, but nothing crazy. It needs a buff. It needs a buff. This needs to be buffed. They're definitely not as good as Santa Altera, especially considering you get free MP5. So I'd probably put them in, like, I don't know, C maybe? They're still okay, but I don't know. I don't think I can really put them that high. Just very, in these days standards, just very underwhelming. Again, we might shift, but there you go. Then the Rider version. Again, we're probably gonna see different stuff, or similar stuff rather. Attack even lower actually. So this might be just on the a bit on the lower side. It's not terrible still, but it's not amazing. Now, they do have a quick MP, and they actually can also get a quick chain, which is nice. Another good thing. But again, being a year 1 servant, you know, they're pretty cursed with having a very low hit count deck, sadly. So their MP generation is basically the same, as in if you don't crit, you're probably gonna struggle quite a bit. So not that impressive on numbers. Just, yeah, year 1 syndrome is real. Skill 1, self star generation up 3 turns, 50%, 6 turn cooldown, meaning you have this up half the times. I guess they have some star generation potential, but if they were assassin, this would be better. But they're a rider, so which means their innate generation, like this will, like when you think about it, you get 50%. This will make this like 13.5 or something. This is not that good, right? It's not that good, and yeah, the hit count is what it is, so it's yikes. It's a yikes. Second skill, crit damage for 1 turn, great scaling. 1 turn though, for a 5 turn cooldown. Very, very underwhelming. Outdated as fuck. Buff this, buff everything. Third skill, you get attack for 1 turn and absorb for 1 turn. Good synergy. Actually, their kit has good synergy, but this is way too weak. It's way too weak. Synergy is good, but the numbers don't add up. So again, 5 turn cooldown, 1 turn effects. Scaling is not even that amazing. I mean, this will pretty much guarantee they will get all the stars for that turn, because they're a rider. They have an even higher absorb than an archer on 600%, so this is good. But it's just, like, because their numbers are so bad, they will have a lot of downtime outside of their skills, and their downtime is not going to be very impressive with these numbers, so... And the only passive they have is a weak magic resist. Now, the MP has actually been buffed, unlike the summer version. So it actually can deal a decent chunk of damage. And the difference is that they actually have the bonus damage based on health on the OC, whereas the summer version had it on a normal effect that did not scale, of course. But honestly, I don't know. If is it a good thing? Maybe. I don't know. Again, getting to high levels of OC with, I mean, I guess you could use support MPs, but even then the scaling doesn't really even go up that much. But at least the base damage is now okay as well after the buff. So at full HP, they can do some decent damage, but it's just too weak. They're way too outdated. They're like a D, honestly. Again, this is relative to 4 stars. This is not compared to low stars or 5 stars. This is just above 4 stars. I think they're just way too outdated. They need a lot of buffs. A lot of them. Also, no defensive option. True, should be mentioned. No actual defensive option. So you're gonna have to work hard to keep them alive as well. They don't have guts like Summer does. That sucks. Alright. We got Lancer Alter. Sorry if I can't read chat too much though, because I kind of have to keep going. Otherwise, this will take a century, but I see you guys. Alright. Lancer Alter. Good attack. Nice. This is good. Numbers. Again, capable of a full buster chain, so the damage potential is there. That's good. Gains are just okay, I feel like. But again, still pretty low on the numbers. But if you can make this 1 arts card work, which again, you can actually make it work, but otherwise, without that 1 arts card, you're probably gonna struggle. So it's okay. I've seen worse. We're gonna see much worse, but could be better, I suppose. But overall, especially the attack numbers, I like them. It's good. No worries. Yes, Pio. Yes. Alright. Skills. I feel like we're gonna see a lot of old skills again. Mana Burst. Everyone's favorite. Actually, scale usually they go up to like 50%. This goes slightly higher in 55. But yeah, the name is very apt because it's burst, right? It's a burst skill. Big downtime though, big downtime. But you are capable of a very high damaging turn with this though. Again, especially considering you're capable of a full buster chain. So in her kit in particular, it's decent, but still just an old skill. That's not very impressive, is it? But it's decent for her. Second skill, now this is easily her best skill. Now, again, it's still sadly 1 turn effects, but at least it has the full package. It has the full package. I wish the star bomb was like 15 stars with the full package, or maybe even 20, but it's something. This will make it so that she will be very consistent with her crits for that 1 turn. And the crit damage isn't bad either at 50%. I wish the cooldown was maybe a bit lower as well, but this is not a bad skill. This is why she can crit, and this is why I tend to actually sometimes recommend like crit Cs for her as well during support reviews, so yeah. Much like this, they're both decent at her, for her rather, but nothing, you know, groundbreaking. And then, yeah, Charisma E scales up to 12%. Good downtime, but that's the only effect. This will not make or break any runs. It will not have a huge impact. Very weak. Very, very weak. Passives. A decent magic resistance, and Riding A is not actually terrible. She still has 2 quick cards. Granted, you know, 2 hits is nothing to celebrate, but it's something. It's something. Cute. Her MP has been buffed, which actually makes her deal pretty considerable damage. And it actually ignores defense buffs. Now, obviously, that doesn't mean it's like Invul Pierce, where it goes through Invul and dodge. This means it ignores stuff like defense up. But it's nice to have. It's stuff like this is always... It's just a bonus, basically, right? So it's good. Now, this is awkward. I don't like this. MP Seal is very good, but it's RNG based, which is very awkward. Especially if your survival actually depends on this. There may be situations where your survival depends on if you land it or not. So it can either make or break a run. Obviously, MP Seal still works even if the enemy is not about to MP. So then it's just a free thing, because if you know, if an enemy is MP Sealed, they will not gain a natural tick at the end of the turn. So you can basically use your MP Seals on cooldown to delay. But if this happens to be on a turn where the enemy is actually MPing and you need it to land, good luck. Also terrible OC, even after the buff, terrible. Dots will always be terrible. Until they maybe revamp them, dots will always be terrible. 1k damage every turn for 5 turns. This is one of the higher dot ones, I think. It still sucks. It still sucks. She has good damage potential, but that's it. She's just a glorified nuker. C plus B? I don't know. Just old. Just old. Good, like, good burst. Very good burst. Very good burst. But downtime is very unimpressive. Very unimpressive. I feel like I can still put it in B, though. Just because how high the damage potential for that one nuke turn actually is. So, yeah. B is, like, slightly above average. I think that's kind of fair. Yeah. B for big boobs, yeah. There you go. Alright, more Artorias and Alters, I guess. We got... Well, here we go. Saber Alter. Very nice attack. 10.2k. That's good for a 4-star. That's good. Actually, I guess some of the older servants get the... They list the spread of the gains. Or the damage, rather. I guess it's damage and gains, but that's still pretty relevant, because it totals to 100 every time anyway. So, numbers. Also capable of a full Buster Chain. So much like her Lancer Alter counterpart, she's capable of a good Buster turn, or like a burst turn. In terms of the gains, I think she's very similar. She might have just a slightly better MP gain than what Lancer Alter has, but she, again, not very impressed. Like this, the number is good, but looking at the hit counts, it's just most of the time probably not going to be very impressive. With crits and maybe overkill as well, you can make it look very impressive, but meh. Very good attack. Otherwise, the MP gain not that good. Deck is fine though. I feel like the deck is good. There's the Mana Burst. Now, this one is the 50% one, so slightly worse. But again, for her in particular, it's just okay. Mainly because her MP is so strong. I used to have Instinct. Used to be terrible. Now has this. More stars and a 20% battery. On a 5-turn cooldown. Not bad. Decent, even. Not crazy good, but nice. Again, because of her, I just mentioned, her MP gain in most cases is not gonna be that good. So having a battery is nice. And of course, more stars never hurts. Especially because when you consider it, crits is basically MP gain at the same time in a lot of cases. Granted, you're not using Buster with high hits after an Arts card. But yeah, it also helps. Not too bad. And of course, much like Lancer Alter, she has the exact same third skill. It still blows. How about that? 10 minutes later, 5 minutes later, I don't know how much, it still blows. Wow. Magic Resistance B, same as Lancer Alter. They're very similar, huh? It's something. Now, her MP has never been buffed, but if you look at the numbers, it's one of those abnormal MPs that actually, from the get-go already, for some reason, always dealt like buffed versions of damage. Early game design. You gotta love it. So it actually doesn't even need a buff because it already does good damage. In fact, they should probably buff something else like the Mana Burst or the Charisma over the MP. The MP is already decent. The refund is not huge, but again, this still beats stuff like Dots. So it's nice. It's not like Curse, like Lancer Alter has. Granted, she does not ignore defense buffs, nor has a chance to MP seal. So overall, I think Lancer Alter gets the better end of the deal with her buffed MP. But again, damage potential is nice. But she's basically the Saber, like the I don't know. She might even be here. Maybe here. After the instinct was buffed. I think she would have been here without the buff, but maybe she's here now. I'm guessing B+. Honestly, I guess she's pretty good at farming now. Because of the farming potential, I think I can maybe place her there. It's hard to say. Again, when we get more farmers in here, I might shift these, but maybe for now. Because again, the buff is good for farming. Definitely nice for that. So yeah, for now. Let's see. Right. More Artorias. We get Santa Alter. Oh boy. Definitely kind of a tragedy. I don't think she will ever get buffed. Alright. 9.2k attack. Nah. Nothing to yell about. It's something. It's okay. Mediocre maybe. Maybe lower. Same kit as... I think it's... Is this like a complete copy pasta? Are the numbers in the deck exactly the same? I think it actually is, right? So yeah, basically what I said about Saber Alter. Same about the Buster Chain. You can do it with the MP, so yeah, it's actually a full copy paste. How about that? First skill. Targeted heal that also increases star generation of the ally. For yeah, this is the Santa gift, right? Yeah. This is basically what was on Santa Alter as well. But she definitely had the better version of the skill. I would much rather have 20% MP battery than a heal. Even though the heal is actually not that bad on high ranks. 3.5k, it's okay. But I would much rather have a battery, even if it goes up to 20% only, than, you know, a heal. So this is not that good. It's cute that it's at EX rank, but I would not say that this skill is actually that good. Instinct. Unlike Saber Alter, she has not received the buff. Is this the final instinct in the game, or was it also on Saber Lily? I think there's one or two left that still haven't been buffed, and I'm not sure if they ever will actually buff them. So, yeah. Yikes. Mana Burst A-, so even a slightly, you know, worse version than Saber Alter, so it's now 45. So overall, kit-wise, she is not looking as good as Saber Alter, nor as good as Lancer Alter, nor as good as Santa Altera. So, yeah. Magic Res A, actually pretty okay. Riding A, I mean, one quick card with 2 hits. It's pretty negligible, right? Yeah. And then the MP, much like with Saber Alter, also has a high modifier despite never having a buff. For some reason, it's the same. Again, it's a copy-paste of her MP, just on a rider. It's the exact same thing. So she's just a bad version of Saber Alter. She's probably here, or honestly, she's here. She's just so underwhelming. I'm gonna place her here, I think, just because her MP, she's free MP5, and she has basically a buffed version of an MP's damage, despite it not having a buff. Just because she has good damage potential for the MP, I'm gonna place her here instead of here. But yeah, she's underwhelming, to say the least. Free MP5 and an MP buff that is not there makes it so that she's at least here. But damn, needs a lot of help. A lot of help. Saber Lily. Alphabetical. Will this be on YouTube? Possibly. Possibly. If you're watching this on YouTube, if I ever decide to upload it, please remind yourself that this is just my opinion. Thank you. Now, in terms of numbers, is she the lowest of 4 stars? I think she might be. Terrible. Terrible. Terrible attack. 7.7k. Many 3 stars shit on this. Terrible. Terrible. Bottom of the barrel. Alright, numbers. Again, this is the same deck. Again, we've had the same deck now 3 times in a row. Same numbers, same deck, same MP, same buster chain. It's all the same. It's something. It's not impressive, but it's not the worst. But man, copy paste is real. Instinct, yeah, there it is. She was the other one. So I believe these are the only 2 instincts in the game that are still not buffed. And I'm not sure if they ever actually will. They might actually buff Saber Lily now that she's in the friend point gacha. She's at least available, so maybe she could receive a buff. But yeah, that is not good. At least this one is not A-, so it's, you know, it's a burst. just a burst. And Journey of Flowers, her unique skill, party MP generation for 3 turns. It's okay, but it's just, again, I wish this was at least 30%. It's the only effect. The downtime is good, like it's only 2 turns of downtime and a 3-turn effect, but if it's the only effect, it should really be more. It should really be more than 20%. Also, MP gain for her in particular, again, it's not even that good. It's nice for the number, like the higher your actual innate gain is, obviously you get more out of percentual buffs, but when, again, her hit counts are low, so it's at the end of the day, it's not gonna make a huge difference for her in particular. Granted, it is AoE, so maybe you could still help your friends, but man, underwhelming. I mean, this is literally day 1. In case you didn't know, she's actually a day 1 servant. She was given out as a launch gift. And then with Saber Wars, you actually get to MP5 her and get, you know, more. But yeah. Terrible. Early game design. Again, passives. It's whatever. It's nothing to yell about. Now, her MP actually did receive a buff with the Saber Wars rerun, I believe. So, it did not actually have denied. So it's pretty funny that even after the buff, it still is not as good as Saber Alter or Saber Alter's Santa. So, and her OC... it's a self-heal. It's something. It's not a curse. But is it any good? This MP? No, pretty weak. Pretty weak even after damage. The buff. So... I think she's actually slightly worse than Santa Alter. Even though I was bashing her just now. I think she's here. Maybe even here. I don't know. Because her attack is so terrible, I don't know. Would you... I mean, honestly, I think I would use Fergus over her. I think I would use Fergus over her. Actually. So, yeah. Does not even have a defensive option. So I think I might just leave her in E. I don't know. Just, I don't really see a whole lot of reason to ever really use her. I think I would use Fergus over her, actually. He actually has defensive options and not a terrible kit, even though it's old. Alright. Moving away from Artorias, at least for now, I think. We got Stolf! Yay, Stolf. Alright. Has an interesting deck. Triple quick deck with a quick AoE MP as well. And now, I don't even need to tell you the numbers. His MP gain is arguably the worst in the game. It's definitely bottom 5 MP gains in the entire game. It's that bad. It is insanely bad. Like, even with AQQ, overkill, full crits, you probably get like 30%, 30 to 40. That is a joke. That is a bad joke. Thank fucking God they gave him a battery. Without that battery, he would be an E-tier servant. He would actually be an E-tier servant. But the battery is huge. Thank God they did that. Alright. Skills. Monster Strength, rank C-. Terrible. Terrible. 1 turn attack buff on a 5-turn cooldown. Many 3-turn buffs are more than this. This is bad. This is so bad. Actually terrible skill. Then stun for 1 turn. 8 turns of cooldown, and it's not even guaranteed on base. Keep in mind, if someone has debuff resistance, this gets even lower. So bad. So bad. This is what... is this the worst stun in the game? It's definitely one of them. So bad. Now, you know, I love Stolf, but I have to be realistic with the gameplay. I actually have a Grail 1 in JP. Keep that in mind. Now, this skill. It's a very unique skill. It's interesting. So obviously, we're going to take a look at the buff version that has a up to 50% battery. Thank you, DW, for making Stolf usable. Thank you, thank you. Otherwise, he was kind of useless. Alright, so with this, he can actually be a crit servant and a farmer at the same time. So, the way this works is really weird. You get all of these buff icons every single time. This does not affect that, but every single turn, you don't know if they're active or not. That's the weird thing. You always have the buffs, but you don't know. You'd actually, as far as I know, that's how it works. You do not get a confirmation if, you know, you get the crit damage or the star generation for that turn. So you always have a 65% to actually have it active, that buff active on a turn. I think they should gray it out if it's not active at least. So they're always there, no matter what. It's weird. And yeah, buff success up does not work on this. Because again, you get the buffs guaranteed. So that's where buff success rate just fails. It's chance of the buffs being active every turn. But actually, if you do manage to get the crit damage active, and you actually get a, you know, a small chunk of stars, he can actually crit. I mean, everyone who has used Astolfo probably has seen that he actually can crit pretty hard. He has that potential. Now, let's not kid ourselves. The battery is the main thing. This is the only thing that makes him usable, and it actually makes him very usable. Like, he went from E tier to whatever I'm gonna place him here. Like, he's actually now a great farmer. Don't expect more than 1 MP out of him, though, because that's all you're gonna get until, you know, 8 turns later, maybe. But yeah, he's a very good farmer because of this. Passives, good magic resistance. This is nice because he has a triple quick deck and a quick MP. The annoying part is, again, 2 hit quicks and his MP is only 1 hit. So this seems better than what it is, but it's still more damage at the end. It's not maybe that much more MP gain or like star generation, but it's at least more damage, which is nice. And then crit damage is nice. Again, definitely can crit. Now his MP has been buffed. Even on MP1, base damage is high. His MP does good damage, also ignores defense buffs. Now, this is broken. I firmly believe this is the reason why he's so gimped on MP gain. This is broken. He gets a 3-hit evasion on himself every time he uses MP. That does not expire. This is broken. This is dumb. This definitely made it so that his entire kit was so gimped because of this. This is way too strong. This is a bonus effect! Why? It's so dumb. It's incredibly OP. Also, stars on OC. Again, it's not cursed. It's okay. It's not as high as like Altera, who started from 20 stars. In fact, I wonder why Stolf has less stars. I mean, he's older, but considering Altera can definitely MP spam way more than Stolf. It's interesting. I feel like this should be 20. But then again, there's this. So probably can't make this MP too good. I mean, his MP is amazing. Like, holy shit. Overall, this is a god tier MP. Just overall, I would honestly rank this as EX in terms of MPs alone. But yeah, it's not easy to get there. And so recap, numbers, terrible. First 2 kills, terrible. This, RNG, but the battery is excellent. Garly, thanks for the tier 1. Welcome to the Gao Gang. So Astolfo is, I think, at least an A now. Again, I forgot to mention this, but the way I rate servants is basically how well they do the thing they're supposed to do. And I think after the buff, Stolf is a farmer. He is a farmer. And he does it well. His MP hits insanely hard. And with the battery, you can basically enable it with just a 50% starter. He could honestly be even here. Like, you see how crazy the difference is? He was gonna be here if he didn't have the giant battery. Maybe here, because he could at least be a crit servant. Somewhere here. But now he's like at least here. Maybe even here. Like, he's an amazing farmer. But honestly, I think I'll leave him at A, just because the rest of his kit is so outdated. But yeah, he farms. He farms. Maybe could use more buffs. But damn, he's still very usable. I don't think anyone should be upset if they ever get a Stolf. Right. Atalanta Alter. Attack is pretty good. First Berserker, right? Yes, sir. Alright. Attack is nice. HP kind of low, but obviously that's, you know, Berserker stuff. MP gain for her is actually not too bad for a Berserker. Usually MP gain on Berserkers is very gimped. She actually has a decent MP gain. It's not obviously great, but due to not having a full Gorilla deck, it's decent. And her 3-hit quick is not bad at all. And she also has a quick MP, so again, capable of a full quick chain. Always nice when that's possible. Most servants can do a full card chain with their MP, but obviously not everyone can do that. But whenever you can do it, it's always just a positive thing. So overall, numbers, again, you could tell she's not an old servant. Looking good. Numbers-wise, she gets approval. I forgot this was buffed, actually. Interesting. So, yeah. Super high absorb for one turn. I mean, it has to be because, you know, the Berserker absorb is so bad. So, more stars compared to the previous one. Double, in fact. And now also gives Buster crit damage one turn. She still has 2 of them, so it's actually pretty nice. So this is a good skill. Again, downtime. There's definitely downtime because it's one turn effects. But it's a great... this is a great burst skill. Is great. Is good. Then she has the same skill as Archer Nianta has. I believe it's the exact same copy. Rank and everything. And scaling. It's a mana burst that's party-wide, so it's slightly better. That's it. It's a slightly better quick mana burst. So, it's nothing crazy, but it's okay. Again, definitely plays into that burst side of hers. And then she does have a defensive option, which I think is definitely important on servants, especially Berserkers. So she does have one, a 1-turn evasion. That also increases. She has the this is basically Mind's Eye Fake, but it's I think it's slightly better because I don't think does Mind's Eye Fake scale to 50%. It just might be a rename. It might be the same, but yeah, this is what actually makes her crit pretty hard. It's like if you activate this and then do this, your busters get up to 100% crit damage for a turn. That's no joke. If you've used Beamlin, you know how much those crits hurt. So yeah. So yeah, downtime is real, but potential for damage is really good. 6 turns. Some evasion and invul skills actually are, the 1-turn ones are actually 5 turns, so this is just a standard 6-turn. So, just an okay skill, I feel like. Make only 40, that's from Mukita. Oh, interesting. So it is slightly better then. Okay, that's cool. Passives, unique, beast form, buster up and crit star generation, both 8%. Pretty nice. Both actually work for her, to an extent. Not a bad passive. And crit damage. Of course, even more. Why not? And then her MP. It's actually okay. Now, unlike Lancer Alter from earlier, her MP seal is guaranteed. Well, minus potential debuff resistance, but at least on base, it will land. It will land guaranteed with no debuff resistance, which is good. MP seal is a strong debuff. And she's definitely a challenge quest servant. So in battles like that, MP seal is the most valuable. So it's nice. OC obviously sucks. It's terrible. 500 damage per turn for 5 turns on curse. Miss me. But at least this makes the MP pretty interesting. Has not been buffed, so it's just a base modifier. But it can still, of course, with the second skill, deal decent damage. I feel like she's kind of comparable to someone like Lubu of the low stars. Again, just very high damage potential as a Berserker, which shouldn't really be looked at. And of course, her being a Berserker means her downtime shouldn't be too bad either, because she still deals decent damage. Where should I place her? I think she's here, actually. She's good. She's good. She's definitely not an old servant. I just wish her kit was a bit, at least maybe 1 3-turn skill, you know, would be nice. I mean, she kind of has one with this, but let's be real. If you don't have this active and you don't run like double MOB 2030 with her, you're probably not gonna crit on those other 2 turns. But at least it makes it more lenient, because you might not want to activate the evasion on the same turn as you want to activate this. So it does make it lenient, which I like. I think I'll leave her in A, honestly. For now. For now. When we get more boss killers for comparison, we'll see. Alright, then we got Archer. God, this is gonna take a long time. Alright, Archer. Definitely a low attack. Not very good. Could be Saber Lily status, but still. No one is that bad, let's be real. Alright, so not a great attack. And much like Astolfo, if you've used Atalanta Archer, you know her MP gain is pretty garbo. Pretty garbo. Also, yeah, I should mention that, obviously, I am not doing a vacuum review, so I'm not placing these based on their own potential. Like, if I was, I don't think Saber Alter would be here. Because I'm obviously assuming you have, like, one support with you, like a waiver or, you know, whatever. So... yeah, this is not a vacuum review like I used to do, so I am considering at least a free support pick, so which will help Nyanta in particular here, because her MP gain is so bad that you obviously want to MP with her because her MP is so strong, but if she was alone, she would have real issues getting there. So, numbers, can do a quick chain, that's nice. Her hit count on quick at least is fine, everything else is like... not good. And attack is of course not that good. So she did receive a buff on this, so now it's basically it's the same as what Zerk has. So it's just it's an AoE mana burst that helps herself too. This is not an amazing skill. The cooldown is low, but it needs more than just absorb. It definitely needs more. Yeah, it's weak. It's old. It's weak. Then she also has a 1-turn evasion with a 6-turn cooldown, but instead of 50% crit damage, she gets MP gain. And if anything, honestly, I think they should be the other way around. I think Zerk actually has better MP gain than Archer does, and I think Archer could use the crit damage more because she has more reliable crits outside of that 1 turn of that absorb for Berserker, so it's really awkward. But of course, I guess this is needed if you're gonna Scotty loop. But I'm not going to consider the existence of 2 Scotties, but even 1 Scotty already makes her a lot better. Now, magic resistance D, meh. Independent action is good though, goes with the 2nd skill, so it's something. Now the MP, after buff, high base damage, very good. And a pretty good OC. 15 is like the middle ground, we saw 10, we saw 20 on base, but now it's 15, it's nice. But let's be real, it's already a 10-hit AoE. You're gonna get 1 billion stars anyway. So just from using this MP on base with this 15% and this, if you hit 3 enemies, you're probably gonna crit next turn no matter what. So, yeah. I'm sure you've all seen those videos where you can go like to 99 stars with a Nyanta chain. Definitely doable. So, if this was a vacuum review, she would probably be like here. Maybe here. But I feel like she does have potential. But again, I don't want to consider the existence of double Scotty, because not everyone has a Scotty necessarily. But she needs a support.
I'm Italian, but I love your works. In particular the FGO videos / stream.
Yo, Garly, thank you for the 10 euro tip, my dude. Thank you so much. I'm glad to hear you like my content, dude. Shout out to Italy. There you go. Is she... okay, I can compare her to Lancelot Alter. Which do I prefer? I think they're pretty much the same, honestly. I think they're the same. In essence, I think they're pretty much the same. I don't feel a big difference between them in what they do, honestly. Granted, she has a better crit turn, but she just has more reliable crits across the board, basically. Yeah. Yeah. I'll leave her there for now. Speaking of bees, we got BB. No pun intended. I can find her Like this. Isn't she like this? She is. Wiki is drunk. You wish your assassins you can flame, you can come back later? No, you will have to come back later. We're doing this in alphabetical order. Alright, BB. The Moon Cancer, the only Moon Cancer in this list, in fact. Attack, very low. But her numbers are fine. Also capable of a full arch chain. And for her in particular, it's a strong arch chain. With her MP having multi-hits. And arts being 3 hits each. It's good. It's good. Numbers are fine. Her MP gain is actually, I would say it's definitely above average as well. It's good. Despite her having a lower attack, she does have nice numbers and a deck, I feel like. Not bad. First skill. Targeted. Removes one ally's debuffs. Heals them and grants them a one-time debuff immunity for 3 turns. On a 4-turn cooldown, this is a good utility skill. It's good. It's not bad at all. It's definitely good, I would say. And this is also kind of lenient with the 3-turn duration. Obviously fades after 1 time, but this means that it doesn't have to be used on a turn where you're expecting to get debuffed, which is nice. This is good. Second skill. Definitely makes Astolfo's stun look like 10 times worse. Not only does this scale up to 100%, which Stolf only goes to 90, this is a 6-turn cooldown, where Stolf is 8 turns, and this removes the target's evasion and invul, and buff removal cannot be resisted. Only if these are unremovable, this does not work. This actually ignores debuff resistance. So it's really nice. This is definitely one of the better single target stuns. Quite the contrast to Stolf, who has one of the worst ones. Again, a pretty nice utility skill to have on those challenge quests. It's good. Self-mod. EX. So yeah, one of the better crit skills in the game. It's good. Very small downtime. And this makes her crits pretty consistent. Moon Cancer has a decent, but not amazing, Star Absorb. But having an 800 plus increase to this, yeah, she's gonna crit pretty consistently, let's just say. And it scales up to 50% on 3 turns. It's good. It's a pretty solid DPS skill. To refund Ushisu, goddamn. Wow. I see the poll. Magic Resist B, it's okay. Item Construction A is actually fine, because, again, it works for her stun, and then her MP also has debuff resistance down, so it's not useless. It makes the stun even more consistent. Again, consistency is key with BB, it seems. Territory Creation A is nice. It's very nice. 10% permanent arts up. Solid. Very solid for her. MP. Again, free MP5, so it's gonna deal a good chunk of damage. And a very, very strong base effect of a 20% party battery. And considering how often she can MP, this is like insane. It's so good. It's so good. This is not anything crazy, but it can help, especially if you're running more debuffers. And of course, it works for her in terms of this, but the OC itself is just meh. Meh. But obviously, just for the free MP5 alone and this being a thing, her MP is just very strong. 5 hits is also nice. Very nice. So, this is the tricky part, because again, I said I was going to rate servants based on what they do the best. Obviously, you're probably not going to bring BB unless you're fighting Avengers. I mean, you could. She's not bad on neutral, I believe. But obviously against Avengers, she's going to be like fucking insane. So, it depends on how I want to look at this. Do I want to only treat her as an anti-Avenger? Should I? Because again, it would... I don't know. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. Again, even on neutral, she's not bad. She's not bad necessarily. But obviously, she's meant to be like an anti-Avenger, being a Moon Cancer, because even to this day, that class is still rare. There's only 4 Moon Cancers in the game total, and 3 of them are SSRs, 2 of them being limited, so the accessibility is pretty much garbage. I feel like I should place... also, Moon Cancer is not a good class. I should note this. Moon Cancer is not a good class. Just because of how niche it is. It's not a good class. So I feel like I could place her here. But this would mean only against Avengers. But I feel like even on neutral, she will do a decent job. So I think she's like here then. She's still a very great welfare. And of course, the best use for her, she's a god. Or goddess, I guess. AKA anti-Avenger. So it depends on how you're looking at this. But I think I'm not going to specifically make her Avenger only. Because she has uses even outside of that. Alright, moving on to... I guess we're already in B because of BB. So here we go. Beowulf. 10.2k attack is pretty nice. Again, you would expect that because he's a Berserker. They tend to have low HP, high attack, and he's no exception. Full Gorilla deck, as you would expect from most Berserkers. Also Buster MP, so you're gonna get a pretty consistent Buster Brave Chain. In that sense, if you have your MP, which is, you know, good for damage. Again, he's not year 1, but he's close, so obviously his hit counts are not amazing. And her MP, or not his, yeah, Beowulf, gender bend one. His MP gain as a full Gorilla deck Berserker, it's not good. Don't let the numbers fool you. He can have a nice turn if you get like a B, Q, A, overkill, maybe even crits, but that's not very common. So yeah, overall, not good MP gain, but damage is good. This is good for damage potential in terms of the deck, so pretty much what you would expect. Nothing crazy, just expectations, meeting them. Now, he actually has received a lot of buffs, so that's interesting. First skill is the only thing that has not been buffed yet. So it's basically his mana burst. You get attack up, you get MP damage up for 1 turn, self, totaling to a 50% total. If you combine them for that MP turn, 5 turn cooldown. It's okay. It's just okay. And a decent skill, but nothing that noteworthy, honestly. My day is fine so far, Phoenix. Hopefully yours is too. Alright, Instinct. He used to have just the basic Instinct. Now has Inspired Hero. Which is so much better. Because now he gets the much needed. Because, let's be real. You use this on him, he never gets any stars. Unless you run like full Zerks. Which, you know, interesting. But with this, he will actually get stars. Which is really nice. It's good. I like that. And then he gets crit damage as well. So this is basically his Lancer Alter skill. So he can have a nice burst turn, which is good. Not the most amazing skill out there, but much better what it used to be. It's pretty nice. Hey, Iroh. You're also from Italy? Nice. Interesting. So his Guts used to be a basic Guts. Which again, wasn't the worst. I mean, Guts is maybe not the best defensive skill, but it's not the worst either. But now, very recently, they buffed it. So, oh boy. The Guts is still the same. But, oh man. A lot of new stuff. Another crit damage buff. So now he totals up to 100%. And this is even 3 turns. Unlike this is 1 turn. That's nice. Dragon damage, 3 turns. Giant damage, 3 turns. Sort of niche, but it's definitely fits his lore, right? I mean, dragon killer guy thingy, right? It's weird, though, that they chose Giant instead of Super Giant. Now, those are actually different traits. Because you know those giant-ass dragons that stomp the ground, right? Those are not Giant. Those are Super Giants. Giant enemies are stuff like Spriggans, right? So it's really weird. He could get a double bonus against like giant dragons, but they chose to go with this instead. I mean, I guess he's a bit more widespread now. But if this was Super Giant, he would probably be the #1 dragon killer. He's still very good, obviously, for that, but it could be even better. But it's a nice buff. And again, the crit damage matches well with this. Obviously, for the other 2 turns of this crit damage, you will need help. But luckily, it can be achieved. Also, this is a good meme. Mad Enhancement E-. I think he's the only servant who has E-. Wow, 1% Buster up. Wow, look at that. Sad, considering he's full Gorilla. Very sad. And then his MP, of course, has been buffed. Now, this is not a normal buff, right? This is supposed to be 800 damage. He has an unusual buff, I believe. So it's underwhelming. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's supposed to go from 600 to 800, right? In buffs, basically, other than this. But it's still a buff, I guess. Ignores evasion. Can be useful. Activates first. Of course. Would be really awkward if it was after damage, let's be real. Now, this is good. This is actually good. Reduce enemy critical chance for 3 turns on a 30% base. I feel like people don't realize how valuable crit chance down is on boss killing. Many bosses will actually wipe you just with crits. So crit chance down is actually a pretty nice debuff to have. So yes, this is a very good OC. 3 turns. Good MP. Good MP. He's actually really good now. I feel like he's one of the better 4-star berserkers now. Genuinely. I mean, you buff him 3 times. Yeah, he should be, right? But I think he's at least on the same tier as Atalante Alter, if not even better. Like, some people might be just absolutely riling because they're used to seeing him down. Because, again, he used to be a pretty mess servant, but he has... Like, I feel like he's just maybe a slightly better Atalante Alter now after the recent buff. The Guts buff, that is. And even if you're not gonna fight dragons or giant enemies, he's still gonna deal good deeps. Like, I feel like Beowulf is now definitely on the high end of 4 stars. And I hope people will start to realize that. I mean, maybe not on NA yet, because I think we don't even have this buff yet. I don't think we even have this buff yet, or do we? Well, maybe we do, but especially after... Well, this is gonna take a long time to arrive, but after all these buffs, it's like the MHX thing, right? She became very nice. So just very strong. And everyone is of course free to disagree, but like, you slap him with some good supports, dude, he's gonna melt. Gonna melt. Carmilla, first C, right? 9.4k attack, not too bad. Keep in mind, Assassin obviously has a pretty awkward modifier, but still, not too bad. MP gain is actually good. I mean... She's of course a year 1 servant and has terrible hit counts, but at least they really made it up for with the insanely high MP gain number. So she could still actually generate a lot of MP despite absolutely terrible hit counts. Still has good potential. So overall, for a 4-star assassin, it's good. Now, I'm not sure about the deck itself. Honestly, I think she might be better off if she had double buster, double quick, because then she could do a full buster chain with her MP. So the deck is slightly awkward in that sense, but it's, I mean, at least quick is not, it's not like Enkidu, right, where quick is kind of awkward, because at least she's an assassin, so she has the really high innate star generation, but then again it's 2 hits, so it's still nothing crazy. But at least for an assassin, having a deck like this makes the most sense, but it's not ideal in my opinion. Vampirism. Drain chance not guaranteed. You hate to see that, but it is a battery at the same time. 27%. It's these weird year 1 design choices with the weird ass scaling. What is this? It's like, what? 27%. What? So weird. 6 turn cooldown. Decent. Just okay. It's just okay. If this was guaranteed and this was 30%, I would say it's good. Now it's just decent. It's weird. Torture technique A. Single target defense down for 3 turns. Scales up to 20. Very old and very lackluster. Not terrible, but why? Just weak. Weak. At least remove, like, it's at least be like Osaka Behime, who removes buffs. This is just, I guess hers is 1 turn, but still, I would rather have a 1 turn defense down that also removes buffs, honestly. Yeah, just old. Now, this is a unique skill to Carmilla, which is actually so much better than people think, because the crit chance down scales up to 50% for 3 turns. And it's on a 6 turn cooldown, so half of the time, unless this gets resisted, this is gonna be active. This is good. The stars per turn is actually the not the important thing. I feel like this is the big thing. This is definitely the bigger thing. It's just a bonus, basically. So this skill is actually a good skill. This is great against bosses. Just great. Easily her best skill in my opinion. Only passive is a very shit version of Presence Concealment. Again, I guess it adds to this. Meh. And her MP of course has been buffed. Now she has the good buff, the normal buff if you will. Has two normal effects, which is unusual. One is heal self by 2k flat, and 20% attack up on self for 3 turns flat. Good, just solid. Nothing crazy like 20% team battery on BB, but bonus normal effects are always good. Just always good. It's nice. And her OC, I mean, in a lot of cases it's going to be useless, but I feel like a lot of people don't even pick Carmilla unless they're fighting females. So obviously against females it's just ridiculous. I mean, yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just insane. Like, it's a nuke. But besides females, don't expect miracles, I guess. I really wish the attack buff was also before damage, but since it's not even that high, I guess it's not the end of the world to be after damage. I feel like someone asked me like a couple of months ago, who do I think is the best 4-star assassin? And I think I said Shiki and Carmilla. I think I did. And I think that might still be the case. She's good. Despite being day 1, she's at least an A. At least an A. Maybe even here. I kind of wish she had a defensive option as well, not gonna lie. But she's very good for a 4-star assassin. Keep in mind, again, these ranks are relative to 4 stars, so maybe she should be here. Because again, she's one of the best 4-star assassins. Just because of that. If this list had every servant rarities, she would probably be a bit lower. But as in 4 stars, I think she's like a top assassin. One of these. Maybe could use another buff though. Okay, let's see. But she's good. Definitely good. Everyone's favorite welfare, I guess. Chacha. Attack? Actually pretty low for a Berserker. By contrast, her HP is obviously pretty good for a Berserker, but I would still much rather have a higher attack than this. Full Gorilla deck than usual. Buster MP as well. MP gain. Her having a 5-hit Buster is actually interesting, because she can actually lead with an Arts and do Buster afterwards. For some okay gains. So for a Berserker, she does have better MP gain than normal. When you think about it. Definitely above most Berserkers in MP gain. At least the Gorilla ones. So not too bad. I just wish her attack was a bit higher. Golden Rule, her own version of it. So MP per turn for 3 turns. Scales up to 10%. So you get 30% for this after 3 turns. It's a bit slow, but you can actually make this work. If you order your MPs, I guess. And then the other effect is she gets more MP when she gets attacked, which is this stat right here. So it goes to, I mean, again, when you look at it, it looks much better, right? It goes to, it increases it by 50%, but it's 5% on base, so it becomes 7.5%. So it's not a huge difference. Unless the enemy has like a 5-hit attack, then you will feel it. But if it's like a 1-hit attack, I mean, is there gonna be a difference? Probably not too much. Second skill, Innocent Monster. Stars per turn, up to 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. And then everyone else gets... This is dumb. I mean, it's good. The idea is good. Everyone else in your party gets minus 50% stars yet. That is not enough. This needs another 0. This seriously needs another 0 to actually do anything. This will not do anything. 50%? This does nothing. She has a base absorb of 10. You have a rider with like 200. You take off 50%. They still have 100 compared to a 10. It does nothing. It's useless. It's a cute idea though. I guess you can use it to shuffle stars, I guess. Just pretty weak. Right, she actually has the best single target defense down in the entire game. by volume. So on turn 5, rank 10, it will actually be a minus 50% defense down. Pretty interesting. And even on... it always starts from 10 though, and then the scaling basically kicks off. So the first 2 turns, it's pretty underwhelming. Starting from turn 3 and onwards, it's actually starting to be pretty considerable. But this is the only thing it does, so I don't know how good it is actually. Having a 5-turn defense down is good though, even though the first turns are not that big. It's a good skill. It's a good skill, but is it anything insane? Probably not. Passive. Wow, slightly better than Beowulf. Has 3% buster up instead of 1. Wow. So I guess E- is 1, E is 2%, and E plus is 3. Wow. There you go. Hey, it's better. MP. AoE Buster. Has a normal effect, additional one, where she reduces the crit chance of all enemies by 20% for 3 turns. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. And then the... yeah, this is useless. It's just burn. Weak. Weak. Dots. Weak. Now, I feel like most people use Chacha as a farmer, right? I used her as well in JP until I hit Bond 10. She's a pretty okay farmer, I feel like, actually. Also, keep in mind, free MP5, which, you know, adds to it. She's pretty good at farming, I think. And being a berserker means she is pretty, has a lot of use. A lot of people are saying C's, huh? Interesting. Yo, chocolate chips. Thanks for the tier 1. Brand new tier 1. Welcome to the Gal Gang, my dude. I think I should at least place her in C+, though. Just because she has decent farm potential. Yeah. Yeah. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Alright. Chiron. Oh boy. Here we go. Wiki does not want to autofill. There we go. Chiron. Definitely not a day 1 servant. Attack. Pretty decent. Not bad at all. Numbers. Can do, or rather deck first. Can do a full arch chain with MP. Hit counts are good. Hit counts are good. His MP can overall, definitely above average. The top side looks good. It looks nice. He gets this a seal of approval. First skill, his defensive option. Mind's Eye True. Which is a 1-turn evasion and 3 turns of defense up. For someone who is actually commonly used as a support, this is a good defensive option. I actually prefer that he has defense up instead of fake for crit damage. I definitely think this is the better skill to have on someone like him. It's the 6-turn cooldown, so it's nothing crazy. It's a standard, but it's a decent defensive option. Now, his other 2 skills. We got his second skill, party-wide crit damage up for 3 turns, 50%, very good. And a star bomb for 1 time, 15 stars up too, good as well. And the merit is also very negligible. It's just 500 damage on self, which cannot even, you know, you can't even die to that, so it's negligible. Great skill. Great skill. 5-turn cooldown. Really nice. And even if you're not using this as a support skill, I mean, you probably are, it still works for himself as well, being an archer. Keep that in mind. Because you can actually use him both as a DPS or a support. He's very flexible. His third skill. I mean, Rainbow is not my favorite effect, but this is good in the sense that it's targeted. It's nice. You get that leniency. And it's up half the times because it's a 6-turn cooldown and 3-turn effects. So, would I prefer a single card type? Possibly, with a higher effect, of course, but it's not bad at all. I think a lot of people think this is his best skill, where in reality, this is truly his best skill. This is much better than what this is, but it's nice. Again, it plays into that support role. It's a good skill, still. Obviously. Magic Resistant B is not bad. Independent Action A is good, and Divinity C is a nice bonus. And his MP. Again, very good. He's like this offensive type of support. Removes defensive buffs before damage. This means stuff like evasion, invul most notably, will not be able to block his MP unless they're unremovable, of course, but it's a nice normal effect to have. It just adds to it. Damage is not the... I mean, it's just the base damage for an Arts MP. It hasn't been buffed, so don't expect miracles, but the OC is also nice. Crit chance down for 3 turns. Is not as high as Beowulf, but 20% on base is still good. It's just a great MP. And again, can enable Arch chains as well. I love Chiron, what can I say? He's a great backliner, he's a great support, he's a decent DPS as well. He's just... he's like a jack of all trades in a good sense that he can actually excel in all of those roles as well. He's gonna be at least an A+. He's just so solid. So solid. You cannot go wrong with him. He fits in so many team comps as well. Like, just one of the better 4-stars in the game still to this day, I feel like. I might even, depending on what we place here later, I might even consider this. Like, he's just so good. But for now, I'll leave him at A+. I picked him with my free ticket in JP 2 years ago. No regrets. Just great. Alright. Mochizuki, Assassin, Arts Assassin, 8.5k attack, not good. Compare this to Carmilla, yeah, not good. Can actually do an Arch Chain though, that's nice. For MP gain, it's alright. It is alright. I think it's about mediocre maybe, but at least she has a 3-turn Arch buff, which helps with the MP gain as well. It's not bad, but I guess it could be a bit better. The deck is fine itself, with the double arts to go with the arts MP. I honestly wish she was triple arts, just to get it, because clearly she wants to loop, right? I think she's kind of meant to be a looper-ish servant, but yeah, she can still do a decent job at it, but I wish she had a triple arts deck instead. Anyway, skills. Chance, base, seal. It does go up to 100%, so it's still better than Benkei, although I guess this is only single target, but 5-turn cool. I mean, MP seal is good, but if it's the only only effect on your skill, it's a weak skill. It's a weak skill. The effect is good, but it's just weak. Second skill, you get the nice 3-turn 30% arts buff on a 5-turn cooldown. Even if there wasn't a second effect, this would already be a good skill. Decent, definitely. The second effect doesn't even add that much. Let's be real. You get curse on normal attacks. It's very easy to activate, obviously, because all of these cards, plus your extra, a lot of people don't realize, but extra also counts as a normal attack. But it's 500 damage for 3 turns, so it's a tickle. It's just a tickle, but I guess it's a bonus. Third skill, her defensive option, but it's also slightly awkward in the sense that her battery is also here. I wish this was like hit-based evasion. It would make it slightly less awkward. It's a good defensive skill though, but much like Hokusai, I think this is actually identical to Hokusai's evade, just a different name, but slightly awkward, but not terrible. Having a battery though is still nice, of course. Presence consumed A+. I think she has a decent star generation potential, not as good as some other assassins, but it's okay. And then her MP, single target damage, no buff, the base damage. Skill seal for 1 turn is actually okay. It can actually be very useful. I still prefer MP seal in most cases, but skill seal is not a bad debuff either. And of course, crit chance down for 3 turns. There's a lot of variance in this. We saw 30%, we saw 20%, but this is a 10% base, sadly. It's still better than, let's say, like Curse or something. Of course, I still think Dot is the worst you can have. But crit chance is good, crit chance down is good. Sadly, it's just 10%, but it's something. Good MP, I would say. Good MP with the effects. I just don't think she's as good as like Shiki or Carmilla. She's not bad, but maybe like here. She's decent. She's decent, but I just think Carmilla and Shiki are quite a bit better. I think she's B, honestly. Because she has a standard kit, but she kind of has all the tools. Just needs a little... I think she needs a buff. She has the tools, but the tools are not strong. basically. Yeah, but then again, there's not a lot of amazing 4-star single target assassins, so I think placing her in B in that sense is also pretty fair. I might do it later, Jordanian, yeah. I might do it. Alright. Kirke. Or Cersei. Whatever you want to say. I used the Japanese pronunciation. Deal with it. Alright. 8.6k attack. Not very amazing. She's a single target caster, which is nice. Single target DPS caster. Those are very rare still to this day for some reason. Her deck is slightly awkward because she has a Buster MP and she still has the standard triple arts caster deck. So she cannot do a full Buster Brave Chain. So her damage actually gets slightly lower because of that, but it's probably not a huge difference. MP gain is okay, not bad. Also having, again, keep in mind the more arts cards you have, the more chances you have in participating in arts chains as well. So by proxy of having more arts cards, that regardless of the numbers of the hit count and the MP gain, it still adds to your overall MP gain due to arts chains being a thing. I guess her MP gain is not that good, huh, overall? No, now that you mention it. It's probably weaker than a lot of other casters, though. But at least, you know, there's this to help. So, goes a bit overboard, but why not? It's, if you have more than MP1, I guess, you know, it's insurance against drain. But let's be real, if you use this, you're probably MPing on the same turn anyway. It's just a massive battery with a long cooldown. It's good. Enables black rail and whatnot, I guess. But it's not as good as Sanzang, though. I think Sanzang only scales up to 80%, but she has at least gets MP damage for the turn. So I think I actually prefer that. But it's nice. Alright, enemy AoE defense down and poison for 3 turns, 5 turn cooldown. Downtime is nice, poison is pretty useless, defense down. It's just a standard scaling of 20% on AoE. It's okay. Just very basic. Very, very basic. Third skill. This is her unique skill, I think. Well, I think this is also unique. So, party star generation. Really weird. It's like Sanzang. Why do they have star generation as casters? I mean, I get you maybe if you run like an assassin with them, but how often would you run an assassin with casters? It's weird. It's 50%. Party debuff removal is nice though. If anything, this is the main meat of the skill. 6 turn cooldown though. Nothing crazy. Just pretty awkward. I mean, I guess her having a triple arts deck works for her passive. So there's that. And then debuff success chance, I guess, is good because of these. And then I believe this can also be resistant, so it helps this too. Yeah. So, yeah, speaking of that, her MP, single target, Buster, no buffs, just the base damage. Another critical chance down for 3 turns. Sadly, only 10%, much like Mochizuki just now. But it's good. It's a nice effect. This is good, though. There's some certain enemies that you can't pigify, but you can pigify like at least 80 or 90% enemies, I think. So, that's good. It's just done. On 100% base chance, so it's good. Very good. Overall, I would say her MP is actually very strong. It's not the most hardest hitting thing out there, but it's effect-wise, it's good. It's like a really solid MP. Now, Kirke herself, again, looking at the kit and all, she's not crazy. But the fact that there still aren't that many single target casters kinda makes it so that I will probably give her a slightly better rating than what her kit would suggest. If single target casters were a lot more common, she would probably be in the average tier. But I feel like she should be at least in like B, just because there's not that many single target casters on all rarities, not just 4 stars, like all rarities. There's 2 5 stars still to this day. EMIYA was the last one to be added, and that was like 4 years ago. What are you doing, DW? What are you doing? But yeah, I guess caster shooting is now a thing, so I think I will just leave her here. She's of course a decent option if you need that single target caster, but just very basic. Good-chan, one of the latest to be added to NA. Everyone's favorite assassin. So, AoE Buster Assassin. Terrible attack. almost as bad as Saber Lily. And the fact that she's an assassin makes it even worse. Garbage tier. Garbage. Alright. Her MP gen is actually good though. I've used her here and there. She actually has good MP gain. So that's nice. So she's like a mini Cleo when you think about it. AoE Buster Assassin, and both have decent loot potential despite being Buster Servants. So that's nice. Definitely not comparable to Cleo though. Not even close, but you know, a mini Cleo. Mini Cleo is still nice. Kit is, deck is fine because of her Buster MP, enabling a possibility of a full Buster chain. I like that. Skills. She has a lot of unique skills, right? Which is this is the first one. So MP gates per turn for 5 turns. Up to keep in mind it's a 5-turn cooldown. This is good. This is great. This is a great skill. It's basic, but it has a full uptime. Granted, it's removed, but it's still potentially 100% uptime. And that's nice. It's not groundbreaking, but it 10% is 10% MP per turn. On top of her already good MP gain. This just helps. And then debuff immune for 1 turn can be useful, but in most cases it's probably too early to get it. At least if you use this on turn 1. Maybe if you use this on turn 6, this could be a bit better, but yeah. It's just good. Now this was buffed, her second skill. It now has an attack buff, which is nice. Again, sadly, attack buffs on her are not the most valuable because her attack is already pretty low, but it's nice. So she gets HP per turn for 5. Again, another 5-turn effect with a 5-turn cooldown. So you can keep healing every turn as well. It's nice. And now I mean, they can't really make this 5 turns as well. Otherwise, the demerit on her MP is kind of pointless. But yeah, you get the buff removal resistance, which is pretty vital for her. At least it's 3 turns and not 1 turn. Thank God for that. So on max rank, it means that your MP actually will not fuck you over as long as you have this active, which is nice. And then attack buff for 3 turns, 30%. It's good. It's a standard, very good 3-turn effect for attack. 30%, that's what you're looking for. Good skill. Good skill. And then her third skill is the exact same as Carmilla has, right? I think it is, yeah, it is. Okay. So again, it's okay, but I feel like she's kind of overkill. I mean, I guess because of the lore, they want to give her vampirism, but it's just kind of overkill. I don't think Carmilla definitely likes this more than she does, I think. Presence Concealment B. I mean, actually, her Buster has decent hit counts, and Buster can still star generate, so it's okay. And then the MP. Oh boy, the MP. Oh boy. Ooh, remove some debuffs first. Very nice. Free debuff cleanse. Love that. Remove some buffs. Activates first. Yikes. Yikes. So if this is not active on a turn 10 or rank 10, you're gonna be sad. You do get this though. I think this happens every time because this happens after the buff removal. So you do get this huge, but you always get a free mana burst no matter what. Which is nice. I feel like a lot of people will discount this. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you do get this right no matter what. So keep that in mind at least. Then also ignores defense. Good. And then, you know, a bonus curse, I guess. Why not? Doesn't hurt, but who cares? Damage is somewhat weak because it hasn't been buffed, but yeah, with this and maybe if you get to keep your other buffs via this, yeah, you can do some damage. Just slightly gimped, just, you know, slightly gimped. But at least the free mana burst is nice. I don't think she's as bad as people think though. I don't think she's nearly as bad. I would even place her like here or here. Maybe even here. Like, she's good. I think she's good. Just situational. She's actually not bad at all. I told you, she's a mini Cleo, and Cleo is already, in my opinion, the best AoE assassin in the game. So I truly believe that she actually is not that bad. Like, having, like, even if you, I mean, sure, this sucks in the sense that not because of the attack buffs. This sucks if you lose like a lot of defense buffs. Then it's pretty awkward because you're kind of vulnerable. But the attack buffs are not that big of a deal, I feel like. But it is a big demerit. Let's not kid ourselves. It is a big demerit. I think she's fine. I think she's fine. which again might be a shock to a lot of people. I think she's fine. Maybe will be moved later, I don't know. I just think she's good. If she was day 1, she'll probably look a lot worse. Thank God she's not. Alright. AoE Assassins, anyone? More. Buster even. Danzou. Has a much better attack. Still nothing crazy, but it's like 1.2k better or something. So that's good. Right. Buster MP, right? So she has the same deck, right? I think it's the same deck as Kuchan just now. So yeah, can do a Buster Chain. That's okay. MP gain is not that good though. Danzou does not have a very good MP gain. I wish she had all these battery skills instead. That Kuchan has. Her MP gain is, it leaves you wanting more basically. It's not bottom tier, but it's not that amazing either. With crits in Chem, you can get some decent gains though. With like a lot of other servants. Alright, first skill. This is a good skill. You get 3 turns of Buster and Quick up 30%, 5 turn cooldown. It's basic, but it's solid. Basic and solid. If this was day 1, this would be like 20% up on both. On maybe like a 6 turn cooldown or something. So this is okay. It's nice. Now, this is the interesting part of her kit. She has 2 very similar skills. The first one is targeted 1 turn evade with 45% star generation up on the target, 6 turn cooldown. Now the second one is the exact same thing in terms of the effect scaling, the second effect, and the cooldown, but instead of evasion, it's invul. So she's like a bodyguard. But of course, you can use them on herself too. So she's like a really safe DPS. I feel like if she was single target, she would be better. Honestly, I think Mochizuki and her should have been the other way around. I think Mochizuki should have been AoE and Danzou should have been single target. I think they would both be better off that way. So it's pretty awkward. Because again, when you have an AoE servant, I mean, of course you can bring AoE to challenge quests, right? But a lot of times you do prefer single targets because you're obviously not going to be fighting like AoE every single time. But as a farmer, she's not good. I feel like her MP is kind of weak. This does help. They actually have buffed her MP, so it's good. Also, does this happen? I don't remember. Is this before or after damage? I feel like it would say if it was before. If it's after damage, that's kind of sad. But at least she did get the damage buff, of course. And if you do happen to fight demonic, yeah, then you will do good damage. Absolutely, then you will shred. But if you're not gonna fight demons with just this and assassin as your class with not a very super high attack, she's in a really weird spot. I feel like I don't know what they kind of want her to do. I still don't really understand what her main role is supposed to be. She's kind of all over the place. She's like Chiron, like a jack of all trades, but she's not like a really good in any of the roles she's, you know, supposed to be used for. This might shock a lot of people, but I feel like I would actually place her way below Kuchan, actually. Yeah. She's not bad, but if she was welfare, I would probably bump her up a bit because she would be free MP5, but she's just weird. Kind of weird. Alright. Deon. One of my personal favorites. So I'm gonna try and be unbiased because I actually really like using Deon. So, Saber. Tank Saber. Not a lot of tanks in this list. 8.7k attack. Not too bad. I actually like it that she has more HP and less attack. Because, again, she's a tank. Or he, whatever you want to say. He, she, does not matter. But, yeah. 13.2 is actually pretty decent for a tank. It's good. Kit. Buster Arts starts quick with an Arts MP. So, again, can do an Arts chain if needed. The MP is not the greatest they're out there, so it's not like a huge deal, but MP gain also is it's about average, I would say. Day 1, as always. Weak hit counts, but could be worse, I feel like. Nothing great, though. Much like Chiron, mind's eye true. But yeah, it's just a great skill to have on someone who's a tank. Because obviously you're going to be taunting a lot, so yeah, it's good. It's a good defensive skill for someone like that. Self-suggestion A, it's actually decent, because you do get, it's a 5-turn cooldown, and you do get 100% debuff resistance for 3 turns, so over half the time, quote-unquote, you should be debuff immune. It's not immunity, of course, because if debuff resistance down happens, it will, of course, lower this number by a flattened amount, but it's kind of nice. And it starts with making sure you remove the existing shit first, so it's a decent skill for a tank, absolutely. And then the taunt. A 3-turn taunt is very good. I feel like a lot of people don't realize how good a taunt can be, especially if it's on a character that is actually a tank. It's very good. And now, if you're gonna taunt turn 1, obviously the heal is kind of wasted, but chances are you should get at least 2 rounds of taunts out of him. So then the second time around, the heal will actually have an effect, which is nice. Again, very nice synergy on the kit. This is a great tanking kit. Definitely can keep your other dudes alive. I can tell you from experience. I like to use Deon in a lot of challenge quests. Magic Resistance C. I would hope for this to be a bit higher, but at least, you know, there's still this, so it just adds a bit of insurance on top of this in case the debuff resistance down stuff happens. Riding B, well, doesn't really matter. And then the MP used to be hot garbage. Now it's still pretty hot garbage, but it's cute. Again, the charm chance, you can basically forget about it. It went from 10 to 30% base, so you're still most likely going to miss those charms. But it still has a chance of landing, because it's AoE, especially. But if anything, I just wish this was better scaling, right? Maybe leave it at 30% for MP5, but maybe start from 20 would be cool. So, because it's an MP after all, right? Not a regular skill. But of course, attack down is nice for a tank. And defense down helps your DPS. A pretty weak MP, but meh. You just use Deon for the tanking. Now, I have to be really unbiased here. I actually think he's just a great tank. But I don't know. What do you guys feel like? Like, he's actually a very good unit. I feel like so many people don't realize that he's actually a good unit. He's just a better George, when you think about it. And George is already good. He's just a much tankier George. I kind of feel like it should be at least B+, maybe even A. Like, again, call me biased, but just a very great tank that can delay effectively so much while your other 2 units get free reign. Like, you can use someone as squishy as like a Berserker and still be scot-free. Like, it's good. Ishi, make up your mind. Well, it doesn't help that in my own language, my mother language, there's actually no gender, so I keep going back and forth with Deon. I'll leave him, whatever, in A for now, but maybe here later. We'll do a recap later. Alright. Diarmuid. Saber, Diarmuid. Wow, is this attack that low? Oh, dude, I was like, what the fuck? That was Lancer. Holy shit. I was like, no way. That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, wiki is pretty slow right now. Come on, load the page. Oh my god. I was like, what? That looks a lot better, okay. Dude, 10k attack is good, actually. That looks so much better. Okay, now we're talking. So, single target quick saber. But here's the thing. This is going to be a dilemma, because we're going to have a lot of single target sabers on this, and most of the 4-star single target sabers are actually really good. So I'm going to have a hard time placing them. Diarmuid is actually pretty good as well. So 4-star single target quick. Can do a full quick chain, that's nice. The deck itself with the MP gain hit counts is good. It's good. I feel like his MP gain is actually not bad at all. It's probably not as good as someone like Okita from a single target quick saber perspective, but he's definitely not, you know, having issues. So yeah, for 4-star, this is good. It's a good package right here. Now his dodge or his defensive option, which also is a DPS skill. Again, pretty awkward. But, like I told you earlier, some one-turn evasion and invul effects are the better versions where the cooldown is only 5 turns instead of 6. So he has one of those better ones, being a kind of new servant. So, great, 5-turn cooldown on the evasion. Love it. But yeah, this is awkward. Because you kind of want to use this on an MP turn, right? But it's going to be hard to time it in most cases. It's a good skill. Even as a defensive option, it's even great, but it's just slightly awkward. It's still a very nice skill overall. Second skill makes him a crit servant. You get 3 turns of nice absorb, making your crits that much more consistent. And a one-time decent star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown on a 3-turn effect. This is good. It's solid. It's basic, but it's solid. Third skill, 3 turns of 30% defense up on self. That's good. And 3 turns of 30% MP gain on self, again on a 5-turn cooldown. Much like every single skill he has. Somewhat basic, but they're all very solid. He just has a good kit. Like, actually a good kit. Good. Magic resistance A+ is good. And then riding B, very nice. Especially with the MP. Yes, yes. Good. And then MP has not been buffed to this day, but it's still good. I mean, insta-kill is... I mean, I said earlier that Dot is probably the most useless. I mean, arguably insta-kill is the worst, so... Yeah, his OC. Whatever. This is nice, but much like Musashi, he suffers from the same thing, that this actually happens after damage. But it's still a nice thing to have. If this was only damage and insta-kill, basically King Hassan, it would be one of the worst MPs in the entire game. Like King Hassan has. But at least, even if it's after damage, it's still nice to have. Because again, you can still do damage, let's say, if they don't have like these 3 buffs. And then you would remove the others after. So, yeah. He's good. Dude, he's really good. I feel like he's like here. But again, this is gonna... Because I will be doing some comparisons. It's gonna be hard, because so many of the 4-star single-target sabers are actually really good. So I think I'm gonna start with an A on him. Maybe even A+. No, because his MP is somewhat... I wish his MP was a better. He would probably be here otherwise. So I think I'll start here. But depending on where I'm gonna place the others, we might move them around a bit. Alright. He's very good though. You can't really go wrong with any of the at least a lot of the 4-star sabers. Wiki, you were drunk. Can you suggest? I guess I have to search myself. Alright. It's being slow today. Edison. 4-star AoE Arts Caster. Very low attack. Holy shit, I did not realize he has that bad of an attack. Wow, that is terrible. That is terrible. Thomas the Tank Engineer. As for his deck, it seems like he would have a great MP gain. He actually doesn't have that good. It's decent, but it's about average. The numbers look better than what they are. He actually does not get the most MP generation from his attacks. But it's not bad. And I like the fact that he obviously has the normal caster deck. On every arts caster, I just want to have the arts deck. So, overall upstairs, especially due to the attack, meh. Now, he used to have morph only, which is again not a bad skill necessarily. It's still 3 turns of decent defense up, but they did buff it. So now it goes up to 30%, but it's also targeted and skill cooldown reduction. That's good. That's really good. That is so rare, and it's a very strong effect. 5-turn cooldown. Super strong. Really good. I can't wait then when this buff happens on it. I think it happens soon. I don't remember when, but I think it's soon. It's very good. Second skill. It's a pretty cute combo. You know, there's 2 5-turn effects, which are nice. 10 stars per turn and 10% MP per turn. But it's a 10-turn cooldown. Yeah. I don't know about that. That's a yikes. Like normally, if you have like a 3-turn effect on a 6-turn cooldown, that's, you know, half uptime. I mean, when you look at it, it's half uptime here as well. But the longer the gap is, the worse it still is, right? So it's a decent skill, but the cooldown should not be this big. It's not that good. It's not that good to warrant this huge of a cooldown. It's just okay at this point. And then more gimmicks. So he reduces cooldown, but he also overcharges an ally by 2 times. And then also increases their star generation, I guess. So I guess best case scenario, give this to a quick MP with a good hit count. Otherwise, the second effect is pretty useless. 6-turn cooldown sucks though. I don't know why it's 6-turn. It should be 5 in my opinion. It's still a 1-turn effect. You can't even like, you know, delay this. You have to use it immediately. So 6 turns is kind of overkill. So yeah, mostly awkward, but this is a great skill. Now he has his fake EX skills, which are actually D rank. So sadly, only 4% arts up and 4% debuff success rate up. But you know, it's something. His MP wasn't the greatest, but now it's really good. It's so good. Like, not only does it have an increased damage, look at this. Skill seal, MP seal, AoE, 3 turns crit chance down, 3 turns attack down, AoE. This is like so much utility. It's insane. Like, his MP is so good. It sucks that it's 1 hit, so obviously looping is not possible. But Jesus, this is a strong ass MP right here. Now, this is what a good MP looks like. Yeah. And he's not even chance based. I'm actually kind of surprised. I was expecting these to be like 60% because he's actually year 1/year 2, so yeah. He's in an interesting spot. He's like he's like kind of like Caster Gil, where he's half DPS, half support. With the buff to his morph. Is he here? He has a lot of good stuff to offer on the table, honestly. And his MP is strong. He's strong. He's not groundbreaking, but he's a strong servant, I would say, honestly. It's not bad at all. With all the buffs he's had, it's like Beowulf. He's not as crazy as Beowulf, I think, in what he does. But I feel like he's underrated, honestly. Dude, this is gonna take ages. Anyway. Dude, can you suggest shit? Okay, here we go. EMIYA Alter. Oh boy. Attack. Okay, so first of all, single target archer. Attack is I wish it was higher for an archer. So there's that. Kit is fine. His MP gain is actually not that good. In fact, I believe it's actually pretty bad from what I remember using him. His hit counts are good, but his MP gain numbers should... I know why it is. The reason this is so low is because his MP has a fucking 10 hit count. Which is sad because it gimps his cards. It definitely gimps his cards a lot. So his MP gain is like a bit... it's like less than average, sadly. But his deck itself is fine in terms of the cards and the hit counts, I feel like. Alright, his skills. He's one of those servants where they were experimenting with a lot of these... attack-based buffs. So his first skill is actually insane for the duration it's up. You get 50% defense up for 3 attacks, or if 5 turns is over, and 500 flat damage cut for 3 attacks on a 5-turn cooldown. When you have this up, you don't take any fucking damage. You don't take any damage. Maybe from MPs you do, but goddamn, this is yeah, bulletproof indeed. But it's obviously just 3 attacks, so it can actually fade away pretty quickly. But the cooldown is still pretty short, so it's actually a great skill. It's still a great skill. Rainbow, gotta have rainbow on EMIYA, I guess. Yeah. Honestly, in a lot of cases, it's a worse version of Mana Burst, right? Because these are all 1 turn. Like, let's say you have MPAA, you would definitely want 50% arts. Like, these others would be just wasted. It's a bit more lenient in your card chains, because obviously that's the dream scenario. But in a lot of cases, it's just worse than Mana Burst. It should be way higher than 30% for a one-turn effect. Meh. And then the other 3-time skill is his third skill. Again, it's a good number of attack, but it's 3 times. Keep that in mind. It's very fast and easy to consume 3 attacks. So you gotta be careful with this. But the good thing is that it actually lasts for 5 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. So you can always just pop this, basically. Maybe sometimes you want to save it if you know you have like a great MP turn incoming. But you can kind of keep it up, at least. There's no really harm in it. But yeah, this is his best skill easily. It's just an insane defensive skill. Magic Rest D, whatever. Independent Action A is nice. And his MP has actually been buffed. Actually does a shit ton of damage. If you ever used him, you know his MP can do a lot of goddamn damage. And it also ignores defense buffs, which is nice. Now this sucks. I hate this. It used to be even worse, but it's still 80% on base. Drain chance. Again, this can fuck you over. If you have to rely on this, it's gonna be the worst feeling in the world if you whiff that. Why is not 100%? I guess because it's an OC effect, it has to have a scaling. But why not make this a normal? They should have. Okay, they like with Orion, right? I think Orion had this, but then they made it a normal effect and changed this to like crit chance down or something, which was that was the correct way to do it. If this was a normal effect and he had like a crit chance down, his MP would be god tier. But now, why? It's annoying. But overall, his MP is still a very hard hitting MP, which is nice. 10 hits is cool as well. He's a good DPS. Who's actually pretty durable as well. He's good. He's good. He's solid. Nothing groundbreaking, but he is solid. If you need a DPS and, you know, I don't know when the next ticket happens, he's not a bad choice. In fact, 2 years ago, remember when I said I picked Chiron with my ticket? I was between Chiron and EMIYA Alter then, but I chose Chiron. You'd say at least A. Do you think he's A? I guess, you know what? Yeah, because again, this is not a vacuum review. With some good supports. Yeah. You know what? Fair. If Stolf is A, he's EX. Yeah, but the thing is, Rose, I'm trying to place these based on what they do the best. Stolf would have been like D tier before his buff happened, but now he has a massive battery, which makes him such an easily enableable farmer, basically. Like, he's so easy to enable. EMIYA Alter, not EMIYA Alter, Assassin. Oh boy. Oh boy. I do Sage, yeah. I guess it still doesn't want to suggest stuff. Or now it does. Alright, Kiritsugu. Definitely the weakest of the EMIYAs. And it's not even close. Not even close. Attack. Not too bad. But again, he's also an assassin, so it does get a bit lower because of that. He's one of the rare instances where he actually has 2 different MP gain stats. One for his no-face cards and one for his MP. His MP has so many hit counts. If this was his MP gain on his MP, he would be looping solo. But they had to gimp it because, yeah, interesting. You can still make him loop, but it's going to require a shit ton of work and Casturias. That's the fun part. Alright. Arts MP, single targets, double arts. Can do an arts chain. That's nice. Again, I kind of wish he still had triple arts. They should have just committed to full arts. It's kind of nice that he has the really insane 6-hit buster and 8-hit extra. So even if you just lead with arts on any kind of brave chain on him, you can still get some decent stuff happening. But even so, his MP gain is not that good. In fact, this is much more better for star generation than MP gain, if anything. Despite being mostly arts, he actually can generate a lot of stars, which is cool. He has your arts mana burst, and for some reason it's 40%. I don't know why. I guess the reason is because unlike Buster, Arts also has the, you know, it also MP generates, I guess. So maybe that's why it's slightly lower. Meh. It's something. It's his burst. His unique second skill, ignore invul for 3 turns. Could be good. Crit damage, self 3 turns. Up to 50%. That's not too bad. It's a 5-turn cooldown as well. This demerit actually is not that big. It's annoying, but could be worse. It's actually a pretty decent critical crit skill. Not too bad. He just lacks the absorb mostly. But at least, you know, he has the star bomb here, and then he himself can also generate a good chunk of stars, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue that he doesn't have a high absorb. And yeah, then of course his targeted taunt, which can be a really good thing to have. Like, it's very good utility. Absolutely. Because he himself, as you can see, lacks a hard defensive skill. So let's say you're fighting a boss and the boss is single target and he's about to MP. So you just throw this on one of your dudes that actually has an actual defensive skill and you're golden. Get some stars as well as a bonus. It's not bad. This is good for the aforementioned star generation being pretty decent on him despite being mostly arts. This is nice, I guess, for his crit gameplay. Yeah, why not?
Hi.
No, Ta, thank you for the 17 months. Big 17. Damn. Welcome back to the Go Gang, my dude. Thank you, thank you. His MP actually hits pretty hard. They even added ignore defense buffs on his MP. And this is what I mean. This is what EMIYA Alter should have also had. Guaranteed rain, and then something like crit chance down here. So his MP is actually really, really good. High base damage after buff. Guaranteed rain. Good utility. Great against bosses. Like, this is basically a god tier anti-boss MP. It's very good. I don't think he's still anything crazy good, but he's far from bottom tier. Can I place him in B? I wonder. Carmilla is in A, so maybe that's fair. Okay, I guess I can. Okay, now I have to decide Mochizuki and him. Which one do I prefer, or do I think they're about the same? That's a hard one. I think because of his damage potential, I should place him in B. But do I move Mochizuki or do I keep her in B as well? I wonder. Yeah, the targetable taunt is nice utility, yeah. Carry is better. He might be, yeah. I feel like both have good potential, though. Honestly, I'll move Mochizuki here. It's not a huge difference. It's like a half a tier, but yeah, that's probably it. Alright, then we got Mr. Original. Day 1 EMIYA. And despite being day 1, unlike the other two, he's the best. He's the best. Alright, so AoE Archer, depending on your skill, Buster or Arts. Attack is pretty good. It's nothing crazy, but it's decent. His MP gain is pretty good. Pretty good. Definitely above average. Also having a triple arts deck helps in participating in arts chains. This used to be like super awkward because, like, again, he has a Buster MP, right? Well, nowadays it's a bit more complicated than that, but yeah, helps with his MP gain at least, which is nice. So despite being day 1, he's upstairs doesn't look too bad, especially nowadays. His defensive skill is Mind's Eye True again, much like we've seen a lot, Chiron and Diarmuid. So yeah, it's just a basic, decent, solid defensive option. This is the 6-turn cooldown, of course, so it's okay. And then this used to suck. Like, you just got self-star generation. Oh boy. Like, the difference, like, not only did this get like over 3 times better, he gets 3 turns of 100% crit damage. Like, I seriously don't understand this buff. I still think this buff, to this day, is one of the craziest buffs in the history of FGO buffs. This and John MP mainly. It's stupid. It's like, this is clearly early game. Now, they overshot so hard, but obviously they can't go back because they can't do that. So yeah, it's amazing. This is arguably one of the best crit skills in the entire game. It's busted. Half the time you have it up. Cool. And the star generation is great when paired with his MP as well. Alright. Used to have a, you know, Arts Mana Burst, which was terrible. Then he got a Rainbow buff, which, you know, at least his is 40% compared to 30 on EMIYA Alter, so it's slightly better, but still nothing crazy. But then they gave him another buff. The only skill in the game that has been buffed twice. So now they also increased the number, so now it's 50%. So now it's just a better version of Mana Burst in every way. But that's not the big thing. The big thing is he can do an Arts MP for 1 turn. And it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. He has an MP gain of 0.5, and his MP, even when you do Arts, it has 10 hits. It remains unchanged. This is by far the best looping MP in the entire game of any servant. Yeah. Magic resist D, nothing crazy. Independent action, I mean, it's just something on top of this. And then, of course, his MP. Oh, yeah, let's look at the buffed versions. So, yeah, of course, also buffed. Good. Ignores defense buffs. Decent base damage. Reduce attack. You know, that's not too bad. It's okay. Then the arts. They just changed the number to arts, but that's not the thing. The thing is, he can self-loop with no issues. He is ridiculous in this state. Especially even with 1 Castoria. Or whatever. He's ridiculous. He's a crit god and a loop god. Anywhere under EX would be a crime. Would be an absolute crime. He's better than most 5 stars in this game. And I am actually standing behind that. He's actually better than most 5 stars. You heard me say that. Better than most. He's ridiculous. He is arguably the best 4-star in the game as well. If you don't count Mashu. Alright. He's broken. Alright. Then we got Fion. Let's go. Grand Lancer. 8.9k attack. Not too bad. Not too bad. His MP gain is not good though. It is not good. If you've ever used Fion, you know his MP gain is pretty underwhelming. Low hit counts again. He was released the same day as Beowulf, I think. I wish he got as much love. I mean, he has still gotten a lot of love, and he's actually pretty good nowadays. But, you know, more could be nice. Anyway, skills. Oh, he's also capable of a full arch chain with his MP, having an arch AoE MP, which is nice. So, he used to have, again, much like EMIYA, just self-star generation with clairvoyance. But he has a different version. He did not get crit damage. He gets a utility one that expands to party and also adds MP generation. This is good. And again, makes Saber Lily look even worse. She has 3 turns of AoE MP gen for party, and it's 20%. This is more, and you also get star generation. Wow. Fun. It's a good skill. It's a good skill. Then, this used to be pretty damn terrible, but they buffed this as well. The worst part about this skill was the ridiculously high cooldown, but then they reduced it by 3, which is good. I mean, it's still kind of sucky because it's his defensive option, but at least the dodge won't be RNG if you max the skill, which is nice. So you will guarantee evade. It's just on lower ranks, you know, praise RNG, I guess. Then you get a taunt, you know. Goes well with evade, needless to say. And the buff also added a battery to up to 30%, which is nice. There is the demerit that you reduce your own charm chance, but I don't think that's really, you know, that's not a big demerit though, so it's fine. It's a good skill. Now it makes more sense. Also goes into his looping / farming playstyle, which is nice. And then he still has a Arts Mana Burst. which is something. Just basic, but not too terrible. Alright, Magic Resistance B is okay. Divinity D is a nice bonus. And then his MP has also been buffed. Good base damage. Mental debuff immunity for 3 turns is actually no joke. Especially with the demerits. Like, even if you reduce your charm resistance by 80%, this gives you immunity for charm for 3 turns, among other debuffs. So, that's a pretty nice normal effect. And then a pretty weak AoE attack down, but it's still better than like insta-kill and dots, so yeah, it's not too bad. Now, I think a lot of people still hate on Fion too much. He's actually pretty good. Again, after 3 puffs, you would think someone is good, and he actually is, so I would probably place him in like B+ at least. He's also a pretty good farmer. Looping is not the easiest with him, but it's also doable. He's good. He's maybe even A, honestly. Yeah, but I feel like I'm stacking A, but maybe it's because of the alphabetical order as well. Like, he's good. He's actually good. I guess it depends on where I'm going to place a lot of the other 4-star AoE Lancers as well. He actually might go up later. I think I'll keep him in A for now. He actually might go up later. Yeah, once we get more comparison. You know? Yeah, alright. Ooh, next one is a bit of a sad case. We got Fran. She definitely needs more love, I can already tell you that much. So, quick AoE Berserker. Also has a gorilla deck, despite having a quick MP. Hit counts are terrible. MP gain is even worse. Like, absolutely terrible gains. She's basically a prime example of a generic berserker who has terrible gains. I guess it's sort of nice when her hit counts are low, because then the MP gain number itself goes up, which does kinda enable looping with MP, but it's not easy. It's not easy though, right? Attack is fine though. It's okay. Skills. Galvanism. Well, again, helps with the MP looping, I guess, but interesting. Downtime is not bad, but if you're not gonna MP, this does nothing. This does nothing. It's just pretty useless. Her gain is that bad. This was buffed. It's still sadly a RNG stun, but the defense down is higher though. It's a very, very small buff. It just increased the defense down by 10%. And it's a 1-turn defense down on a 6-turn cooldown. RNG stun. It's not as bad as a Astolfo stun, I think, because of the 2-turn lower cooldown and guaranteed defense down, but it's not good. It's not good. Third skill, Overload. Definitely one of the weaker MP like burst skills. 30% MP damage for self, and then you get 5 turns of burn. Very weak. Super weak. Bad skill. Should not exist. Madness Enhancement D actually has some value, because again, she has the full gorilla deck, but it's just 4%. Her MP has been buffed, so it actually does a good amount of damage though, so that's nice. But then there's this. So unless you have, you know, you do counter like play for this, looping with her is gonna be insanely difficult. It's very annoying. And not only, like, this is dumb. This is way too high of a demerit. Like, only it's a self stun that prevents a ideal buster like Brave Chain, but also it's 2 turns. How? 2 turns is ridiculous. I think Tammy Cat also has that, right? But it's ridiculous. That is absolutely dumb. That is way too high of a demerit. This is cool though. 20% crit chance AoE down for 3 turns. That's fine. But yeah, way too big of a demerit. Just yikes. I don't know, I feel like Fran is like somewhere in here. I don't really see anything besides like big damage from these two. Just big damage and that's it. Just... yeah. Mainly a worse Tammy Cat post buffs. Yeah, I feel that, I feel that. She needs more love. But luckily, I guess there's, you know, the next one, which is Frankenstein Saber, who definitely does a better job at what she's doing than what Fran Saber is doing. So, Saber, 9.3k attack. Not too shabby, could be better, but could be also worse. Full, well, not full, but can do a quick chain with her MP, single target quick MP, by the way. Hit counts are good, MP gain is good, so yeah, especially if you use the first skill. Oh boy, gains are real. So yeah, upstairs looking pretty decent. Not too bad at all. Not too bad at all. Much better than Berserker already. So, Summer Galvanism. The only annoying part is that you actually need some MP gauge to use this. But holy shit, you get up to 80% MP gen for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. The gains are so unreal when you have this active. Like, actually, unreal. So yeah, it's a pretty good skill. Just a very annoying demerit. I mean, it's absolutely worth the loss, but sometimes you just start the battle with like 0%, so it's annoying. But you can play around with your support picks and your CE picks and whatnot, so it's not that bad. Right. Another demerit. Definitely not as big. It's just 500 damage to self, basically 1 tick of Black Rail. But it removes one enemy's buffs. Buff removal is big. Very big. And then it reduces their attack by 20%, which is also nice. Good anti-boss skill. Good anti-boss. And third skill is her DPS skill, basically. Self-attack up 3 turns, 20%. Self-MP damage up 3 turns, 20%. And a burn. So yeah, this is just a better version of Overload that, you know, Berserker had. Is it great, though? It's okay. It could be better. I feel like this wouldn't be broken if these were both 30%, honestly. But at least the downtime is fine. It's just okay. Magic resistance Z, pretty unfortunate. Riding EX, huge. And no one even cares about the Madness enhancement on her, honestly. This one is the big one. And then her MP has not been buffed, but it's still pretty good. So it's a pretty funny MP. You basically have 2 different stuns on it. So with the target you attack, you have a base chance of 60% to stun them, and then the target you attack gets this clock debuff, and after that turn is over, they have a 20% chance to stun all enemy except the dude you attacked. So it's interesting. In most cases, it's obviously gonna whiff, but at least you have a decent chance to stun the guy you're attacking yourself. So overall, it's a pretty weak MP, I would say, but it's cute. But considering how often she can MP, it's not bad at all. They can't really make the MP that broken because of how good her like MP game potential is. Although, like I said, there's a lot of good single target sabers for 4 stars. I think Fran is slightly lower than the better ones, but she's not bad at all. Do I think she's as good as, like, Diarmuid? That's a hard question. That's a hard question. I feel like Diarmuid is just slightly better. So she might be B+ in that sense if Diarmuid is an A. I think Diarmuid is just slightly better. He's just more consistent. What do you guys think? It's not like Fran is bad, of course, but I think Diarmuid is better. He's very good in CQs. I mean, so is Diarmuid. Yeah. Again, depending on... once I place more, we might shift some around. But for now, I think I'll place her just below Diarmuid. We'll see. Alright. Fujinon. Oh boy. One of the rare 4-star limited collab ones, including Mew, or well, excluding Mew, that actually is pretty good. High attack. Very high attack for a 4-star. That is good. 10.2k. Oh yeah, single target Buster Archer if you're curious. Can do a full Buster chain, which is nice, especially because she has a Buster buff. Good. MP gain On base, it's not amazing, but again, she has 3 turns of MP gain on her skill, which actually makes it pretty good. On base, it's about, you know, average, if not slightly higher. It's nothing crazy good, but it has, with her skills, it actually becomes way better. I actually like her deck as well, the BBAAQ. I think it's the ideal deck for her playstyle, so that's good. I like that. So overall, pretty good upstairs. Pretty good. Skills. This is a great one. This is a great skill. It's nuts. 3 turns, self-buster up. 35%! That is way higher than normal. Way higher. Usually it's 30% at most. There's very rarely do you see these go up over 30%. This one does. It's nice. Ignores defense for 3 turns. Can be very useful. And there's the MP generation for 3 turns. 30%. 5 turn cooldown. Great skill. Very strong skill right here. Second skill. She ignores defense. Now she also gets ignore evasion for 3 turns. Interesting. She's very, you know, can be used in a lot of different bosses, I suppose. And a star bomb, which is cool. Again, synergizes with MP generation. Her being an archer is also nice. It's just good. Also has crit damage here. It's not bad. It's an okay skill. Also 5 turn cooldown is not too bad. So good uptime on the ignore evasion if it's needed. Third skill. Very good. This is a great skill. This, again, for someone who doesn't know much, this might look like a bad defensive option. It's actually really good. The demerit sucks, yes. It's max HP down for by 2k for 3 turns. It's pretty sizable. But in those 3 turns, you get up to 2000 damage cut. If you're not getting hit by MPs, this is a ridiculously high damage cut. This means that you will, in a lot of cases, actually take 0 damage from face cards from enemies. And if you do take damage, it tends to be very minimal. It's crazy. I guess if you're fighting sabers, even if they crit, they actually might do 0 damage. It's ridiculous. So trading 2k HP for 3 turns of bulletproofness, it's worth it. And then you also get a guts. It's a pretty weak guts because it's a 1 HP guts 1 time for 3 turns, but it's nice. This is the, like, this is anti-face card, this is anti-MP, and a 5 turn cooldown means it's very strong. Good. Overall, her kit is very solid. Super good. For a 4-star especially. Alright, magic resistance D, nothing crazy. Independent action A+, very nice. Especially because she has a star bomb and a pretty high natural absorb as an archer. Territory creation is actually pretty good. Definitely also helps with the MP generation, as I mentioned. And her MP is good. It actually doesn't do that much damage, because again, it hasn't been buffed. And even on high MP levels, the damage isn't that great. But it's somewhat often usable. And the effects are good. You get a buff block on the enemy. Buff block is a very good debuff. Very good debuff. 1 time for 3 turns. That's good. And then attack down. Again, not the highest scaling, but it being 3 turns is still fine. So it's a good MP for boss killing. She's just really good. God damn. Just very good. I think she's at least like an A+. It's just very good. Hey, Lunars. Oh, did someone tell you? Yeah, I commissioned for a new one. No, dude, fuck, Lunars. I hope you know it's nothing against you, but I just wanted to update the stream a bit. I, of course, love you, man, and I appreciate the earlier layout as well. But I wanted a new look, basically. You guys think it's EX? She might be EX, honestly. I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna revisit this again once we place more archers. She might be, honestly. She's just very good, though. Could use a bit more damage, maybe. Gawain. Yes, it was a commission. The artist that does all my emotes. Gawain. Is this the first roundtable night? I mean, I guess you can count Artoria. Oh, you know what? Fair enough. Gawain. AoE Buster Saber. High attack, actually. 10.1k. Full gorilla deck. Also Buster MP. Yeah. Mr. Gorilla himself. Right. Hit counts are terrible, and his MP gain... I mean, it's a good number, but with his hit counts, don't expect miracles. His gains are actually not that good. Definitely not that good. Overall, he's pretty fine, though. Again, good. The upstairs is very good for damage, though. Very good for damage. Now, his fun little unique skill. He gets a 20% flat attack buff for 3 turns, which is, you know, eh. But then, if you have sunlight on the map, you get a 3-turn buster buff of 30% up to. Is very good. And a 5-turn cooldown. So if this is active, then it's a great DPS skill. Is a great DPS skill. Second skill. Used to be a shitty charisma. Now is a much better. Like, it scales better. That's not the big part. The big part is you get sunlight for 1 turn, which means you get this for free. And if you've noticed, the best part is they share a cooldown. Wow. That's really good. That's super nice. Very consistent. Gotta love it. He gets a lot of damage. A lot of damage very easily. And third skill. Now, this is super awkward. This is what I was talking about earlier. Like, this is the weakest guts in the entire game. It's a one-time, 1-turn guts. That is very weak. But then you get a small star bomb, and then you also get your MP battery. But it's so awkward. It's so awkward. Like, let's be real. You're not gonna use this for the guts ever. You're probably gonna rely on your supports to actually save him, which, you know, fair enough. Because again, you would probably run Merlin with him quite often. Merlin with Gawain is actually really, really strong. Yeah. So you're probably not gonna get use out of the guts hardly ever. You just want this stuff. But yeah, this combo is now very nice. Gotta love it, right? Gotta love it. Magic Resist B is not too bad. Riding B is, you know, pretty useless. And his MP, which actually hasn't been buffed. But you know what? It's okay. At least it has an AoE skill seal. Burn, you know, who cares? But skill seal can be good. His damage potential is good. Now that he has this, makes him much more consistent. He used to be pretty, you know, not that amazing, but this was a pretty big buff, I feel like. Just being able to always enable this when you know, use this is big. Because this is a big buster buff for 3 turns. So with someone like Merlin, he's actually pretty good. I feel like he's at least B+, maybe even here. I don't know, actually. I don't have the most experience with Gawain, but he's just very good for damage. Like, very good for damage. What do you guys think? Probably the best SR Saber Wait, Saber Lancer? What do you mean? Like, he's good. He's so consistent now. It's just the only thing I don't like, that his MP doesn't have buff yet, and his third skill is very awkward, but actually very strong in terms of damage, though. He's not as good as, like, I guess Saber Alter is here. You know, he's probably better, right? Yeah, he's probably better. Fuck, should I? Maybe I should lower Saber Alter then, I don't know. But then again, she's also a good farmer, so no, I don't think I should. 'Cause, like, I think Saber Alter is maybe a better farmer. I think they're both decent at it, but he's, like, better otherwise. But again, he's not even a bad farmer. Like, despite his MP not having a buff, he himself has so many buffs on his kit. It kind of makes up for it, so... yeah. Maybe I'll leave him here. Yeah. Especially if you pick Merlin with him. Oh boy. Oh boy. Caster Gilgamesh. Oh boy. AoE, arts, DPS. Slash support, I guess. Attack? Oh, he's much better than Edison, I guess, but it's still nothing to write home about. Much like with Carry, he has 2 separate MP gains. Because again, his MP would be ridiculous if it was... they had to cut this in half. So he doesn't, you know, get the freest loops ever. It's still okay, but yeah, understandable. I love his deck. Because, you know, triple arts to go with the MP. And it works with supports as well. And his arts cards are insane. 5 hits is ridiculous. Ridiculous. His MP can overall is actually good. It's not insane, but it's good. It's good. God damn it. I see you guys. First skill. Party critical star generation for 3 turns. Very high scaling. For some reason. And it actually works for himself too. Like, despite having an Arts MP, like, Arts has a terrible star generation. But when you have this up, and you have an MP with 10 hits AoE, you will still create a lot of stars despite it being Arts. Like, you will still do it. So it's an okay skill, because it also works for himself. You probably won't be using it too much for your other teammates though, but he himself can actually make use out of it. God, my throat is getting dry. Alright, second skill. Charisma A+. I mean, it's charisma. There's not much to say about it. It's very basic, but at least it's not an E rank. It's actually the highest rank I think there is for basic charisma. There's no EX charisma, right? I think A+ is the highest there is. It's still... Don't be fooled. It's still not an amazing skill. It's nice that he has all this AoE utility, but it's not an amazing skill. Much like this is not an amazing skill either. This is easily his best skill though. Party-wide 3 turns, 30% arts. Fat. Very, very fat. Super good. And I guess this is cool as well. Debuff success rate for 3 turns. Kind of works for himself too with the defense down on his MP. And half the time this will be up, so that's cool. Good. I'm still so confused. Why does this have a 7-turn cooldown when this has a 6-turn cooldown? If anything, they should be the opposite. But of course, for us, it's better because this is a much better skill, so I'm not gonna complain, but I'm just kind of confused. Alright. More debuff success rate on passives. This is huge. 10% arts up. Permanent. Huge. Divinity B+, always nice. Divinity is never like groundbreaking, but it's always nice to have. It's just extra damage for your base card, face cards, that is. And then his MP. The buffed version of his MP. So base damage is nice. You get party defense up 20% for 3 turns on a normal effect. Huge. Huge. And after the buff, it also gives the party crit damage by 30% for 3 turns. Also nice. Considering, again, after this MP, you're probably going to have a lot of stars in the following turn. So, yeah. And AoE defense down on enemies. Starting from 20%, which is pretty good. Pretty good. So, yeah, this is a very, very, very strong MP. It's like Edison MP in a way, that they're both very strong. They just do different things. Very nice. He's really good. I mean, you all know it. He's just very good. I think he's like here. I'm not sure if I can place him in EX, but like he's just very good. He's like Charisma A+, right? Yeah. Can work as a support, can work as a DPS. So in that sense, he's very similar to Chiron when you think about it. Yeah, can't go wrong with Caster Guild. Alright, Gorgon. Ooh. Interesting. Gorgon. Avenger. Wait, how many Avengers do we have? Do we have any others? Do we? Lobo, right, Lobo, okay. AoE Buster Avenger. High attack, very high attack in fact. I mean, of course, much like Berserkers, Avengers always have high attack stats, so yeah, it's to be expected. But yeah, this is a very high attack for a 4-star. I actually did not even know that she does not have a gorilla deck. This is actually a surprise to me. Interesting. But she can still do a Buster Chain with her MP. Despite having 2 arts cards though, her gains are still not that good from what I remember using her. Still not that amazing. It's not terrible. Yeah, it's a 5-hit arts, but sadly the number is pretty low, but it's okay. Like, I guess it could be. I mean, if she had 3 busters, then it would be a lot much worse, but yeah. Overall, I would say it's actually pretty okay, especially in this. Like, this is crazy. Not bad. But then we get some of the weaker side, I guess. Alright, so monster strength. I mean, this alone was already much better than Stall's, but they did buff it as well. So now it's again, it's a really interesting numbers. It's increase own attack for 4 attacks or 2 turns, whichever happens first. It's still the same 50%, but at least it's not 1 turn anymore. And Buster Absorb. So yeah, any hero creation EX. Okay, not bad of a combo, I guess. It's a decent buff, I would say. Then her defensive option. I guess you can maybe count stun as a defensive option as well. Maybe stun is like utility more, but yeah, defensive. You get the guts. 1 turn, 5 turns on a 7 turn cooldown. It's pretty much the basic. And then you also get some crit damage, which now actually does something. Before this buff happened, she had a really hard time getting crits. But now that she has this, I mean, granted, it's still 1 turn, sadly. But at least she will have pretty consistent burst turns with that. So it's not... This is now better than what it used to be, clearly. Third skill is her Mystic Eyes. The stun scales even up to over 100%, which is, you know, you get a little bit more, you know, insurance in case, you know, debuff resistance is there. So that's nice. 6 turn cooldown, and actually that bad for a stun. It's actually okay. So, yeah. It's just a stun, but... For a base stun, I think it's one of the better ones. It's definitely one of the better ones. Nothing crazy though, but it's nice utility to have. Because it can buy you time, basically. Then, the only passives she has are the 3 Avenger passives, so... More MP gen on damage taken, and then the other party members get debuff resistance down. This is never really that big. This is just... If anything, I feel like it's better that this wouldn't exist. Because I think the demerit is bigger than the merit. But whatever. This can be cool. Because again, now she can crit more consistently. And then she gets the MP per turn. She actually has a high rank of self-replenishment. So yeah, that's not too bad. That actually helps, considering her MP gain is not the best there is. And then her MP used to be a wet sponge, honestly. This did no damage at all, but at least it has been buffed, which is cool. And they even increased in, again, it's like BB. Party MP gauge. It's not 20% like BB, but 15% is still pretty good, considering it's AoE. It's like better than some of these self-replenishing ones that start at like 10%. This is AoE, which is cool. Curse is pretty useless though. I feel like they should have ditched Curse and then put this on the OC, where it starts from scaling at 15%, maybe 20, 25, 30, 35 or something like that. Yeah, why not? It'd be cool. Alright. She's not as bad as she used to be. She's actually not that bad, I guess. Interesting. Again, especially if you're gonna run her with Merlin, much like with Gawain, and now that I'm not doing a vacuum review, I should consider free support picks. It will actually elevate her potential. She's actually, like Jordanian said, she's probably pretty good for like boss rushes. Because again, being an Avenger means that you will at least do neutral damage on everything. So you won't be like struggling with weak hits, I suppose. And her attack is also very high. She's probably at least here. After all the buffs, honestly. Maybe even here, just because she seems like a very decent all-rounder, basically. Just very useful. I think B+ might be fair after every buff. Yeah. Just because of how versatile she is. I probably wouldn't use her for farming, but against, like, bosses? Seems pretty useful. Not too bad. Helena, starting with Summer first. Archer, AoE arts. Attack is decent. Too bad. Deck can do a full arch chain with her MP. Again, I kind of wish she had 1 quick and triple arts instead. I think that would be a lot better. But oh well. Her gains are actually... they're okay. I've used her quite a bit, actually, during summer events. They're decent, but just not crazy good. They can be pretty good, though. So I think she's like average to good on MP gain. So not bad. Honestly, the upstairs themselves, minus... I mean, I would still prefer to have a triple arts deck. It's not too bad. But, you know, she kind of has other issues, I guess. But looking at here, doesn't look too bad at all. You know? Alright. Skills. Party Battery. So this is basically just better than Caster Helena. Because I believe Caster Helena only has this. but this adds 5 stars every turn for 5 turns. Although I think this has a longer cooldown because of this, so arguably, I don't know, is this better? I get this this is probably worth the merit of the cooldown from what I remember. 8 turn cooldown though. That's a pretty yikes. That's a pretty yikes. It should be 7 or 6. Maybe 7 with this and then 6 for caster. I don't know. It's okay. It's good for farming. So there's that. Increases on damage, so this is basically divinity on crack. But how good is it? I don't think it's not as good as people think, I feel like. Like, this does not affect MP, if you didn't know. Flat damage up does not affect MP, for instance. So it only affects your face cards. But the guaranteed rain, I think this is actually the nice part of the skill. Guaranteed rain is always nice. Why not? It's just that it's kind of a weird skill. I don't know. 6 turn cooldown. Probably should be 5. Eh. It's okay. And then I wish this was 3 turns. So 1 turn arts buff for herself. It's 40%. This is basically a better version of Magecraft because they always seem to go to 40%. But this also gives you a 1-time debuff immune for 5 turns. And the cooldown is still the same. So it's like a better version of that, but I don't know. Is it that good? I wish it was 3 turns. Overall, her kit is fine. It just feels a bit too basic. Yeah, Drain is ST, yeah. Magic Resistance C. It's okay. And then Independent Action C is, again, it's always just a nice bonus. For some other archers, it's probably better because they're more crit-oriented, but it's always just a nice bonus. And then her MP, which has not been buffed. This is a wet noodle. If you have ever used her, you know her MP actually doesn't do a whole lot of damage. And the defense down and debuff resistance down are, of course, after the damage as well. There's no other normal effects either. It's a pretty weak MP. It is a pretty damn weak MP, in my opinion. They should start the scaling from 20%, considering she doesn't even have any normal effects. Definitely could use a buff. If they ever buff this, I feel like it would actually help her quite a bit. Like, just an MP buff. Like, increase these values, maybe add a small normal effect, and then do the standard buff. I think she would be so much better. But right now, she's good for, like, some farm setups with this. But she's just too weak, I feel like. Like, just too weak. I think she's, like, here. Maybe. Yeah. Not bad, but just a bit weak. Just doesn't really bring too much to the table, I feel like. I feel like she's better than D because of all the utility she has, but again, if her MP had that buff she had, she would at least be on B. At least on B. Maybe even B+, depending on what they do with it, but I feel like that could actually help her a lot. Alright, Caster. Caster Helena. Attack. I mean, it seems like casters just don't have a high attack in general, and this seems to be on the better side, so that's not too bad. She actually does have the full arch deck, which, you know, makes sense. Which is nice. Definitely like that. Her MP gain is, it's okay. It's not too bad. It's actually pretty good. Especially if you manage to land some crits. Pretty good.
2 more months for the Grail.
2 more months for Grail, huh? Indeed. Thank you for the 10 months, Saber. Welcome back to the Gao Gang. Yeah, so not too bad. I like this. And yeah, this is the this does not have the stars per turn, but the cooldown is 1 turn lower, I guess. But I think the stars per turn version is still better. But I mean, you're probably gonna use this once anyway, so especially in that sense, it's better. All right, so she does have stars per turn on a second skill, which is the exact same effect: 5 turns for 5 turns, or 5 stars for 5 turns. This is dumb though. I don't understand this. This is so weird to me. So this is like you have a not only is it chance based, the MP damage, but it's a 1 turn buff. It's so weird. Like, it's actually a pretty considerable buff. It's 50%, which is like a full mana burst for MP. But you usually want to use this turn 1 to get stars, right? But unless you're gonna MP with her turn 1 as well, if you do like a 3 MP setup, this is usually wasted. Or you could, I guess, ignore this and just save this for this. But even then, it's never gonna be guaranteed. It's so weird. It's still only gonna be up to 80%. I don't know. And how the fuck is this 8 turns on cooldown? I don't... If this was 5 turns, it wouldn't even be broken. Like, if this was 100% uptime, it's 5 stars per turn. That's not even broken. Like, we saw Guchan earlier, who got 10% MP per turn permanently on 100% uptime. Like, what the fuck? That's so much better. How is this on an 8 turn cooldown? Goddamn old game design. Anyway... Then she has the Rainbow AoE buff for 3 turns. This is one of the rare instances where the Rainbow is actually not that bad, because it's 3 turns, and because it's AoE. Because the 1-turn buffs are awkward because of the reason that you're restricted by your hand, right? And in a lot of cases, 1 or 2 of these buffs are completely wasted for that 1 turn. But as it's 3 turns, you will actually probably get use out of all of these buffs. So it's not that bad. It's considerably better than 1-turn rainbow buffs. Again, 7-turn cooldown though. It should be 6. Why is it 7? Why? Why is it 7? She has way too long cooldowns. It's so weird. Goddamn early game design. Like, I think the best buff Helena could receive is not even new effects, but lowered cooldowns. It's weird. I don't know. Oh yeah, the scaling is fucking weird. It goes from 15 to 20, but it is AoE on 3 effects for 3 turns, so I guess that's why, but it's kind of weird. Alright, this is great. 10% arts up, nice. And debuff success, I guess, is a nice bonus, because again, her MP has debuffs, so yeah. Now, her MP is actually much better than Archer. Not only does it do more damage because it's buffed, it also ignores defense buffs and has the same 10% defense and debuff resistance down, but also crit chance down. Like, this is just like 3 times better than Archer is. Archer needs the same buff, if anything. If Archer had this buff, she would be better. Much better. Helena, despite, you know, issues with cooldowns mostly, and this being super awkward, is still a great unit. She's at least a B+, maybe even an A. Like, she's still a great unit for setups and farm. Well, probably that's about it. I don't think I would use her outside of farm and, you know, some setups, but... could still use some love from DW, honestly. Is she an A? She might just barely be an A, honestly. Just because of, you know, how much she brings to the table, I guess. Great for new accounts. Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, of the AoE casters, I think she's on the better side, so I think A might be fair. Because again, how many great AoE casters do we have here? There's Nidochris, there's... I don't know how many great ones. I think A is fair in terms of that. Alright. Herc. Hercules. Alright. Very high attack. It's like Gorgon. Super good. MP gain sucks, but no one cares when it's Herc. He has very terrible MP gains, but yeah, full gorilla deck is very nice because, you know, res red, enemy dead. Definitely his motto. MP is single target buster as well. Works. Yeah. Upstairs for what he's supposed to do is actually good. It's good. Now, skills. Skills. High attack for 3 turns. And then this is whatever. It's nice to have, but it's really about this, so that's good. 5-turn cooldown is nice. A pretty decent DPS skill. His dodge. I mean, is if you can create it, you can get some bonus value, but it's just it's just 1 turn of delay, let's be real. So it's okay for that. And then Guts used to be, you know, fine. Because again, it's just 1 more turn. But the fucking Madmen buffed it. Why? Why? Why did they buff it? They buffed it. He has a stackable Guts now. Why? It's so ridiculous. And not only does he have double Guts, he also gets a buff when it's activated. Again, this doesn't activate on every Guts, by the way. It has to be this Guts in particular. It doesn't work with his Bonsi, so those have to happen first. But still, it's just bonus. Like, it's ridiculous. Why? He can live for he lives for way too many turns. He's too safe for a Berserker. Then this is great. This is great. And then his MP. I mean, it's like the most basic MP there is, but considering how ridiculous he is otherwise, and yes, this I will actually consider the existence of the Bonsi, because that's only fair. If you have the you know, servant, you will get the Bonsi. So he might have been like here with Bonsi before the Guts buff, but after the Guts buff, he's ridiculous. He's ridiculous. Wait, does it actually works with his... Oh, it works with every Guts? You're fucking joking me. You're joking me. Oh my god. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. EX, you'd be a crazy person not to play Submit EX after that. Oh my god. That is ridiculous. Alright, the second Avenger. Alright, we got Lobo. Again, high attack, as you would expect from an Avenger. It's good. Single target quick MP. So capable of a full quick chain. That's cool. His MP gain, I think, is maybe slightly better than Gorgon. Actually, maybe Gorgon has a better MP gain. I actually don't know. Despite him only having one Buster card. I think Gorgon... Because she has 2 5-hit arts cards. Of course, her MP gain is worse in number. But I think overall, she actually might have a slightly better MP gain. Lobo doesn't have a terrible MP gain. It's actually okay. But it's not great, I feel like. Overall... I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Would I like a triple quick deck instead? Probably, yeah. Over one of the arts cards, probably. But, you know, this is not too bad either. In fact, I think I would even prefer a second Buster over an arts card. Maybe. Alright, this is his only defensive option. You get... It's also a DPS skill. You get a lot of Absorb, but is it enough? It's still not gonna guarantee you crits. Because again, you're working with 29 base, so 1200% is not going to guarantee you stars, even on rank 10. But it's going to help. And then you get 40% defense up. Sadly for one turn though, but 40% is still good. But considering it's his only defensive option, it's too little. Like, it's too little in my opinion. He's so fragile. But again, I am now considering the existence of other supports. So... in terms of like support pick, so that does help him. He will get help because he definitely you're not gonna run him with DPS basically. Well, I did on randomizer, but that's because he's randomizer. But you need supports with him basically is what I'm trying to say. Monster Strength B is not as bad as they come because at least this is 2 turns, but it's weak. Like a 30% effect should be 3 turns, and even then it's the only effect. So this is a weak skill. But it could be worse. It could be Astolfo Monster Strength, I guess. Then his third skill is good. Insta-kill resistance down, no one cares. It's a shitty stat, because insta-kill sucks. Attack down is nice, though. Sadly, it's 1 turn, but it's 30%, so it's not too bad. But it's buff removal. Buff removal is always nice. It's good. It's nice utility to have. Can be very... Can even make or break some runs. I'm not even joking. Good. So it's a pretty decent skill all around. 5-turn cooldown is not bad for a buff removal. And then of course he also has the Avenger passives. That's negligible. This is not as good as on him as on Gorgon. Even though of course he does have a 1-turn absorb. But I feel like Gorgon makes more use out of this. And he has a slightly lower rank of this. But it's still more or less the same. And his MP actually has been buffed too, which now deals a pretty considerable chunk of damage. You get the ignore evasion before damage for 1 turn, which is nice. And I guess this doesn't really matter if this activates first or not, because MPs obviously can't crit, but, you know, I guess this also activates first. 20% self-crit damage for 3 turns. It's something. Was it the buff I would have given him? Probably not, but, you know, it's a bonus. And then insta-kill chance, meh, is pretty useless. But I feel like he's not as good as Gorgon though. I think he needs more buffs. They should buff this. Like with Gorgon, they should buff the monster strength. He's like here, maybe. It's not bad, but B at most, but... Okay, you know what? With Scotty, probably B, you know? Yeah, okay. I could see that being the case. But still, not as good as Gorgon. Maybe even half a tier between them is too unfair for Gorgon, but at least she's above, so... There's that. Dogo is a good boy, at least. Ibaraki. I guess we got Banana, like the non-summer version first. Single target Berserker. Everyone's favorite banana. 9.6k attack. I wish it was a bit higher, but it's not terrible. But for the Berserker, I kind of wish it was a bit higher. Full gorilla deck. Easy buster chains with MP as well. MP gain is well, for a Berserker, again, it is what it is. It's not great, but if you have a decent turn, you can have some, but it's not going to be consistent. It's not going to be consistently good at all. But you can have an okay turn or two for that. But again, you're not really expecting like great MP gain for a servant like her anyway, so it's fine. I don't think it's some huge demerits. You just want damage out of these guys. You know how it goes, so that's fine. Overall, not amazing, but pretty good upstairs. First skill, AoE team party attack. 3 turns. MP damage, 3 turns. But that's self-only. That's the thing. The MP damage is self-only. So it's just a better charisma when you think about it again. Nothing crazy. Just middle of the road, I would say. It's nice for her own burst, though. And because it's 3 turns, it makes it a bit more lenient. Which is nice, so the downtime is not that bad either. But just mediocre, I would say. Now, they actually buffed her not too long ago in 5.5, right? Yeah, so she used to have normal disengage, which wasn't great. At least she has another defensive option, but this used to be like, eh. But now, look at this. There's a lot of stuff. So, they add a lot of stuff, but now it's also targeted. So, targeted buff removal, and of course the heal is also now targeted. And it now also gives the target up to 100 crit damage for 1 turn. Hero creation, anyone? And if you have Shuten Doji characters in the field, be it caster or assassin, they get a 3-turn attack buff up to 30%. All of them, which is, you know, cool. And if one of them, just one of them is alive on the battlefield, Ibaraki gets a 20% battery. That's a lot of stuff they added, I guess. Yeah. Ibuki 2. I don't know. Does, you know what? Let's check. Category Shuten. Does she count? She does not count. Ibuki does not count. It's only the Shutens. There you go. It's pretty nice. Small hero creation. They definitely want to pair her with Shuten. And then Morph, which is actually not a bad thing. Because for that 1 turn, you get 60% defense up. And then on the following turns, you still have 30%. And it's a 5-turn cooldown. So honestly, I think Morph gets a bad rep. Where it's actually, at least the high ranks, they're actually good defensive skills, I feel like. Yeah, so it's not too bad. It's okay. This is great, obviously. And then her MP is sadly removes buffs. It removes buffs after the damage. But if it's something like Guts, then it doesn't matter. Because, you know, they would still die. But if it's something like Invul, then you're fucked. And defense down for 3 turns also after damage. And it's only 10%, so that's not very high. And it's never been buffed either, so don't expect miracles for damage either. But honestly, again, just a solid DPS. You're not going to expect miracles, but you can expect some solid DPS, I feel like, if you bring her. Like, just a durable, pretty risk-free, solid DPS Berserker. B for banana. B+. Like, just solid. You can't really go wrong with her. Sure, there's maybe better options depending on your quest, but she's always gonna be fine. You know? Just always gonna be fine regardless. Especially now, if you're gonna run her with, like, Shuten. Alright, Lancer. Summer. Single target buster as well. Does not have a full gorilla deck though. Attack is actually it's slightly lower than average, I think, but at least it's over 9k, which is okay. Kit. Her MP gain is actually really good. I should point that out. She actually has a very good MP gain. Like, and the potential as well is ridiculous. She can go from 0 to 100 with a good Brave Chain. So that's good. She's one of those Buster Servants. And of course, with her MP, she can still, if the cards align correctly, you can do the Buster Chain, which is cool. So, especially in this department, the hit counts and the MP gain, very good. Attack, I would prefer was a bit higher. As for the deck, I think it's fine like this, honestly. I think it's fine like this, yeah. Alright, not too bad. Alright, skills. She has the same skill, but it's a better version, arguably, because the cooldown is also higher. So, it's the same party attack and self-MP damage for 3 turns, but she also increases her own MP gen by 3 turns. Again, a considerable chunk. Especially because, again, the higher your native MP gain is, the better these percentual increases, of course, are. Yeah, so that's good. I think this is still better than the Berserker variant, even if it's 6 turns instead of 5, just because of how nicely this works for her in particular. True, Lancer attack mod is nice though, it helps. Alright, so a different version of Disengage, I guess. So does also remove debuffs, but instead of a heal, actually increases max HP. Now this is basically better in most cases, because this is something you can use on full HP. You can't use, I mean, you can use a heal on full HP, but it does nothing. This you can use on full HP, but of course this can be removed. So in that sense, a heal might be better, but in most cases, this is just a better version of Disengage, but it's still nothing crazy. It's still a very, very basic defensive skill. Just, you know, not that crazy. Third skill, you get 1 turn of Absorb. Again, it's one of those, you know, 1 turn burst turns. Same for the crit damage. I kind of wish the crit damage was higher, though, because it's... Although I guess the cooldown is low, so maybe that's why. Yeah, okay. That's fair. And then, you get the you get a coin flip. You either get 30% debuff resistance for 1 turn, or you reduce your debuff resistance by 30% for 1 turn. Why not? Just some RNG, because... For the sake of RNG, I guess. But at least these are guaranteed, which is cool, because this happens after. Not that it would matter for this anyway, but yeah. It's at 4 turns, it's decent. It's decent. Overall, her kit, basic but solid. It's kind of like Berserker in that sense as well. Yeah, you can use the second skill after if you get the... But again, it's 1 turn of 30%, so it wouldn't even really matter that much. Right, Magic Receives, the basic one, and Madness Enhancement D is obviously not as good on her as it is on Berserker, but her having a double Buster and a Buster MP still, you know, it's nice. Now, her MP, much like Berserker, has not gotten a buff, but it is much better. Much better in my opinion. Ignores defense buffs, which is nice. I mean, this is kind of unfortunate. Definitely makes it so that she won't be making any stars for 3 turns. Well, she will be, but 50% is still... It's a hit. But, dude, the OC is pretty crazy. Base, 30 stars. And keep in mind, again, her gain is very good. She can MP very often. So we'll be getting a lot of 30 stars from her MP. Is good. The one thing I don't like, though, her MP is very weak. It just doesn't do a whole lot of damage. You just have this. In most cases, her MP just doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But, again, she can use it often, which helps. And she even has some crit potential. I think like she's slightly underrated. I acknowledge that she's nothing crazy good, but I think she's slightly underrated. Honestly, she might be the same tier as her Berserker variant. Like, both are just, you know, you get what you pay for. You get a solid DPS for what they're meant to be, basically. Nothing bad. They kind of work differently, but the like the way they deliver is like the same end goal. One is like more MP looping and critty, and whereas one is just, you know, press red and dead. So, yeah. I don't think she's bad at all. The MP gain is definitely nutty. It's nutty. It's so nutty. You should try if you haven't. Right. Ishtar... Not Ishi. Ishtar Rider. Welfare again. Alright, so free MP5 Pog. That's nice. Attack. Pretty good. Pretty good already. Not bad. Quick AoE Rider DPS. Can do a quick chain with her MP. I actually think in her case it's better that she doesn't have a triple quick deck. I actually kind of like this. Her MP gain, in fact, is also good. It's definitely above average. She can, you know, get by pretty well with generating her MP. So overall, I like the upstairs. It's good. It's good. First skill. Very solid. All of these 3 effects are 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, and it's party-wide. You get Buster Up, Quick Up, MP Gen. Now it makes sense it's 20% because of how many there are, what the turn count is, the cooldown. Yeah, it's a great skill. It's just a great skill. Like, just a very solid skill. Esports, by the way, yeah. You can do that. Alright, second skill. One of her defensive options, and also at the same time a DPS option. So you get a 1 attack evasion. Not 1 turn, 1 attack, but it never expires. So you can actually pop this kind of whenever you want. Just whenever you need this crit damage, you should probably pop it. Because it's a 1-turn crit damage buff. For 50%, but it's a 4-turn cooldown, so it's like a cute little, you know, like a poke, and at the same time, you know, a quick dodge. So it's not a bad skill. It's pretty flexible, in fact. It looks more awkward than what it is kind of what I'm trying to say, I guess. So especially because again, she has a different or a second defensive skill in the third one. Sadly, it's not a 1-turn invul though. It is a 1-hit, much like the second skill. But yeah, it's one of these fun skills. So for 1 turn, you get crit damage, star generation, MP gain, debuff resistance, and healing received. And of course, at the end of that turn, you will stun yourself. But there are ways to combat this as well. So this is not the end of the world as a demerit. And especially if you're counting cards, you can actually play around with this if you count your cards. Because let's say you're on turn 2. And turn 1 had like 2 Ishtar cards. Turn 2, you have 3 Ishtar cards. So you know turn 3 is gonna have 0 Ishtar cards. So it's fine if she's stunned that turn, right? So again, there's a lot of ways to play around a demerit like this. Obviously, it might not happen like that, but that is one case where you know it's the stun does nothing, basically. So yeah, it's good. It's a nice skill. Sadly, 6 turns. I feel like this should be 5 turns considering it's 1 attack on the invul and not 1 turn, but... yeah, it's nice. Can make for a very juicy turn, let's just say. Very juicy turn. Riding EX, huge. Absolutely huge. She has very good quicks. Very huge. Independent action A is also nice. Again, she is very capable of critting as a rider. Good. And then the better version of a divinity, aka Goddess Essence, which also increases debuff resistance and tends to have a higher amount of flat damage bonus as well. So yeah, just a great passive. MP, just basic damage AoE, but 1 turn quick up before damage starting at 20%, just good. It's just solid. Like, she's just very solid. And again, free MP5 is juicy. Just super solid. She's at least an A, maybe even A+. I don't even know. She's just pretty good. I think A might be fine though. Just good. Like, there's really nothing too bad about. I can't really think too many negative things. Like, she can take care of herself, and she works great with like supports, and you can esports her. I think I'll leave her at A for now though. But yeah, she's a great welfare. Speaking of welfares, here's another one. John Alter Summer Berserker, single target buster nuke. Attack could be higher, but it's still good. Over 10k is nice. It's not, you know, Avenger Alter levels of ridiculous attack, but it's good. Full gorilla deck, of course, with the gorilla MP. Her gains are actually for a full gorilla berserker. They're not too bad. They're nothing great though, but they're better than most, I guess. So that's okay. But still, I mean, you don't care about the gains anyway. Like, on a servant like her, who's clearly there for just to nuke. Just nuke. Your supports will cover your gains on her. So it doesn't really matter. So I can kind of overlook that in that sense. So obviously the upstairs are, you know, for what she's supposed to do, it's good. It's good. Now, skills. If I was talking about scaling only, she would be E tier because her scaling is fucking terrible. But luckily, it's not all what the skills are about. So her first skill is actually a pretty good one, considering she's a berserker. So you get a buff for 3 turns, and at the you get 1 attack evasion every single turn, which actually adds up. It's good. It adds a layer of safety to her otherwise pretty vulnerable, you know, self. MP gen is there, I guess. Does it help too much? Probably too. Again, the number is not even that high, but it's something. It's more of the day evasion, let's be real. Now, here come the buffs. You get a 3-turn self-attack buff. I kind of wish this was 30%, but then again, she already has quite a bit of buffs as well. And then you do burns on attacks, I guess. Which, you know, not a huge deal. Just, again, it's tickling. It's tickling as a bonus. So this is, as a skill, it's just meh. It's meh. But, you know, the downtime is low, I guess. And then the other DPS skill, which, you know, it's a pretty small mana burst. You get 20% buster up, but there is the 20% battery too, which, you know, helps. Definitely helps. And then the demerit, it's pretty annoying, but it could always be worse. It's not that big, honestly. It's slightly annoying, more annoying because it's on a berserker who are kind of fragile already, but I feel like it's not that bad. This being, I guess it's 6-turn cooldown because of the battery though, but yeah. Like, her kit is actually not that good. It's just that because of the numbers and because of the synergy, it kind of works. But the individual stuff, maybe this is okay, but maybe the others are just not that amazing. This is amazing though. Madness Enhancement EX, like permanent plus 12 buster. I mean, on a servant like her is like a godsend. So yeah, that's good. That's all you need, right? And then the MP, free MP5, of course. Like, it's a terrible MP, let's be real. You only have damage, and then your OC is a burn. Like, this is a terrible MP. But it still does a lot of damage. It still does a lot of damage. You do all these buffs and whatnot with the high attack, especially if you do follow up with the full Buster Brave Chain. Yeah, we're talking like potentially hundreds of thousands of damage. Yeah. So again, she's super simple, but if you're looking for just big red damage, she's like pretty much as high as it gets on the 4-star scale. Let's be real. That's a hard one. I think at least a B+, maybe even A. Like, she's still, like, for what you need her to do, she does well. Could she use more effects? Probably. But obviously does a good job. Okay, so I guess I can compare her to Ibaraki, because Ibaraki is here, and they're pretty similar. Would I prefer her over Ibaraki? I think I just might. And I think half a tier between them is kind of fair in that sense. I don't know. Do you guys prefer her over Ibaraki? But then again, she's free MP5. Not a whole lot of people have like an MP5 banana. So again, I'm not even assuming here that the non-welfares will be high MP. That's kind of unfair. But so maybe in that sense, she would be better. You know, I think I'll leave her in A. I think I might do this. Like, just solid DPS regardless. Might change it later though. Alright. We got a welfare again. Alter Lily. Lancer Buster AoE. Also free MP5, yes. 9.2k attack is actually pretty okay, especially for a Lancer. Not too bad. MP gain is actually bad on her. I know it's bad. I have used her in the rerun and the original of her events. It's not good. Her MP gain is pretty bad. It's not that good. Her, you know, she can still do the full Buster Chain, which is nice. But honestly, I kind of feel like she should have a triple Buster and 1 quick. Like, I don't know. Just, you know, just embrace it, I guess. But... Chacha is terrible. How is she? See? Have you never farmed with Chacha? She's actually pretty decent at farming. And again, I'm trying to look at the best role for the servants and rate them based on that. Chacha is not bad for farming at all. Right. Skills. Saint's Gift. Or, yeah. Do they name it Saint's Gift? Wasn't it Santa's? Am I losing it here? Anyway. So, yeah, she has the worst version. I prefer the one Santa Altera has, which is a battery. This is the same as Santa Alter, which is a heal. So it's not that, you know, good of a skill in my opinion. Meh. Just not that good. She does have a battery though, 20% flat. That helps with her not so amazing gains. And then she gets debuff resistance up to 50% for 3 turns, I guess. The cooldown is actually fairly low for a battery skill, so that's not too bad. It's a pretty decent skill, I would say. It's, again, maybe would prefer to have like one more effect, but it's decent. It's definitely not bad. And then her third skill, which is this the same as Jalter has? I think it is. So yeah, Buster up for 1 turn, 55%, not too bad. Better than a regular mana burst, I guess. Invul for 1 turn, which, you know, there's the awkward part, because it's her nuke ability, but it's also her main defensive option. 6 turn is the base for 1 turn Invul. And a demerit of 1200 damage to self. It's pretty sizable, but she also has a heal, and it's not like she's an Avenger or a Berserker who actually is very fragile, so this doesn't really matter. It's fine. It's fine. It's a decent... I mean, it's obviously better than Mana Burst, that's for sure. Even if it's 1 cooldown longer, just because of the Invul. I guess there's this, but I still think it's better than a Mana Burst. Magic Grisée is nice, or A+, rather. MP, again, free MP5, so it does do quite a good chunk of damage. You get debuff resistance down on all enemies, 10% for 1 turn. I believe this is after damage. It's weird. It's so weak as well. I'm not sure why. But I guess it's just a bonus effect. It's pretty weird though. Alright, then the OC. You get party attack for 1 turn, 10% base, and party healing received 20% base. I mean, it's good for if you want to combo MPs or something. Otherwise, it's just a small addition to face card damage, I guess. I mean, even for MPs, it's a small addition, but... yeah, not that... it's okay. It has a lot of effects, and it's free MP5, so I would say it's still a good MP overall. Yeah. Depending on your comp, you might even get use out of the heal rate. So, yeah. It's fine. She's a decent one, but, like, we have someone like Fion here for AoE Lancer. I don't think she compares. She's like C+, maybe? I don't know. Just because of free MP5 doing decent damage. Or is she C? Because again, I can kind of compare her to Santa Alter, who is very similar, but I think she has a slightly better kit. So maybe she's here. Maybe she's here. I don't think I can put her higher than C+ though. But I think she's definitely higher than Santa Alter at least. You can make her work, but I think there's better options out there. Oh boy, more welfares, and here we go. It's Kintoki Rider. Oh boy, single target quick DPS. Attack is actually very high, 9.8k for a Rider. That's good. It's good. MP gain is very good. It's pretty damn nice. Does not have a full quick or triple quick deck, but again, still can do a quick chain with an MP possibly. I think his deck is fine. I think I would prefer a triple quick, but I don't think this is a bad deck either. It still, you know, works. So, yeah, this is good. First skill, quick performance up 3 turns, 30% does good, and Star Generation actually works really well for him. So this is a great skill for him. Very good synergy. Very small downtime. 50% battery. Yeah, I mean, pretty short cool. I mean, actually a very short cooldown for 50%. So, yeah, that's good. What could I say? And Natural Body A is actually a very weak defensive skill in my opinion. If this was debuff resistance, it would be a lot better, but it's only offensive debuff resistance, so meh, and healing is not amazing. So he has very bad defensive option, but again, you're probably gonna cover that with supports. Divinity C is a nice bonus. Why does he not have riding? What the fuck? I just realized. Why does he not have riding? Interesting. All right, MP, free MP5, massive. It's super. Like this is the single target version of Summer Ishtar. It's just massive damage. That's it. So yeah, he's super simple, but even on his own, and especially with supports, he's nuts. He's nuts. I don't think he's a EX though. These guys are definitely on another level. He's here though. He's definitely here, but I don't think he's here. These guys are another level. Maybe if he had a better skill on his third. But can you compare him to fucking Guts buffed Herc and third skill buffed EMIYA? Can you do that? I don't think he's on the same level. Or maybe I need to put a tier above EX for those two. I don't know. But A+ is still a great rating. Come on, you guys need to chill. You guys need to chill. No, we're still doing all the buffs. Your name. Again, we'll take a look at the list later and see if we shift shit. Alright, we got Kyo. Why did I forget her name for a second? No offense, Kiyohime fans. No riding passive. Yeah. You know what? I guess I'll put him here. He's definitely a lower than they are, but yeah. I mean, I guess he's like probably above these guys, so fuck it, dude. All right, there you go. There you go. All right. I mean, I know how good he is. I of course know it. All right. Kiyohime Lancer, single target, a buster, 8.9k attack. It's pretty okay. Not that good though, but it's not bad. It's okay. Can do a buster chain. It's pretty funny. She has the 6-hit busters. It's pretty amusing. Pretty amusing. Her gains are not amazing, but they're not terrible. From what I remember using her in JP. Just all around pretty average, I would say. In terms of the upstairs here. Pretty average. Not great, not terrible. Skills. All enemies, critical chance down for 3 turns by 30% on a 5-turn cooldown. This is good. I wish it had more effects, but even this is already pretty okay. I feel like people don't realize that this is actually a pretty decent skill. It's actually good. If you're fighting 3 bosses, that was a voice crack and a half. If you're fighting 3 bosses, this actually has a lot of value. So it's not bad. Second skill, buster up 3 turns. Again, we have a lot of skills with 30% for 3 turns, and they also have another, other stuff, but it's still not bad. It's the same as the first skill. I wish it had like a second effect, but neither of them are bad. In fact, they're completely fine. But yeah, I agree. Just outdated. If they released this nowadays, this would surely have more than just a 30% 3-turn buster buff, which is still fine, but it would definitely have more stuff in it if this was released today. Like, remember Fujinon? Yeah. Compare that? Yeah. It's fucking crazy. Alright, Pursuer Love. This is her unique defense down, right? Where they also increase the attack. Again, this is the same as like a torture technique. It's still 30% for 3 turns and a 5-turn cooldown, but it just has a demerit. So it's just a worse version of torture technique, right? I don't get it. It's not that good. Oh, I guess, yeah, you're right. It has a high chance to land. True. You're right. But then again, in most cases, 100% base chance on torture technique is enough. In fact, especially if you're gonna give this to a boss, it can be very scary. You're gonna give boss a 20% attack increase. Damn, that's pretty... I think I would rather have torture technique over the increased chance. Yeah, just a very basic but somewhat solid kit, especially these two. Mad Enhancement EX is nice, definitely. Magic Resist D is low, but, you know, it's there. Damage on MP, never been buffed. Does have a good chance to skill seal, I guess. And then burn is pretty, you know, it's burn. It sucks. But at least because there's this, it's, you know, not a bare bones shitty MP, so it's something. She's very basic. Just very, very mediocre. So here's like Ibaraki Lancer. She might be a full tier below her, honestly. Maybe on a good day here. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe here, I don't know. I think Ibaraki is definitely better though. I think she's here. I think she's not bad, but just outdated. She needs buffs. Buff her. And give her a rate up, because she's the only 4-star I actually don't have. And I'm fucking sad. She's never coming back. Please, buff her and give her a rate up. Please. Make me happy. I don't actually like Kiyo that much, but I just want her for the collection. Alright, Kuro. Very relevant for NA right now. She's right here, right now. Single target Archer. Very nice at that. 9.8k attack is very solid. Super good. Oh boy. Right, so deck. I would prefer if she was triple arch like EMIYA, but it's fine. She still has very nice MP gain. Definitely good MP gain. Well above average, and can still do an arch chain with her MP. So she's like the same as Kintoki in that sense, that neither of them have like triple quick or triple arch, but still are pretty well off regardless. So this is good. She has a much better defensive option though. This is so much better than natural bodies. And it's also a DPS increase. It's nothing crazy. It's just an Eye of the Mind Falls, like, or Mind Sight, whatever you want to say, but it's still much better than what natural body is. Second skill, you know, it's your rainbow skill, but I guess the scaling is just okay. You know, it's your burst skill. Why not? And then you, of course, have a battery too. But in addition to this, like Kintoki, she also gets star generation for by 100% for 3 turns. She can actually star generate really well with this. And I guess this, whatever. This doesn't really matter in most cases. The EMIYA buff success chance. Passives. Magic Receives, whatever. This is nice for crits. And MP, free MP5. Ignore invul on or not invul, evasion on top. High damage. Crit chance down is very nice against bosses. I mean, if I put Kintoki in EX, I can't not put Kuro in EX as well. It makes no sense for her to be below Kintoki. They're either the same, or in my opinion, I actually slightly prefer Kuro, actually. I think a lot of people prefer Kintoki instead, but in my opinion, she's slightly better, just because of the fact... Okay, two things. This is much better than Natural Body, and Castoria is better than Scotty. So in that sense, I think Kuro is better than Kintoki. But again, both are nuts. Okay, Lancelot. Berserker. $10.4k attack. That's nice. Good. AoE quick. Has a gorilla deck though. So slightly awkward on that. Can get a full buster chain from his deck, but not with his MP. Interesting. Kintoki is better because there's a lot more than Archer. Better Archer than Rider. Yeah, that's a good argument as well. So again, that's counterpoints for mine. So I think that still makes it so that they're both in the same tier when you think about it, right? So yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Right, so Lancelot. Again, I'm not gonna consider double Scotty, but I can and will consider one Scotty, which actually does help quite a bit. So his MP gain sucks. It's like so bad. So bad. So he definitely needs help. Deck, I honestly kind of wish he had double quick. But I guess, you know, press red, enemy is dead. It's okay. This stuff is here is okay. It's slightly awkward though. Alright, then his that enables him to actually do some crits, which is, you know, having 6,000% increased star absorb. So what is that? You add 100%, or if you add 1,000% to this, it becomes 100. So he goes to 600 with this. That's pretty good. Pretty guaranteed crits, I guess. And then, I mean, this is useless outside of his MP. This is absolutely useless if you're not gonna MP. I feel like this should have been one turn with a higher star generation, because if you're not MPing, with 30% increase, it does nothing. He has a 5% base, and look at these hit counts. This does absolutely nothing if you're not MPing. It's useless. Good downtime though, I guess, but again, it should have been one turn. The one time I actually say it, I would prefer a one-turn skill with higher numbers, because again, it's just useless. Alright, then his other skill, which is one-turn MP gain up to 100%, which actually is the sole reason he can even loop in the first place. Without that, he would not be able to do it. Or maybe he could, but you would need a lot of help. And then crit damage is nice. Again, good combo with this. So he can actually do some crits. People don't realize that. People only tend to think about the looping, right? But he actually can do some crits, which is not bad. Both of them have a 2-turn downtime and a 3-turn uptime, which is good. Magic Resp E. Yeah, that's not that much, is it? And I guess this is nice because he has the triple buster deck, so, you know, it's something. Then his MP has never been buffed, but, you know, it does some damage. And this is nice. An attack buff for 3 turns that activates before damage. Yeah, especially with looping, it's pretty good. It's pretty good, one could say. Just, again, very outdated. He's so old. He's so old. The day 1. Terrible counts. So, again, I'm not gonna do like a double Scotty Lancelot rating here. So, with one Scotty, how far can you get him? You can still do some crits. Maybe here. Maybe here. I don't know. One of these. Maybe C+. I don't know. I mean, maybe B, just because of he actually having a very short down. If he was like 1-turn pony, he would probably be lower, but he actually can do some work. Yeah. Like, he still has use even outside of looping. Is he the best at what he does? Absolutely not, but he's pretty decent. And B is like just above average, so I kind of agree with that. Lancelot Saber, though. Here we go. Oh boy. Alright, so another single target Saber. That happens to be on the good side. 9.9k attack is nutty. It is very nutty. That's good. His deck is also very nice. Capable of a full arch chain with MP. Single target arch. MP gain is good. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you that. He has a very good MP gain. So, yeah. Upstairs looking very, very good for a 4-star already. First skill, 30% flat battery and a 20 bomb of stars on a 6-turn cooldown. Pretty good. Pretty good. Strong. Basic but strong. Then, while like with Berserker, has the exact same skill. And for some reason, they kept the numbers the same, even though he literally has 10 times more absorb. If you activate this, he will get every star guaranteed. Like, this is actually, I believe, like the highest absorb you can have on a servant. It's dumb. I don't know why they kept it like this. Like, how much is this? This is 6,000, isn't it? Yeah. Wait, no. Okay, 100%. Okay, quick maths. 1,000 would be it is 6,000. Oh my god. It would actually be 6,000 absorb, right? Because yeah, Berserker gets to 600, but he gets to 6,000. Yeah. He's gonna get every star. Yeah, okay. Third skill. Speaking of stars, gets 15 per turn for 3 turns. That's nuts. That's nuts. And then 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Half the time is gonna be up. This is amazing synergy. This is like good. This is so good. It's broken. It's very good. God damn, this guy cannot be stopped. Wow. Amazing crits, amazing loops, amazing everything. Magic Resp B. I mean, of course, he does not have a defensive option, but again, that's where the supports come in. Or Mashu, or whatever. Magic Resp B is nice. Riding B does not really matter too much, but, you know, it's there. And then his MP, you get a nice chunk of 30% arch sub before the damage for 1 turn, and when you use it. And the base arch damage, and this is actually pretty good. This is nice for the face cards, of course, because it's not defense down, it's damage taken plus. So yeah, if you're gonna follow up with some crits, they slap even harder. What can I say? He's very good. I think he's better than Diarmuid. So he's probably here. He's probably there, yeah. Diarmuid is still good. I don't want to discount him, but I think Lancelot is better. Because he's just way too synergetic, and he's not awkward at all. Like, Diarmuid has that one awkward thing with his defensive skill. But yeah, he's just super solid. Can't go wrong with Lancelot Saber. Lunling. One of the newest entries to NA. AoE Arts Support Saber. 9k attack. I mean, I guess is nice, even though he's a support. But, you know, it's nice to have. MP gain for him is actually pretty decent, I think. I haven't used him too much, but it's pretty decent. Not bad at all. Can do a full arch chain with his MP. That's nice. I really wish he had a triple arch. Even 2 quicks would be better. I'm not a huge fan of him having 2 busters, but you know, it is what it is. That could be better in that sense, but otherwise, for what he's supposed to do, it's pretty good. Now, skills. First skill. Stealth invincibility for 2 attacks, 3 turns is very nice. It's lenient. It's good. Meaning you can pop it immediately in most cases. So it's just a good charisma. This is so much better than a charisma. Wow. I guess the cooldown is 1 turn longer, but it's worth it for this. So this is a pretty solid skill. He can protect himself, which is nice. Then, targeted single target battery up to 20% and 40% buff success rate up. Now, this is cool because it's actually usable on himself as well because of his 3rd skill as RNG. Alright, but the important thing is the party arch buff is always guaranteed. It's not as high as Gilgamesh Caster. It's 20% instead of 30, but man, you do get this stuff if you land them. Especially if you use this on himself, you will guaranteed land these on max rank. So you would get party 50% star generation for 3 turns and 50% crit damage for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Great skill. Normally I hate RNG, but at least he has a way to, you know, combat that RNG. So yeah, awkward, but you know, workarounds are there. So yeah. Good. Is it additive or multiplicative? I can't pronounce that. It's additive, so yeah. You add 40% to 60% and it becomes 100. It's guaranteed. That's how it works. Magic Resist, you know, I kind of wish it was a bit higher, but you know, it's okay. Riding 8, again, another reason why I kind of would like if he had 2 quicks or 2 triple arts instead of this, but it's there. And then his MP. It's actually not bad. Guaranteed tick down on enemies. Very good delay. Love that. Always a good thing to have tick down. Reduce crit chance. 20% for 3 turns on all enemies. Again, very good debuff. And party damage cut. Well, on MP1 it's not the most. 500 is, you know, it doesn't like, you know, break worlds, but if you somehow manage to get like, I mean, MP5 is pretty goddamn nuts. 1500 is ridiculous, but yeah, you can, it still does stuff. And then of course you get another charisma type of effect, which is just better. So yeah, it's a good, mostly defensive MP, which, you know, makes sense for his support. He's good. He's very good. Like even, yeah, even MP2 is already huge. Oh, I mean, he's gonna be at least on the same tier as Gilgamesh Caster in my opinion. But I'm not sure if I can place him in EX though. But he's super solid. He's just a good support. Again, another good art support or crit support. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna do arts crits, then he's, you know, shines the most. But you can do either one, I suppose. Which is, again, it's just leniency, so that's good. Bondling gets a very solid rating. Oh shit. Oh, back to some welfares, but oh man. Oh man. We have Iris Field. Rest of Heaven. Art Support Caster, 8.2k attack, which is actually higher than I was expecting. Interesting. Alright, well, you know, there's that. MP gain is dog shit. It's so bad. If you've ever used Irie, you know how bad her gains are. It's not good. Not good. Unless you solo, then maybe you can make it decent. But party-wise, she will struggle very hard to get MPs. And again, as she's a support, you're not gonna bring a support to support your support. So she's supposed to be able to be self-sufficient kind of in that sense, you know? You're supposed to be supporting your other units instead. Right, so deck is good, but gains are not good. Alright. Oh, the skills. Oh, the skills. Oh, okay. Alright. Own healing increased for 1 turn by up to 50%. 7-turn cooldown! 7-turn cooldown! What? It's ridiculous. Why is this not 4 turns or something? Or 3? How the fuck is this 7 turns? It's even 50, but it's not even that much. Jesus. Alright. Second skill is probably the only decent skill she has. It's a pretty decent invul skill. It's the base 6-turn cooldown for 1 turn, but you also get the MP gain. Again, this is mostly relevant for solo. It won't solve the issues she has on like actual normal party stuff. And then this combos, well, the MP and this combo with the first skill, so it's just a single target heal up to 3k on a 5-turn cooldown. Again, not good. Not good. Like, not only is this skill not good, healing is also arguably the weakest defensive mechanic in this game. Yikes. This is nice though, I guess. And this is cool. Passives are great. Nothing wrong with those, I guess. And then the MP. Yeah, it's a party heal. I mean, free MP5, so it's guaranteed 3k heal. And if you have this, it's, you know, 4.5k, I guess. And then Party Guts, that scales with OC. 3 turns 1 time. It needs more. It needs more. She needs so much more. This needs more. These need more. Fucking buff the numbers as well. Dude, it says a lot when Asclepius as a 3-star is like 5 times better than her. It says a lot, you know? It says a lot. God damn it. She's a real tragedy. She's a real goddamn tragedy. She's the worst support in the entire game. The only use she has are those niche solos, but who wants to play those anyway when they take like 100 turns? Alright, my boy, Lee Lancer. Actually has been buffed recently as well, very cool. So, single target Arch Lancer, 9.6k attack. Very good for a Lancer actually, with the good attack modifier. That's good. Right, so deck is fine. Would I prefer triple arts? Probably. Is this okay? Yes. But yeah, can still do an arch chain with his MP. Not too bad. Overall, his gains are not too bad either. They're actually I think his gains are slightly above average. They're not amazing, but they're fine. They're definitely fine. Moving on to skills. First skill, ignore evasion for 1 turn and crit damage up to 100%. I wish this was 5 turns on cooldown though. I think 6 is a bit too much. But yeah, it's for those, you know, nuke turns. That's about it. Enjoy the pluses, I guess. Second skill goes with the first skill. You get the 1 turn evasion with the absorb to go with the crits. Also 6 turns. I guess they match in that sense. And they did do the buff on the third skill, which, well, it used to match, but it's just better now, obviously. So they added a star bomb and reduced the cooldown, which is nice. So you ignore invul for 1 turn, get a, you know, a better magecraft, which is nice, and you get a pretty decent star bomb as well. So now his kit has very good synergy, but there's a lot of downtime. I'm sure you can tell. 5 turn downtime, 5 turn downtime, 4 turn downtime. I mean, this skill alone still keeps him on his toes, but man, there's a lot of downtime. As much as I love him, he has amazing burst. Like, his MP hits so hard, his crits hit so hard, but outside of that, I wish there was a bit more activity, you know? And his only passive is magic resist D, but it's, you know, it's there. And of course, his MP has been buffed. They just increased the numbers, but I think that's fine, I guess. So yeah, more damage. Now base 1200, actually nuts. Reduce defense by 30% for 3 turns. You basically get a free torture technique Free torture technique. Sadly, after damage, right? It's not like Assassin who gets it before damage. His is after damage. And of course, instant kill is pretty useless, but it still hits so hard. You use this skill and you use this, you do a lot of damage. Like, he's one of the hardest hitting 4-star servants in the game, I think. But again, not very consistently hard hitting, but still, for that 1 or 2 turns, you can do some massive, massive damage. After that buff, I feel like I might be slightly bad, but he's at least... I think he might even be... I think he might be better than Ibaraki Lancer. I think he is, actually. But he's just he's like one of the best examples of 1-turn servants. But I don't think I can put him higher. I mean, even this is pretty high already. Because 1-turn kits are not the best. I mean, I also put Atalante Alter here, who is mostly 1-turn as well. So I feel like it's kind of fair. I think he's just one of the best examples of one-turn, you know, servants. But just because his damage is so high, and because his gains are actually good, I think he can, you know, do a very, very decent job regardless. You disagree? You think it's B+? That's fine. That's fine. Again, this is by list. And yeah, you can call that biased if you want. I don't mind. I've just used him a lot, so I actually have a lot of experience as well. Alright, I guess I'm gonna place both mechanisms at the same time. So, another welfare. Alter Ego, the first one in the entire list, and I think there's only 2, right? Yeah, I think so. Alright, so, pretty high attack, actually. Very high attack. Almost 10k, just short. Free MP5, full gorilla deck, single target buster MP. Lots and lots of... Again, a lot of these welfares are just big nukes. Like, big nukes, and that's all you do. Just massive nukes, right? Being a free alter ego is nice. Now, I have to say, now this will create a fucking war. I know it. I think alter ego is a shitty class. There's a lot of... People either agree with me or they completely disagree with me. I think alter ego is a shit class. But, you know, she's still not a bad servant. I'm not going to hold her down because of her class. Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of, you know, arguments about that. But I'm not going to go into that right now. This is so, like, looking at the servants, okay? Oh, killer, thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back to the Gao game. Yeah, I know I'm insulting my waifu. That's how you know I'm not biased here. Because my waifu is actually alter ego. I know. I'm talking gameplay here. So I'm biased, you know? Alright, so. Gains. They're... For a full gorilla deck, they're actually on the better side, actually. But still, the gains overall, because you only have one of these cards each, it's not going to be good. But, you know, better than most gorilla decks. So, yeah. Yep, Kiara. Okay, that's a bad argument, you know, because you do realize Kiara would be like 3 times better if she was like a Lancer. Just because she has an amazing kit doesn't mean that alter ego is a good class. That's a shitty argument, okay? She would be so much better. Like, imagine if Melt was a Rider. Like, imagine if Melt was a Rider. She would crit even more consistently. I don't understand. Why do you think alter ego is a good class? Just because some servants under that class are amazing doesn't mean the class is good, okay? Alright, moving on. I'm not gonna do that. Alright, so she actually has a very good version of Innocent Monster. This is one of the better ones. So 3 turn stars every turn. Again, it's only 10, but it's still, you know, a lot of them are just like 5 or something. So it's something. But 3 turns of 30% defense up is good. That's good. Very nice. 5 turn cooldown. Yeah, it's a very solid skill. Hey, it's overload. But I guess it's not as bad as France, I suppose. So, you get a 20% battery and a small demerits. Low cooldown, but it needs more, in my opinion. Not too bad, though. Like, at least it helps her get to her MP, which, again, is her main gimmick, let's be real. You just want to MP with Mecha Liz. Can your riders do effective damage on 7 classes with neutral defense? Night Moon, you're an idiot. Because Alter Ego only does effective damage, full effective damage, mind you, against foreigners. You do realize it's 1.5x. Why would I pick an Alter Ego against a caster who deals 1.5x damage and takes neutral damage when I could pick a rider who deals 2.0x damage and takes 0.5x? Why would I ever pick an alter ego? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I love you, Night Moon, but okay, I had to point that out. Okay. All right. All right. So last skill. This sucks. You remove your own defensive buffs. That's pretty bad as a merit. Okay, that's bad. But you do get a huge chunk of MP damage. Like, this is better than a mana burst, basically. And then I guess if you can have a crit turn as well, is pretty nice. But that is a huge demerit. I'm sorry, I had to be toxic. I'm very heated about this topic, okay? Again, you're free to have your opinions though, but I just wanted to counteract that point for what it's worth. Magic Risk B, it's pretty good. Item Construction B. Does she even have any debuffs outside of this? Well, I guess it helps. So yeah, MP is pretty nice. Free MP5 means a lot of damage, and... well, yeah, I mean, the other effects are good. It's just annoying that they happen after damage. So you remove all defensive buffs, which is a great strong effect, but after damage is kind of a demerit. And same for this. 3 turns of base 20% defense. I mean, it's still a lot of damage regardless, let's be real. But yeah. So realistically, you just expect MP damage when you pick Liz, Mecha Liz. I feel like she's like right here or something. Again, as much as it's nice to have a free alter ego, in most cases, I would pick another class. I would just pick another class. Right. Yeah. Okay, let's not argue about the alter ego thing anymore. Okay, this is about a servant list, okay? God, I knew if I said that it was gonna start a war. I knew it. That's fine, okay. Wow, we have a lot of Lizzes now. Oh my god. Oh, here we go. Moving on. We got Caster. Toxic, yeah. 8.6k attack, AoE buster damage. Full arch deck. Caster deck. The MP gain on her is actually not terrible because of how high the number is. The hit counts are obviously trash, but having a triple arch with a number like this means that her MP gain is actually okay. Believe it or not, it's actually okay. It's not trash. It's fine. Right. So overall, she can't do a full buster chain with her MP, which is pretty annoying, but it's not too bad. This is fine. Another innocent monster. This is above 10 stars. This is a whopping 12 stars per turn for 3 turns. And you get a heal. It's decent. Innocent monster as a base skill is not even that good, but at least this makes it look quite a bit better. But I think the one on Mecha list just now was a lot better with the 30% defense up. Mana Burst does not go to 50%. And then this is a fun one. You get a 10 turn AoE burn on enemies. Dude, early game design. You gotta love it, right? You gotta love it. 10 turn burn AoE. Why not? Why not? That's a tickle EX right there. Interesting. And then she has... It's not a battle continuation. It's performance continuation. So she actually gets a bonus 8 stars. It would normally be just a normal guts, right? This is just all normal. 7 turn, 5 turn effects one time. But they just... Yeah, have 8 stars. Why not? Why not? Cute. This is fine for her triple arch deck. This is fine for her MP and this. But it's dots. Who cares if they miss? Like, who cares? And then her MP actually ignores defense, much like Liz, right? So, but it's never been buffed. But it's free MP5, so at least there's that. And then it's Curse, which, you know, again, sucks. But she's a decent one. But I feel like she's still on the lower side of casters, even despite being free MP5. I think she's like right here. I think she's the same tier as... Or maybe she's here. Fuck. Maybe she's here. I don't think she's D though. Or D, rather D flat. Maybe she's here. Maybe she's here. Again, her gains are actually fine. Yeah, she's fine. She's fine. Right. Then we do Lancer, right? Yes. Lancer. AoE Buster, much like Caster. Attack is decent, not too bad. Lancer also upgrades it. So, actually can do a full Buster Chain this time. Gains are average, right? Anyone care to comment who's more of a Liz expert than I am? I think her gains are about average. I don't think they're great. I don't think they're terrible. They're pretty average, right? Yeah. Middle of the road. So overall, I kind of like her deck as is, honestly. I think this is fine. She used to have a terrible charisma, now has a better one. I wish this was also for herself, but yeah, if you have female allies, they get 40% attack for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's good. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. I wish she'd included herself, but, you know, you can get some value out of this. It's the waifu charisma, right? Not bad. Torture technique. Outdated. Very mediocre. Standard guts. Very outdated. This is not even 5 turns, I realized. This is even worse than a standard guts. This is 4 turns. Yikes. Magic Rase is good. Territory Creation B for her is not that good. Compared to Caster, it's much worse. And her MP actually has been buffed though, which is nice. So you still do the ignore defense buffs, much like the original. But now you also, I guess, reduce their debuff rate? Alright, no, this is buff success rate, I always forget. So it's actually better than like debuff resistance. Yeah, because then they can whiff their buffs, which is pretty funny. You can actually make some memes happen with this. They have now a 20% chance to miss buffs on base, which is cool. It's 3 turns as well, so you can maybe even get some value out of this. And then, of course, Curse sucks. But, you know, she's like the definition of a basic AoE servant. But with the buffs to her charisma and MP, the damage is going to put her here, I feel like. If there were no buffs, she'd probably be here or even here. But with the 2 buffs, I think she's here. I wouldn't even consider her above average, honestly. I think she's just here in the middle, kinda. I don't think I can do B for her. She's a high C+, if anything, though. Just too basic. Too basic. Could use more love. Final Liz. Brave Liz. Saber. High attack, 9.8k. Good. Single target buster. Cool. Not too bad. Deck can do a full buster chain with MP. Actually, the deck is fine. The gains, I wish they were a bit better, though. They look better than what they are, I think. Because her gains are actually not that good. But they're not terrible. I think they're slightly worse than maybe Lancer, though. Or about the same. Something like that. Again, haven't used her too much. I mainly used her for the meme 3rd skill, which is going to be a fun thing to cover. Fletcher, thank you for the brand new Prime. Welcome to the Gao Gang, my dude. Thank you so much. Alright, skills. Get an invul skill. I guess this is just a better version of the one that Irisfield and EMIYA have, right? Because this is just more MP generation. Wait, no, theirs is 3 turns. Ah, it's a trade-off. Okay, never mind. So it depends. It really depends on the situation. Both have the same cooldown, though. I guess you can have a pretty good turn for MP gain with this. Her version of Mana Burst only goes to 40%, but I guess, you know, 20% defense up for 1 turn. Interesting. Interesting. Not sure how good that is, but, you know. Why not? It's okay. Just, again, too basic. And then, the greatest meme in the game. Well, the greatest meme after David's Bonsi, but yeah, it's definitely up there. Oh boy. The alternate for... You can tell they were really experimenting. And they never did anything like this again. They were like, fuck that. That was a terrible idea. Like, even if you could choose the effect, I'm not sure if it's worth. Even if you could choose the effect yourself. But it's RNG. It's RNG. Why? The one, I actually talked about this on stream. Was it yesterday? Maybe it was. But the one silver lining in this skill versus an MP. An MP, regardless of how much you have, let's say you have 150% gauge, it always drains your MP, right? If you have 150% gauge on her, which you can, because again, free MP5, this only drains 100%, so you would keep 50%. But No, just no, no, no. Magic Crusade is nice. Territory Creation C is better than Lancer, but worse than Caster. Still decent. This does nothing. And her MP has not been buffed, but also ignores defense in the list fashion and has a burn, so pretty meh. But at least it's free MP5, so the damage potential is okay. But I mean, it's a great free option, but looking at all the other single target sabers we have is like, yikes, yikes. C plus, same as Lancer maybe. I don't know. Shazu, how you doing? You liking the new overlay? Yeah. There might be some small tweaks to it coming, but I'm pretty happy about it regardless already. It's pretty nice. Alright. Marie Summer. I think I'm committed at this point already. This is gonna take a... I mean, I'll probably normally stop my stream at this point soon, but I think I should finish this. Alright, so Caster. Marie Summer. AoE arts, right? Yeah. 9k attack is actually pretty high for a Caster, right? Not bad. Full arts deck with high hit counts is nice. This is like Caster Gilgamesh all over again. So that's a good start, right? Gains, I think, are pretty decent. Pretty decent. Not amazing, but pretty decent. Good start. Good start. Another instance of Beach Flower. Just not an amazing skill. Very awkward. Very awkward. Not... In most cases, it's not even a better... it's basically the same as a Charisma. You can hardly ever get a lot of use out of the male star generation rate, so... Meh. Second skill. I guess it's her version of Innocent Monster. It's not really, but same idea. So, you get stars. You get HP. 7 turn cooldown, though. Yikes. Why? Why? Why is this 7 turn? Why is it not 5? Why is it not 6? Why is it 7? Why is it... I don't understand. It's not that strong. It is not that strong to be 7 turns. That is way too high. Yikes. And then one of the best defensive skills in the entire game. Self-invul, 3 attacks, and debuff resistance on a 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard to kill her, let's be real. If you play her on a team, yeah, it's just PFA on steroids. Crazy. Crazy. Very good defensive skill. Good old Marie, very tanky. Territory Creation A is amazing. Like, look at these hit counts. I mean, the MP is not that crazy, but yeah, it's amazing for... Otherwise, for the deck. And some debuff success rate is, you know, it's there. Her MP has never received a buff, much like most Summer Servants, so it's AoE. You do get the nice added effect of crit chance down. 20% for 3 turns is pretty basic, but it's good. And party crit damage up for 3 turns. It's very low number, but you know what? It's not curse, it's not insta-kill. It's okay. It's fine. I feel like she's not gonna do a whole lot of damage. So like, look, she has basically, outside of this, she's like Archer Helena, right? She brings some stuff to the table, and especially Marie is hard to kill, but she probably won't do a lot of damage, right? So maybe she's here as well. Maybe here just because she has that amazing defensive skill, but maybe she's the same as Archer Helena. I don't know. Could use buffs. Definitely could use buffs. Again, why is there a 7-turn cooldown on the second skill? That makes no... It's way too high. It's like at least 2 turns too high. Yeah. And again, there's so many AoE casters. I think a lot of them will be better than Marie. Alright. Normal Marie. Rider. AoE quick damage. Damage is pretty low. Our attack is really low. Yeah, that probably should be a bit higher. Kirashan will be mad. Oh yeah, he will. Hey, dude, I tend to place my own waifus not super high either. Like, I wouldn't place Okita Alter even that high. For a lot of reasons. Alright. So... Does not have a triple quick deck. But, you know, quick MP still enables the quick chain. What about her gains? I'm actually not sure. What do you guys think? It seems like they're very low. Her gains are low, right? I think they're low. I just haven't used Marie that much at all. But looking at the numbers, is really low, isn't it? It's not like Carmilla. who actually has pretty low hit counts, but actually still MP gains pretty well. So, yeah. Okay. This has been buffed, which actually made a big difference. So, it used to be you can only charm a male enemy by 80% chance on a 7-turn cooldown, which this was terrible. Garbage. Now it's actually pretty good. So, not only is the cooldown reduced, you can now charm anything for 1 turn. The chance is still the same, but you also get a free charisma. Like, this is a great buff. This is just a great buff. Yeah, bisexual charm. Let's go. So much stuff. Like, it's good. It's nice. Second skill, again, basically the same, but instead of debuff resistance, you get healing. I think the debuff resistance one is better, though, because this healing is not even remarkable. But yeah, it's great. What can I say? It's still great because of this. And then... mental debuff success rate up for 3 turns. Wow. And only 30%. And another heal. Like, this is a bad skill. It's a terrible skill. Let's be real. It sucks. It's fucking terrible. This is an E rank skill right here. Don't be fooled by the B. Alright, magic reci, you know, it's there. This is nice. Riding A+. Love to see it. Her MP has been buffed, which is nice. Actually does decent base damage. Removes party debuffs. Good utility. And much like Caster, gives party crit damage. And also a heal, I guess. It's a good MP. It's a great MP. 5 hits is not too bad either. Oh boy. But I feel like, again... I mean, at least her damage is still better, right? Because of the buffed MP than Caster has, but... And this is a nice skill, though. She's definitely, like... a tier above Caster. Maybe here, maybe half, but maybe it's full tier above Caster. Just because she has, you know, kind of her biggest issue fixed. She's still not amazing, but after those buffs, she's pretty decent. For a AoE rider, she's definitely a good one for the job, I feel like. Not too bad at all. Not better than Liz, though. I think she's better than Liz. For a lot of reasons. Alright, Martha. Day 1 riders, let's go. AoE buster, DPS slash support, I guess, to an extent. AK attack, super low. That was a big reason why her MP used to do like 0 fucking damage. But you know what? At least it was buffed, so... yeah. I guess she's a bit tankier because of that. And maybe that fits into her support side, but man, that doesn't really... do a lot of favors for her damage. Now, she has the Caster deck, the triple arch deck, so again, that's more of her support side, and she's not as good as Carmilla with gains, right? But she's still better than Marie, despite having all these low hit counts, so her gains are fine, but they're not as good as like Carmilla with the low day 1 hit counts. So, they're fine, but don't expect miracles. Protection of Faith, A. I wish it was A+, so she could also get an attack buff and a defense buff, but, you know, it is what it is. You do get the debuff resistance up to 100%, though. So most of the time, you won't be getting debuffed, I guess. Unless it's removed. Heal. Self. It's probably mostly for the debuff resistance, let's be real. But it's something. It's a cute defensive skill, you know? It's pretty cute. Second skill, the only thing they did was buff the heal. They just added a plus. Again, early game design. A buff like this would never happen in this day and age. They would never do this. A buff would definitely have more than this. How much did it increase? 500? That's a joke. That's a joke. But you know, 2k party heal with debuff removal. Again, it's a cute defensive skill. Much like the first one. They're both cute. They're not terrible. They're not remarkable, but... they do stuff, you know? They do something. And then, this is a good skill. This is definitely one of the best defense down skills in the game. Despite still being very basic. It's the same as a torture technique. 30% for 3 turns, defense down single target with a 5-turn cooldown. But it also removes buffs, which is big. It's big, it's good. It's still not amazing, but it's good. It's much better than torture technique. Wow. Magic Crusade is nice. Riding A++ is, you know, not that nice. Divinity C, you know, bonus damage, never hurt. And then the MP, like, when this wasn't buffed yet, with the 8k attack and 300 base damage, and this activating before damage, this did no damage at all. This is like one of the weakest AoE MPs for a 4-star. Now it actually does some damage, because not only is the damage higher, obviously, because of the buff, she also gets a 20% bust drop before damage. Sadly, this is still after damage, but this helps. She actually is not the wettest sponge ever anymore, which is nice. I still feel like she's in an awkward spot, being like half support, half DPS. Like, I think it works for someone like Caster Gilgamesh. Not sure about Martha that much, though. Yeah. She can actually do some damage now, but would I place her in the same as Marie? Maybe not. Maybe not. I think Marie might be better. Yeah. Because even for a support, I think I would pick someone else. I think I would pick someone else. Where's Casgil? He's right here in A+. Alright. Ruler. Again. Old. I wish got an update. Boy. But she's still a ruler, which, you know, in my opinion, and a lot of others, is the best class in the game. So just being a ruler means you get easy points in this list. Ruler is very broken. Anyway. Single target buster DPS, 9.5k attack is actually pretty nice. Pretty good. Her gains for a full gorilla deck are actually not that bad. If you've used her, you've probably noticed that she can actually have some pretty impressive turns for gains. So for a gorilla deck, it's decent. Overall, not amazing, but she can have some pretty nice gain turns. And yeah, you can get a lot of gorilla turns, which is nice. So, top side is good. Good. Now, skills. You get a battery, 30%. Not too shabby. Water side maps, you get 3 turns of attack buff. I wish this was 30%, because again, this is already niche to begin with. So I don't know why it's 20%. The cooldown is somewhat okay for a 30% battery, so it's okay. It's an okay skill. Not too bad. Second skill. Debuff immune for 1 time. This does not have a duration. This is nice. It means it will always block something. Very cool, very cool. I like that. And then a pretty fat heal for self. Not too bad. 5-turn cooldown. Again, much like Rider, it's a cute defensive skill. It's cute. I like the fact that this does not expire, so you can always pop this, basically. You might waste a heal, but this is nice, so to block some debuff, you know? Then the third skill. This is so old. This is too old. You get damage bonus up to 100% for 1 turn against demon, divine, or undead enemies. On a 5-turn cooldown. This is way too outdated. This needs a buff. They need to do something. Make it 3 turns or something, at least. Or add some stuff. Speaking of debuff resistance, I guess, we got magic resistance EX. Good old ruler stuff, I guess. Yeah, that's good. And then MP used to do no damage whatsoever, but then it got buffed, and now it actually does some damage. So they even buffed the OC, which is nice, because unlike Rider, this actually activates before damage. So you get 20% on base before damage. And it, you know, you can do some decent slaps. It's pretty good. And again, enables more buster chains. So again, she's extremely basic, but she has the best class in the game and is very durable because of that, and can still do decent damage. She does not compare to Luvia. I'm not covering her today because she's JP, but she's still not a bad servant. Just because she's a ruler is at least gonna put her in B+, maybe even A. Like, the class is just so good, but I think B+, just because she's too basic. She's still a great servant, but needs an update. Needs an update badly. That MP buff was not enough. And I still don't understand why they buffed Luvia over buffing Martha again. Yeah. Alright. Mashu. I mean, I don't even have to. Yeah. Now, I guess we can make this argument about Ortinox. because I obviously will rate her differently. She's definitely not the same as OG Mashu, but I feel like a lot, this will also cause a war, but I feel like a lot of people give Artonax way too, like, yeah, I see people already writing E tier. That doesn't make any sense. Orthodox is still amazing. Like, you gotta realize also, one of the biggest strengths of Mashu is that she has a cost of 0. I don't think you guys realize how insane a 0 cost servant is. Like, you're gonna put her in every challenge quest party. Every single one. Despite being Orthodox or not. She's gonna be in every single party regardless. And she has 2 taunts! Also, I don't think a lot of people realize how good a taunt is. A taunt is sick. A taunt is very good. I will say that I just definitely prefer OG Mashu, but goddamn, Orthodox is still very, very good. Like, actually very good. Yo, Andronicus, thanks for gifting Daryl a sub. Welcome back, Daryl, to the gang. Like, I would still place Orthodox in, like, A+. No matter what, I can't place it lower. Like, 0 cost, very durable, 2 taunts, excellent tanking. Yeah. Yeah. You are free to disagree, but I will defend Orthodox Mashu because it's just that good still. Yes, OG is better. Yes, definitely. Orthodox is not bad though. Not bad. There you go. I think she's a better tank than Deon still is. As much as I love Deon, I think Orthodox Mashu still does a better job, so I'm okay with this. Again, I understand if people disagree. I wrote map. Alright. So we got the Irish thought. Fun times. Oh boy. Oh boy. Saber Mave. 8k attack. Single target arts. DPS. Attack is very low. Very low for a Saber. Unlucky. Gains are actually pretty decent on her. I have used her here and there. So her MP gain is not bad at all. Especially with her skills. They of course help a lot. So she's not too bad for gains. Also, I think I would prefer a full arts deck for her, but the deck is fine as is. It's not a problem. Attack I wish was higher, but otherwise she's okay. She's okay. Now, skills. She gets up to 20% MP per turn for 3 turns. And 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. On a 6-turn cooldown. So this is up half the times, basically. It's good. It's good. It's very good. What can I say? It's a good skill. It's not insane, but it's good. Like, it's actually good. Makes her MP so much more frequent, right? Second skill. It's the shoot-and skill, but arguably better. Who knows, depending on who you ask. So you have the same AoE 60% chance to charm. Does not scale. But at least, again, it works on everyone, so that's nice. And instead of defense down that shoot-and has, she has arts resistance down, which I definitely think is better in most cases. So that's not a bad skill. I wish the cooldown was lower though. 7 turns is brutal, but it is a charm chance, so it's good, but it could be better. Third skill. It's a different version of the charisma from her Rider version, I guess. This does not increase male attack further, whereas this actually works for everyone. So you get the standard charisma attack buff, but the party members besides her also get crit damage up to 30% for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Again, it's a lot of these are all just basic skills. They're better than charisma, but let's be real, charisma is not that good in the first place. So these are still just okay. They're just okay. Again, that's basically the whole kit so far. Nothing is insane, but everything is fine. Everything is just solid, you know? So not bad. Magic Gris B. It's okay. And riding, again. Well, at least it's 4 hits, so, you know. There's that. And then the MP. Oh boy. So, you have a chance to inflict minus 50% defense down, right? Yeah. Yeah. 60% chance based on each application, 5 times max. So, it's just a very basic MP, but it can do some stuff, but it's sort of spammable as well. So she's fine, but again, you have servants like Lancelot Saber. I think even Diarmuid is quite a bit better, and I mean, we have some more later as well, but she's like B or B plus. She's not bad, but I think she's definitely better than Braveless. That's not an argument. So maybe she should be here, like a full tier above her. Like, she's absolutely... Do I think she's as good as Fran? I guess that's the question, because they're in a similar role. I think I could maybe see them. Like, they're kind of different. Fran is kind of selfish, whereas Maeva is actually also team utility. I think they're both in the same tier, honestly. Yeah, I think that's fair. They're both fine. Nothing wrong with them. But I think some of the single target sabers are just better. EMIYA Lily, support. Arts caster. Attack is atrocious, but in this case it's completely fine because you're not gonna do any damage with her. In fact, having a higher HP in that sense makes more sense, so this is the one time I actually don't mind this. It's fucking terrible, but it's fine. It makes sense even. Deck is good with triple arts. Hit counts are good. MP gain is not the best, but I think overall her gains are good. Just above average gains. Not too bad. So in this department, she's doing well as a support, right? She's definitely doing well. Skills. You have your EMIYA battery. Huge. Needlessly huge, I guess, but yeah, you know. It's there. It's like a panic button, if anything. If you need a surprise heal / debuff removal. It's nice. This, again, much like Martha, was just buffed for a heal. Again, this would never happen in this day and age anymore, but, you know, it's still a buff, I guess. It's pretty good, in fact, if you combo with this with the third skill. So her third skill was also buffed. So, you increase your... Again, this makes Iris feel look even worse. You increase your own healing done. Oh, wait, no. You increase an ally's healing received for 1 turn by up to 100%. Yeah, you compare it, and then you see the MP and the second skill, and then, yeah, it's actually quite a bit of a healing buff. And then the target also gets full buff removal immunity for 3 turns. Now, that is a solid buff. That wasn't there before. And they even reduced the cooldown by 2, which is huge, because, again, 8 turns was way too high. This is what Irie also needs. This is a great buff. This is good. This is a rare buff to have. Buff removal resistance can actually be super huge. And then, of course, it makes the second skill heal the target for 6k on max rank, which, again, big. I guess this is here as well. Remove poison debuffs. Probably won't be relevant in most cases, though. This is great for the gains. And, she does not have debuffs, right? I guess this is just a lore thing. And then the MP. Even on MP1, actually heals quite a bit. And removes all party debuffs. And increases party debuff resistance. So again, as much as this sounds good, at the same time, basically all she does is heals and deals with debuffs. And I said it earlier as well, I think healing is pretty much the weakest form of defense in this game. She's definitely the strongest healer, by far. But as healing itself is not the strongest mechanic, I don't think I can place her too high. This is a good buff, though. This adds a whole new layer of strategy for her, which I like. I would place her in like B. Just because healing is so weak. But she does it the best, so I think B is fair. Still a decent support. Despite, you know, I would prefer if she had like AoE defense buffs and whatnot, but, you know, can do some work, definitely. Medusa. It's Anna. Single target quick DPS Lancer. Attack is sadly pretty low, but at least she has a lot of buffs to make up for it. I sorta wish she had a full, like, triple quick deck, but again, it's not a problem, I feel like. I think this is fine. Her gains are not that good, though. They're, I think, below average. I mean, but yeah, you have your supports, I guess, to help with that. But yeah, her own gain is just not that good, right? But if you pair her with like Scotty, oh boy, gets pretty good. So her charm was buffed as well. It was slightly better than Maeve's, but it's still male only. But at least now it's guaranteed, well, on base at least. And you get the target you try to charm single target, quick resistance down for 3 turns, 20%. That's nice. It works for her specifically. It's pretty decent, especially if you're running 2 quick DPS with like a support. Has a lot of value. Pretty decent. And again, it's Astolfo all over again. I think it's just slightly better, but it's bad. It's a bad skill. Way too weak. Then her defensive option is actually... I mean, is it better than a normal Guts? That's debatable. Because a normal Guts is still 7 turns, but it would be like a 1 turn, 5... or 1 time, 5 turns. Whereas this is 3 turns on Guts, but you get 1 invul. 1 attack invul, which does not expire, but I guess it depends. It's either a better or a worse than normal Guts. But again, still pretty outdated, let's be real. Good magic res, good passive on Goddesses and Zay. MP has been buffed as well, which is nice. Also has quick resistance down, so she has 2 of these. Sadly, again, after damage. Would actually make some difference if this was before damage. And then the stun chance, for whatever reason, starts at 80% on base, which I don't like. But at least it's a high number. Oh boy. Still, yeah, I agree. Sort of outdated despite not being a launch servant, but... Let's see. How do I feel about her, like, in relation to Kyo? Is she better? Or is she the same? Is she the same as... Ibaraki Lancer? Maybe she is. Maybe she's not. Maybe she's in between here. Maybe she's as good. Maybe after all the buffs she's as good, honestly. The 2 buffs. She's still... Yeah, again, damage is good. Damage is definitely good. I think she's... Yeah, she's probably slightly better than Kyo, yeah. Alright, I think this is fine. Because of all the buffs. Alright. Raiko Summer. Oh boy, the assets. Single target Buster Lancer. Damage. Definitely, or high attack. Definitely higher than Ana here, but... Could be better, I suppose, but it's okay. Gains for her, I'm actually not sure of. Again, I haven't used her too much. Also, she can still do a Buster Chain, which is nice. What do you guys think? How are her gains? I think they're okay-ish. But maybe not. Are pretty good. Oh, much better than Ana. Okay, that I can probably understand. Okay, gains are good. Arts gain is massive. I guess she's like Ereshkigal, right? Where she has this one nice arts card with this number. Yeah, you're right. I think it's like a somewhat similar scenario. True. Yeah, so she's just a better Ana in gains, I guess. So overall, she's already winning by a lot by having a higher attack and better gains. Okay. So first skill. Self-absorb up for 1 turn and self-crit damage up. So again, it's one of those 1 turn crit damage skills again. 5 turn cooldown. It's the basic. Nothing crazy. Just, you know, it's damage. Targeted ally buster up for 3 turns. 40% is big for 3 turns. That's big. And you also get a nice debuff removal. This is a pretty solid skill. Despite being so basic. Just because the number is so nice. And it's up half the time, which is not bad. And then she does not have, whatchamacallit, Beach Flower. She has Summer Catastrophe. Party attack for 3 turns. And then... Now this, okay, I guess this is better because this is... Everyone gets the Star Generation buff no matter what. Herself included, actually. So, I guess this is a better version. It's still nothing crazy, but it's definitely better. Magic C, Riding A+, is actually okay because she has two 3-hit quick cards. Not too bad. Madness C, again, 2 busters and MP's buster as well, so that's not too bad. And Divinity C, so not bad on passives, actually. Not bad. And then MP ignores defense buffs, and you get a pretty fat chunk of stars from using it. Which again, plays to the crit, I guess. Overall, pretty good synergy. She's good. She is good. I might place her in the same tier as Lee, honestly. I think buffed Lee kind of matches her. I think they're kind of the same. Also looking at the support options they have as well. I think she's about the same, just a buster version basically. Buffed Lee versus Summer Raiko basically, yeah. She's still very good. Definitely a good single target Lancer DPS. Alright. I guess I can't find her easily. XX is here. Okay. Foreigner. The only one in the list. XX. Now, Foreigner is actually a pretty good class. Unlike Alter Ego. I'm not gonna go into that rant again, but yeah, Foreigner is actually a pretty good class. So, 9.7k attack is actually pretty damn good. Not bad. Also, she's single target arts, right? I should know this. Yeah, I had to check though. So, looking at the deck, she does okay. I think she does okay. Her gains are pretty okay as well, right? I don't think she has bad gains at all. So, yeah. Pretty good upstairs. Approved. Not too bad. But her skills are, you know, in my opinion, they're not that great. So, Piloting X. This is actually a good version of an invul, one-turn invul, because again, it's a 5-turn one. Most of them are 6 turns. Same for evasion, so that's good. And you get a, you know, a pretty sizable attack buff. So it's slightly awkward that they're paired like this, but for an invul skill for 1 turn, it's one of the better ones, I guess. So that's not too bad. Just basic, but not too bad. Better than a lot of the invul skills. Now, this makes no sense to me. This skill is so weird. I don't understand. Why? She gets a 20 bomb on a 4-turn cooldown. But why does she reduce her own absorb? And only her own for 1 turn? Can someone explain? I can't sleep over this skill. I see nightmares of this skill. I do not understand what this skill is supposed to be. It's weird. It makes no sense. She's supposed to be bad at her job. So so because of a lore reason she got fucked hard in the ass. That's a feels bad, man. I understand stuff like when they give like item creation to someone who does not even apply debuffs, because at least that doesn't hurt them. But this actually hurts her, which, you know, pretty annoying. The cooldown is low though, but it's so annoying. I don't like it. And then the third skill, you get Ignore Invul for 1 turn, 30% battery for self, and then increased damage against threat to humanity enemies for 1 turn. It's not even... I think this should scale to 100, honestly. What could I say? It's just... It's basic, but it's fine. It's still a 5-turn cooldown for a 30% battery, so, you know. Her skills are very basic, and this makes no sense, but... Okay. Not terrible, though. Foreigner passive is nice. You get those 3 stars and, you know, a slight increase to debuff resistance. Unique passive in star generation. Can she even generate that many stars? Probably not. This can be okay if you could actually get the stars to land on her. But thank God Foreigner still, remember, they actually have a good absorb. I tend to forget this. So, I mean, it sucks. Yeah, it still is annoying, but, you know. There's that. And then Riding A doesn't really matter too much. It is 4 hit, but it's only 1 card. Then her MP actually was buffed, which is nice. But I only increased the numbers, so... More base damage, and then more damage against Sabers. But you do also get the attack buff on OC for 1 turn before damage, which is nice. So, I guess against Sabers, she could actually do some damage. But would I still pick her against Sabers over an Archer? No, I would totally not. I don't really understand why you would, because this is only for that MP. This is not even for 1 turn. Even the follow-up doesn't even get extra damage. It's a cute meme, I guess. Like, the only heroine I see I could pick against Sabers is Etchan, because she's already a Berserker. I would not pick X nor XX against Sabers over an Archer or Etchan or someone else. So, yeah. She's not bad. She's like a B, maybe. Foreigner is still a fine class. Again, they will do a great job against Berserkers, which are actually somewhat common. And the stats are good for Foreigners. They're basically like Archers. Her gains are fine. She's still good. Maybe even B+ after the MP buff, but because the base damage effect still. But as a Foreigner, she's definitely the worst one, I think. But I mean, it also makes sense because she's 4-star, whereas the rest are 5 stars. But yeah. Okay. She's still fine for Berserkers. Definitely still does an amazing job, but otherwise, just a bit lacking. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. The latest 4-star in NA. Miyu. Miyu. Support. Arts Caster. 8.6k attack. I kind of wish she was like Media Lily as well. Her gains are actually pretty decent. They're not bad at all, and I like the full arch deck, so this side, you know, pretty good. But, I mean, that'll probably change soon, but yeah, okay. Skills. First skill. Makes no sense to me. Why is she's so selfish as a support? Why does she have self-arts up and self-crit damage up? What is this? I'm so confused. Is she supposed to be like a DPS? Her MP says otherwise. I mean, it helps at least it helps her in getting her MP, I guess. I just don't understand otherwise. It's so awkward. Her defensive option is a 1-time guts for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. It's average-ish, decent. And then 1-time debuff immune for 1-time 3 turns. There's that added, so I guess it's slightly better than a average guts, I guess. You know, it's okay. And then her third skill actually does match the support playstyle, a targeted battery for 30%, and buff success up. Unlike Lanling, she can't really use this herself, so you're best off giving this to like Ozzy or something. Or whoever. Magic Resby is fine. This is good. It's like the Merlin passive, right? Just a bit weaker. The Prisma. She and Ilya have this basically. It's good. And then her MP. Oh boy. So, you give yourself a thingy, and at the end of every turn, you heal the party for 500 on base MP1. You get 5 stars per turn, and the whole party gets 10% MP gain. But you hit yourself for 3000 damage? Why? Why? Is it that OP? No. Why? Again, it might be a lore reason, but god damn, that is brutal, man. Unless you have like MP5, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt, dude. It's gonna hurt. Let's be real. Yikes. It's not that good. Even Merlin MP is better than this, and it has no demerit. Like, what the hell, dude? What the hell? She's so awkward. I don't think she's as bad as Iris feel. Definitely not. She actually could have some use on like a crit party who also wants to MP, but I just can't really see myself like using her over some other supports. Let's be real. Like, I would rather use Hans so much more. Like, Hans is so much better as a 2-star, and you can get MP5 for free. So yeah, not as bad as Iris feel, if that's any, you know, if that makes you feel any better. Oh wait, I was like, how does she have so much attack? That's Saber. Rider Mordred, Surf Mo, AoE Arch. Attack is pretty decent. Gains are pretty okay as well. They're not crazy good, but they're good. They're definitely above average, I would say. Yeah. Miyuki in the chat is going crazy. Yeah. I mean, for her loop, I mean, for her MP, this number is crazy. For her deck, it's not that good, but for MP is good. They probably forgot to split the number, I feel like. But, you know, good for us, I guess. First skill, self-arts up for 3 turns, 30%, 5-turn cooldown. Very basic, but good for her purpose. It's very good. Good. Basically, her playstyle. Her defensive option is a 1 turn evade with star generation up for self 1 turn. It can do. It's not cast skill levels, let's be real, but you know, we can get a few stars, I guess. 7 turn cooldown is weird though. This should not be 7 turns. This should be 6 or 5. 7 turns is weird. But I guess for her playstyle is not the end of the world. Her defensive option and her battery. 30% battery with guts. Again, the battery is nice. Okay. Again, it's the most basic kit you've ever seen. But because of, you know, certain combination of, you know, stuff, she has a place. Magic Grits B is fine. And then Surfing A is nice because, again, more arts buff. And then her MP, of course, is just damage that, I mean, on its own, it's terrible. There's no other normal effect, and the OC is a 50% base train chance. It's actually a terrible MP. But as we all know, if you have this skill active and she has a high MP gain, even from herself alone, she actually can refund quite a bit. So even with just 1 support, and then you can use free-to-play options, you can actually make her loop pretty easily. That's the thing. She's very easy to loop with. But if you're at MP1, you can't really expect miracles for damage though. It's just gonna be very basic. I feel like she's here. I don't know. It's really hard to place her, actually. It's really hard to place her. I'm not sure. It's so weird. I guess she would be the same. Okay, you know what? Okay. Better. I don't think I can put her higher. I am struggling to find a higher ranking than A. I know she can loop, of course, but man, I don't know. I don't know, man. I think this is as high as I can go, which I think is still somewhat generous. Because again, she's just way so outdated otherwise. Besides a good looping potential, she's so outdated. Like, so outdated. It's crazy. Year 1 intensifies. When she can loop, she's EX. Okay, that's unfair. If we take your word where you say when you can loop your EX, dude, a third of the servants would be here. What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright. Okay. Alright. I'm okay with A. You can disagree, that's fine. Umu. Classic. AoE Arts Saber. 9.4k attack is nice. Not bad at all. Her gains are meh. They're very meh. They're average, I think. I kind of wish she had triple arts deck. Oh well. At least I guess her damage potential might be slightly higher because of that. Yeah. They're okay. The gains are okay. Overall, I think she does fine. Nothing worse. I mean, I'm actually surprised she's not doing worse considering she's day 1, you know? So, for that, she's actually not too bad. Now, skills. This used to be a joke. Now it's very interesting. We get this buff on CCC rerun, right? So very soon on NA. So you get a 30% battery, which is nice. And then if you just so happen to be fighting on waterside or city fields, you get an arts buff for 20% for 3 turns. Again, nice. Did they increase the numbers of those? They did not. They're the same, but that's fine. The new effects already make it worth. 5 turn cooldown as well, by the way. Pretty fat. Pretty fat. Still a pretty decent skill overall. Just for the battery, if anything. Imperial Privilege. It is EX. Like, holy shit. The buffs are so amazing. You get 44% attack and defense for 3 turns. That is ridiculous. That is actually ridiculous. But of course, then there's this, you know, fact that they're 60% on base, which, you know, can probably cause a lot of molding. But if you do land them, dude, you're good to go. Like, you're good to go. At least the heal is guaranteed, and it's actually a pretty fat heal, and it's still a 5 turn cooldown. As much as I hate Imperial Privilege personally, it's not a bad skill. I just hate it. The potential is insane though. And then her very unique third skill, let's just say, arguably the best guts skill in the game. Thrice Setting Sun. 3-time guts for 5 turns. Sure, the cooldown is massive, but this is gonna buy you 3 extra turns. So you don't really care for the cooldown. You're just gonna get 3 extra turns. And that's nutty. That's nutty. That's so nutty. So yeah. One of the best, if not the best guts skill in the game, but it's nuts. The one time a guts looks so good. Well, not the only time, but you get my point, right? Right, Magic Receive is fine. Riding B does not really make any difference whatsoever. And then her MP also hasn't been buffed, so still ignores defense buffs. Flashbacks to some fun challenge quest memes, if you know what I'm talking about, if you saw that video. And then reduce defense for 1 turn. So again, very basic. At least it has this, but this is also after damage. Still good damage, actually, if you manage to land the attack buff. And by some miracle also activate the arts buff. She also has a high attack. She's just a very solid unit, right? And he can even farm nowadays because of the battery. So, fuck. I think at least A, maybe even A+. Like, she's good. She's just very good. I don't know. Fuck, this is a hard one. Just very good. A very good AoE Saber. Okay, so who else do we have here? We have Gawain with Merlin, is pretty sick, but I guess she's a bit more cockroachy. Is she the best AoE Saber of the 4 stars? Maybe she is. Maybe she is. Am I forgetting someone? I think she just might be. I mean, oh, dude, Suzuki after buffs is pretty nuts too. Okay, we'll get to her later though. For now, A. Maybe higher later. Alright. Neza. AoE Buster Lancer. Where are the 2 Lancer Raikos? Wait, are there? Oh, there are. What the fuck? Okay, I'll just put her in here then. That's weird. Wait, did I not place her? Oh, I did. She's here. That's weird. Alright. Neza, AoE Buster Lancer. Attack is, you know, fine. Kit. You can do a full Buster Chain with her MP. Her gains are... they're okay, right? They're okay. Not too bad. Again, you can tell. Not a day 1 servant. Actually can get some okay gains. Overall, okay with this. Would I want her to have a triple Buster deck? Actually, I don't think so. I kind of like this. Especially because she also has a quick buff, right? So, yeah. Makes sense. I like this. Speaking of that, Self, Quick, and Buster up for 3 turns. And crit damage for 3 turns. Solid. 5-turn cooldown. Just a solid skill. Nothing too crazy, but it's good. Small downtime. Effective. Nice. Second skill. Guts. Just your basic standard 1-time 5-turn 7-turn cooldown guts, but also comes with a small battery, so I guess it's just better. It's just a better than a standard guts. So there's that. And third skill, you get self-absorb for 1 turn and remove own debuffs, 5-turn cooldown. You know, again, you can get a crit turn going, I guess. At least she's not all 1 turn, right? Because she has this, so she actually does not have the most downtime, which is good. Not too bad. Magic Receive go okay. MP has been buffed, but yeah, they only increased the numbers. Sad. I think she could have used another effect or something. But it actually deals a lot of damage, because again, you also get MP damage after 1 turn before damage. 20% base. And now the base damage is of course also higher with the buff. The burn is like, again, whatever. It seems high, but it's not really gonna be, you know, gonna do much. She's a decent AoE Lancer. So where did I put the others? Who's my highest? Fion is my highest. Do I think he's as good or she's as good? Probably not. Maybe B+. She's pretty good though. Is there anyone else on it? There's actually no other AoE Lancer here. I think she's definitely better than Lancer Alter though. So I think B+ is pretty fair. Yeah. I think Fion is better though. I'm okay with this. I like that. Nito Chris Assassin Diaz. Oh boy. Fan service. Here you go. 8.8k attack. Not very high, but I suppose could always be lower. Arts AoE Assassin. Gains are good, especially when you have her third skill active. Not bad at all. She has one glaring issue which you might understand later, or you might already know it, but gains are still pretty decent. I think I would like a full arch deck for her in particular, but it's not bad. Defense up for 3 turns, 30%, big. And then it's basically a better morph, because you also get the 30% that morph gets. So for the first turn, you get 60% defense up. Yeah, good. And some debuff resistance for 3 turns as a bonus. It's nice. Second skill, you get a taunt for herself. And you get a fat damage cut. Like, if you use this and this, if you have them on high ranks, you basically take 0 damage. Which, you know, can be a pretty nice thing to have. Not too bad at all. Yo, Ristia, how you doing? And then third skill is really nice. Self-attack up, 30% for 3 turns. Self-MP damage up, 20% for 3 turns. And self-MP gain up, 30% for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown, pretty damn nice. Not too bad at all. Presence Concealment A, she's not really a star generator, no. Doesn't really matter too much for her. She's an A Arts Assassin. Divinity B is okay. And then MP. Damage is not the greatest, but it's fine if you have the third skill active. Defense down sadly after damage. And then here's the problem. Insta-kill before damage. That really puts a wrench in her gameplay. She could actually be a really, really solid looper as well. But this just screws up too many runs. It sucks. It's dumb. Because, again, if you insta-kill, that means you get 0 refund. Nothing. She would be much better off if she had no OC whatsoever. She's still fine, obviously, for farming, but as a looper, that ruins it. That just ruins it. Where are my other AoE assassins at? Good-chan is here. Do I think she's as good? Probably. She's probably as good as Good-chan. I think they're about the same. Their gameplay is pretty different, but I feel like their potential is pretty similar. Yeah. Now, again, some people will be confused as to why I have Good-chan high, but you can go back on the VOD if you want. Or on the video if you're watching this later, I suppose. Alright, Caster. Ooh. Arts AoE, much like Assassin. 9k attack is actually pretty good for a caster. Not too shabby. Full arts deck. Love it. Gains are fine as well. So yeah, she's good to go. Good to go. Now, skills. Insta-kill chance up to 100% for 3 turns. At least you have the choice here, which is nice. And then a pretty okay self-heal. Mostly not super relevant, but I guess it's nice to have the option, because some farming actually depends on insta-kill. Some rare farm. So it's not bad. But at least it's an option to buff it. She still obviously has insta-kill on her MP, but this will make a difference to it. Second skill, you get the giant battery. Of course, makes farming even better. It's pretty nice to have an AoE servant, right? I prefer this to single targets. Third skill. Guts. Well, it's actually probably better than a normal Guts, because it's not 5 turns, but it's also not 7 turns on here. They both got reduced 2 turns, but I think it's better than this way, honestly. And then also bonus self debuff removal, never hurts. Territory creation A is very nice, works perfectly for her. Debuff success rate, I guess there's this, yeah, so yeah, sure. And Divinity B never hurts. Alright, so MP buffed does pretty decent base damage as well. And then you apply crit chance down, the good old 20% for 3 turns, never hurts, always a good thing. Insta-kill can be bad, again, it's before damage. But I feel like she's used differently. She's not like a looper, whereas Assassin would be a looper if the insta-kill before damage didn't happen. Whereas she's just a solid... She's like Astolfo in that sense. Just a great farmer, but not a loop servant, right? So, yeah. but she does a very good job at it. And especially with something like this, you have a lot of options. You can already start with high gauge, and with the support you can MP immediately with that, and then you get another MP, or you can do something like give her a big damage seed that with like 0% starting gauge and just get a fat, the options are there. It's good. So I like the flexibility. I think she's also here with Stolf in A rank. Just a solid farmer. Very flexible and does the job. Does the job. Just good. Oh boy, it's Nobu time. We're actually gonna finish this list someday. How about that? Have a good sleep, Yasu. Another welfare. How many do we even have left? I don't know, but here's another one. AoE Buster Archer, one of the oldest welfares in the game. Number 2, I believe. Maybe I'm right. Maybe I'm not. She was before Christmas, right? Yeah, I think she was. Could be wrong. Anyway, 9.4k attack. Pretty good for an Archer, not too bad. Kit, I actually like her, or not Kit, deck. I actually like her deck. She's still capable of a full Buster Chain with her MP, but the arts actually make it so that her base gains are not amazing, but if you can get some crits, especially Overkill, because of the 4-hit arts, she actually has some pretty decent MP gain potential. Like, yeah, it's pretty nice. So I actually like what I'm seeing here. This is not too bad. Now, even this is better than Saber Lily though, even though obviously could use a buff. It's not 20% at least, it's 30% team MP gen, so there's that, you know. And it's up half the time, so definitely outdated as fuck, but you know, it's something. Then her, you know, niche damage bonus, 1 turn, up to 100% anti-divine damage, 5 turn cooldown, you know. Sure, it's a nuke, but yeah. Nothing crazy though. How many subs to cut my brother's internet connection? Oh, is he that audible? Oh, I'm so sorry. And then this is exactly the same as Self-Mod EX, isn't it? I think it is. It's pretty funny though. Did Self-Mod EX exist when she was released? Maybe not. But yeah, it's 600% absorb for 3 turns and 50% crit damage up for 3 turns and a 5 turn cooldown for herself. This means she actually can be a very decent crit servant. Oh, is self-mod 800%? Oh, I guess, you know, there's that. Wait, how much is self-mod A rank, if that even exists? Maybe that is equal. A good sleep, Daryl. So yeah, her kit is old as hell, but it's not the worst I've seen. Definitely could use more stuff though. Magic Crispy is fine. Independent Action B+ is nice, considering again she has crit potential, and her MP has never been buffed. But the OC is actually good, considering she's an archer, right? And much to my knowledge, most sabers actually do have riding as a passive, so it's actually not that niche at all. In fact, it's very nice for her, so it actually works pretty well. Yeah, it's not even not that rare, not on just sabers, but a lot of other servants have it as well. But of course, against sabers, you're probably gonna pick her most. So yeah, it's a nice OC to have on her. It's good. There you go. She's just a bit too outdated for my tastes. I would probably put her in like C+, maybe C, maybe C+, maybe like Chacha tier. Just a bit too outdated at this day and age. I guess, you know, she did receive an indirect buff with Nobukatsu, right? When you think about it. Define outdated. Were you not watching just now? Look at this. Does this scream 2022? Does this scream 2022? No. No normal effects? No. No. I think it's pretty outdated. I guess you can make an argument, but I think it's pretty outdated. Okay, so how many AoE archers do we even have here? You know what? I don't think I can't place her below Nyanta. She has to be at least the same tier. Okay, that's fair. So she's B. There you go. Okay. Nobu Summer. Ooh, she's actually good. Like, Nobu Summer, after all the buffs, is one of the best 4-star Berserkers in my opinion. Actually really good. Attack already starting off well. And her gains as a Berserker, full Gorilla deck, again, on the better side. She's one of those that has the potential of doing like ABB and actually get a good chunk of MP gains due to her high number here and her Buster having so many hits. So again, pretty versatile in terms of that. So yeah, this is good. Very nice. Skills. This is slightly awkward because her evasion is tied to her 3-turn Buster buff, and you definitely want this up because, you know, Buster will happen a lot. But, you know, it's a pretty decent evasion skill otherwise. It's the standard 6-turn, 1-turn, but yeah, rather have this than like crit damage or something, you know. This is a good skill. The only thing that is kind of annoying is the cooldown, but at least the downtime is not that massive. So you get 10 stars, up to 10 stars per turn for 5 turns, and party heal 500 per turn for 5 turns. This heal is not that big, but the stars are actually pretty good for 5 turns. And then of course party gets 3% MP every turn for 5 turns. Does not scale sadly, but it's still a pretty decent skill. Yeah, it's like it's your mini Garden of Avalon. Or this is the whole existence of Miyu right here. Feels bad, man. Miyu replaced by an entire skill. Oof. Cooldown, annoying, but at least, you know, 5-turn uptime, 3-turn downtime. It kind of makes sense. So it's not the end of the world. Third skill. Ooh, so self-absorb buff, 3000% for 1 turn. It's not gonna make her like she's not gonna get like, it doesn't mean she will get every single star out there, but it will make it pretty, it will make it a lot better as a chance to get stars on her. And then ignore evasion, you know, nice bonus I guess if you need it. And then Burning Battlefield, if you're on there, you get 3 turns of 20% attack up. Keep in mind, this is 4 turns of cooldown, so the uptime of this could be potentially very good. Now, this used to be very annoying, because again, it requires Burning Battlefield, but then they buffed her. Okay, so, Mad Enhancement C, I wish this was higher, but it's already pretty okay. They buffed the MP. Oh yeah, so the base damage is now nice, but now you also get Burning Battlefield for 3 turns when you use it. So that helps a lot with this. It's so nice. And then Anti-Divine, you know, it works surprisingly a lot of the times. It's not even that rare, honestly. And even if you're not Divine, with all her buffs, you can still deal a lot of damage. Like, damn, dude, Summer Nobu is pretty stacked. Oh boy. The only annoying part is that you obviously have to use your MP before you use this at least once, because then you obviously won't get the first instance of the attack for your MP. But I think it's still fine. I think she's like A tier. I think Beowulf, after all his buffs, is slightly better, but I think Summer Nobu is still like right here. She's still one of the best 4-star Berserkers in the game in my opinion. Just very solid. Yeah, and Nobukatsu can also help her. Yes, that's true. That is true. Good point. I think Beowulf after the recent buff is just the best. Well, not the best, but after Herc, the best 4-star Berserker. I agree, Retria. Alright, Nursery Rhyme. AoE Arts Book. DPS. 8.6k attack. I wish was a little bit higher, but it's not 7k, you know. Deck is nice. I like the full arch deck. And her gains are actually decent. I would say they're slightly above average, which is nice. And of course, having a triple arch deck further amplifies that, as in she can participate in more arch chains, which is like an indirect MP gain, of course. That's good. So not bad in terms of numbers. I wish the attack was a bit higher though. Self-mod, there it is. So it is actually 600%. So yeah, Nobu, the Demon Lord rank A, is actually the exact same as Self-mod rank A. How about that? I guess EX is 800% then. Alright. But yeah, she could actually crit. She's a crit book. How about that? Like, even if she doesn't crit too much, this actually helps in, I guess, you know, getting her MP back more. Because again, 3 arts cards, so if you crit, obviously more MP gain. So it helps with that too. It's not even that awkward when you think about it. It's actually fine. Morph, rank A+. It's a good one. Again, 60% defense for 1 turn, then 30% afterwards. And a pretty decent chunk of debuff resistance, all on a 5-turn cooldown. Pretty decent defensive option. It's not bad at all. See ya, Shazu. Thanks for dropping by. Not bad. And then, meanwhile, her battery skill, up to 40%. Slightly awkward as a 40%, but it's still a nice battery, though. Let's be real. Pretty okay self-heal, and also removes debuffs on a 6-turn cooldown. Is actually not bad at all. Like a 40% battery on a 6-turn cooldown? Yeah. She's somewhat basic, but at the same time, she's totally fine, I feel like. She definitely lacks one thing, which is like buff to her MP, but I feel like it's okay. Much love to you as well, Shazu. And then, of course, Territory Creation A is nice. And her MP has been buffed, which I guess helps with the lack of MP damage buffs. So, it's basically just a number increase, right? Yeah, that's all they did. That's literally all they did. They did not even increase the OC or the defense down, it seems. And of course, the defense down, sadly, after damage. And chance-based rain is always going to be awkward. It's always fine if the enemy is not about to MP, because then it's just, you know, possibly a free tick down. But if the enemy is about to MP and you're going to bank your survival on this, you're going to have a rude awakening half the times. So, but I feel like she's not that bad. I wish she had maybe slight more damage, because again, her attack itself is not that high. And the only damage she has is crit damage, and then this passive, but... Where did I place Marie Caster? She's like right here. I think Book is like C+ at least. I think she's better than Marie Caster though. Who else did I? Where's the other AoE casters? There's no one. Oh, Edison. Oh, I think Edison is better though. After all his buffs. Is she B though? She's either C+ or B. She's not bad at all. Just could use more damage. Could use more damage. Maybe she's B. Like, just because she lacks damage. I don't think I can punish her that much. She's not bad. She's definitely a decent AoE caster. With the MP buff especially. Okay, Parvati time. Okay. AoE Quick Lancer. Her attack is sadly very low, but I mean, yeah. She's still Parvati, I guess. Gains are good. Definitely good. Not bad at all. Deck is fine. Would I prefer triple quick or double arts? Probably. But, you know, it does the job, I guess. It does the job. Imaginary around EX. Very good. 3 turns of 30% quick up self and 30% MP gain on a 5-turn cooldown. Basic but very, very good. Makes sense for her gameplay as well. Skill 2! It's the 1-turn skill, but man, you get a lot of stuff. 50% attack up, 50% defense up, 100% star gen. Again, this is actually good considering she's quick mostly, so this actually does make a difference. And basically debuff immune also for that turn, so... For a 1-turn skill, this is definitely one of the better 1-turn skills in the game. No question about it. And then the third skill, you do need 10% gauge to use it, but if you level it up, you do get a benefit of 10%. And also comes with a heal, and it's targeted. So again, leniency, chances are you're going to use it on herself, but you get that leniency. And the cooldown is pretty low for a battery skill, so overall, solid kits. Magic Rosé is nice, and then Goddess isn't B. So if you look at this, she already has a base of 42.5% debuff resistance any given point. Fun. And then a high divinity. MP, AoE damage. The shoot an effect of 60% chance to charm as a normal effect. It's just flat. And then you get some refund as well from the OC. It's good. It's pretty basic, but it's good, of course. Not too bad. I mean, she's definitely on the high side of the 4-star Lancers, especially the AoE ones. Now, Fion is right here. Do I think she's better or the same? That's a hard question, actually. She might be better. even after Fion's buffs. Even after she has not received a single buff yet. If she ever will. She might be... I mean, it's just a half tier anyway. It's like a plus. So maybe I can do this, honestly. Yeah, it's not a full tier. It's a half tier. So I guess she will be my number 1 AoE Lancer for this list, I feel like. Well, the only one remaining is Valk. Although they're not bad either, but I think I prefer Parvati. Passion Lip. The other 4-star alter ego, I guess. AoE Buster. Full Gorilla Mode. She has a very high attack. Very high attack. That's good. Her gains are not good. Maybe, again, slightly better for a usual gorilla deck, but again, nothing to write home about. But you know what? She's one of those press red enemy dead, so gains at the end of the day don't even matter too much. And again, supports can and will make up for a lot of that. But you're probably going to run something like Merlin with her just to, you know, clap people with those claws. Basically. Skills. She actually has some synergy. So, first, the Breast Valley, the legendary skill. You get a pretty decent damage cut for 3 attacks, 5 turns. It's not as high as... well, it actually is as high as EMIYA Alters, but she doesn't get the defense up as well. Instead, she gets debuff immune for 3 times, 5 turns, which is actually still a great utility option to have. So, yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown. So, depending on if you get a hit or not, or debuffed, you could actually loop some of these effects. So, it's pretty basic, but it's nice. And this was buffed recently on Nene as well. It's the second skill, so she does get a taunt for herself. And it does increase her defense, luckily, because, you know, you do want to, you know, bunker up if you're going to take hits. 30% ain't too bad. I wish it was slightly higher, but it's okay. Especially if you couple with this, it's fine, because this damage cut is pretty big. And the buff is now, if your HP is lower than 50%, you also get an attack buff for 3 turns based on your remaining HP, so... actually can be fairly big, but also a 4-turn cooldown should be noted. For a taunt, that's pretty good. Like a 4-turn cooldown on a taunt ain't no joke. And then the third skill, which you definitely need to use after the first skill, unless you have other countermeasures, but here we go. You get a 3-turn self-attack up 30%. Pretty good. 3-turn ignore invul for 3 turns. Or 3-turn self-ignoring invul. Good. Then you, I guess this is a meme, you get a chance to insta-kill with attacks. Well, with an attack. If you do it once, it just, you know, fades away. It's pretty memey, but it's fun. And then you also get defense up for 1 turn by an additional 30%. So, yeah, if you combine the skills... for that 1 taunt turn, you're basically taking no damage because you will have plus 60% defense and 1000 damage cut. So, but the demerit is you will stun yourself on use by, this is not a delayed stun, you will get stunned immediately. So you best use this first because you will need some kind of way to counter that. Otherwise, this is kind of a waste. So the order is important. But overall, her kit has very nice synergy and it's actually pretty good. Alright, skills. Magic Resist C is okay. Independent Action C is fine. I don't think Star Gen is really that good for her, but, you know, it's there. This is very nice. More debuff risk and more damage. And her MP used to be like the wettest sponge you've ever seen. It barely did any damage at all. It still doesn't do amazing damage, but it was buffed, so it does help. Sadly, they didn't include any new effects. It's just an increase of numbers. But, you know, damage increase is a damage increase. And I guess the heal for her gameplay actually helps. It's even party heal, so that's good. Because she will be taking hits just because of taunting and whatnot, so... there you go. Yeah, she's... I mean, you're probably mostly gonna end up face carding with her. I don't think she's bad at all. Again, I'm not a huge fan of the alter ego class, so I'll probably end up here with her. She's still definitely a very decent DPS who also can protect the team. So, not too bad. But I think in most cases I would just use a different class, you know. I think B+ might even be generous. But I'm okay with that. she still has good damage potential regardless. Have a good sleep, gent. We still have quite a few to go, but I'm just committed at this point. Penth, single target Buster Berserker, 10.5k attack. That's big, very big. Full gorilla deck, and for her in particular, is actually very fine. Looking at her skills, it's so good. And her gains, again, pretty average for a Buster deck, but again, her skills will make up for it, and possibly supports as well. So this is basically perfect, in my opinion, for someone like this. This is already like a good start. Charisma B, again, just the charisma, nothing crazy, but, you know, much like Caster Gil, because she has some team utility. It's not the only team utility she has, so it's just on top, so it's okay. Nothing crazy, though. Second skill is nice because you can get up to 20% MP per turn with her. Is good. So you can get 60% from this skill alone, which will help a lot. And you're also immune for debuffs for 3 turns. Pretty underrated. Very good. Good skill. Half the time it's up as well. Third skill, the other party utility skill. 3-turn Buster up, 20% for the whole party. I kind of wish this was self-only, I'm not gonna lie. But it also actually does enable her for some setups. But I kind of would like her to be a little bit more selfish. But there is this thing that is only for herself. So damage against Greek mythology males for 3 turns. It's very niche. There's not a whole lot of them. But, you know, if it works, then it really works. Madness Enhancement EX is so good. Oh my god. It's so good. And then a bonus divinity on top. MP is like the most basic MP there is. No buffs, just basic damage, and then attack down after damage for 3 turns. But she's great. She's so great. God damn. She's at least an A. She's probably tied with Nobu, I think. Just pretty damn good. I think they're both very good. I don't think I would put one above the other. I still think Beowulf after the buffs. You can call me crazy if you want. I think he might be the best though. But yeah, dude, Penth is great. Penth is great. Liangyu. Now, this is a servant that I almost have no actual use out of. I've never really used her too much. She's very unique as well. So, dude, can I call her an arts DPS? She has a buff MP though. So, 8.2k attack, much like with a lot of Lost Spell 3 servants. She's definitely suffering from a very low attack stat, which is annoying. But, you know, it is what it is. Deck is fine for her actual kit, so I'm not too worried. It's fine. Gains are pretty decent as well, right? So, the only thing I just don't like is the small, you know, low attack, but otherwise she's fine for what she's trying to do. As for her skills, this is a great skill. Very good. Self arts and quick up 3 turns, 20%, and crit damage self up 3 turns by 30%. 5-turn cooldown, very good uptime. This is basically what Hozoin could use as well. More like 3-turn effects. Second skill, self-absorb up. So, you know, enables that crit turn, I guess. Debuff immune 3 times 3 turns. Again, good utility to have. And even on top of that, buff removal resistance. So not only are you not gonna debuff her, you're also not gonna remove her buffs. So this is like the anti-don't touch me skill. This is the anti-touch skill. Also a 5-turn cooldown is pretty nice. So for a 1-turn effect, otherwise it's good. It's like good. Right. Her defensive skill is a 2-time guts. 3 times. That's why the 8-turn cooldown, I suppose. And it has a battery for 20%. Interesting. Pretty decent. Pretty decent. Not bad at all. Magic Res C. That's all, they're her only passive. Does that skill work on Amakusa? Yes, that's what buff removal resistance means. If you have it on rank 10, Amakusa MP does actually not remove her buffs. That's what it means. So her MP is very unique. Very unique. So the normal effect is you get attack up for 3 turns on self, and then you get so many different buffs that happen when you either attack and or crit. So here we go. You do defense down on attacks on every normal attack, right? But you can only do it 3 times per MP, or until 5 turns is over. So that's up to minus 30% defense, I guess. Not the most, but it's on every normal attack, so it should be pretty easy to apply this at least. And then if you crit, you remove the target's buff, and then again, this can happen 3 times or until 5 turns is over. This is pretty good. And this is the other normal effect, right? No. This is when you take damage, you reduce the attacker's crit damage, not chance, by the way, their crit damage by 10% for 3 turns, again 3 times, so up to minus 30% crit damage. I would prefer chance. I would definitely prefer crit chance down than damage. I don't honestly know how to rate her. I don't know. She's a really unique one. Hey, welcome back, Win. She's so tricky, dude. I feel like I'm not gonna do her justice with my placement. I need to experiment with her, if anything. And of course, the OC is if you take a crit, the party gets healed, which is again nice, I guess. It's just, I don't know. Is she? I guess she's a team player, right? Because of the party stuff as well. I don't know. But you don't have a damaging MP, that's the thing. So you're gonna solely rely on crits if you're gonna use... I feel like she's not gonna be a solo DPS. You're probably gonna run her, a support, and maybe another Lancer DPS who has a damaging MP. I feel like that's kind of how you're supposed to play her or something. She's there for utility and bonus deeps, maybe. I feel like this will be an unfair rating, but I'm probably gonna place her in like B or something. I don't know. If someone is watching this video or VOD back, I apologize. I don't have a lot of experience with her. She's so unique. I will definitely have to experiment more with her. On paper, she seems decent, but I don't know. Apparently, she can also solo. So yeah, that's probably an unfair rating. So you shouldn't, you know, take that to be too offended of that rating. Alright, Ket Santa. Again, much like with Martha, Ruler, she's already gonna get a lot of points just by being a Ruler, the best class in the game. So, AoE Buster, can do a full Buster Brave Chain. That's cool, that's cool. She's definitely a bit gorilla-ish. Her gains are fine. There's nothing wrong with her gains. So overall, I kind of think she should have a full gorilla deck like Martha, just be like an AoE Martha. She still kind of is. But I feel like they should have committed for the full gorilla deck. But, you know, not too bad. Attack is also pretty good. Alright, first skill. Party attack for 3 turns. Only 20%, but it's okay. And then stars. So it's just a better charisma again. That's how you can think about it. It's fine. Nothing crazy. It's fine. Targeted skill. An ally gets up to 600% absorb for 1 turn, and also their star gen is increased. So basically, this is her version of the Santa gift. I guess that's why it's titled Goddess's Gift. Again, I think I liked Santa Altera's one the most, that has a battery. This is better. This is still better than the one that has a heal, but I think I like the battery one the most of these. It's okay though, because you can also use it on herself, obviously, for a crit turn, because you have stuff like this, right, for more absorb. So you get self buster up for 3 turns on 30%. That's good. And then self buster absorb up for 1 turn, sadly, but still you can have a pretty nasty buster crit turn. And a 5-turn cooldown on something like this is actually not bad at all. It's good. Somewhat basic-ish, but I mean, she's a welfare, so let's not expect miracles. She's already doing fine. Magic Res A Plus is nice, and of course, couple that with Goddess's Essence A, you got an innate 46% debuff resistance. That's, can't go wrong with that. And bonus damage for face cards is always nice. And her MP, well, it's like Raiko, where you get star generation for self up for 1 turn before damage. So yeah, she can still generate some stars even as a buster oriented servant. 3 MP5 of course means that it will do some damage. And then you also give the party some crit damage for 3 turns after the MP is over. She's like damage slash pseudo support. She's great. Pretty basic, but again, I can't place her like lower than B+, just because she's a ruler. Like, she just works. Like, actually works. She might even be A. Do I place her higher than Martha, or do I keep her the same? She's not bad at all, though. Maybe I'll keep her here, though. I think A is starting to be, like, pretty exceptional servants at their roles, honestly. Yeah. Maybe she's like a high B+, if anything. Alright, another single target Saber. It's Rama. Oh boy, after Watanabe was released, I feel very bad for Rama. So, single target Buster. Attack is actually pretty damn high. That's good. His gains are not that good though. They are pretty weak. Oh boy. He can still do a full Buster chain with his MP, so there's that, but goddamn. You can tell he's also an older servant at this point. Right, first skill. It's not as bad as it looks, because again, it's a 4-turn cooldown, so despite being a 1-turn skill, which obviously means he will get a nice crit turn, like actually can crit pretty hard, and it's 4 turns instead of like 5, so it's slightly better, but not a whole lot better than like a generic 1-turn crit skill. How does Watanabe make him bad? He's just basically he does the same thing as Rama, but just a lot better. Charisma B. Again, just a basic charisma. Charisma B, more like charisma basic. Old, outdated. Guts. It's actually arguably a worse version of a normal Guts, despite it also having a heal. I think I would prefer a 5-turn Guts instead. It's still the standard 7 for 5 turns on cooldown as well. Yeah. It's too weak, like this is too basic. It's lacking. This is too, I mean, again, he's old, but they should have buffed him ages ago. He still doesn't have a single buff. God damn it. Alright, Magic Rosé is still nice. Writing A+, I mean, 1 quick card with 2 hits. Yeah, miss me with that. Divinity A+ is nice though. And then his MP. If you're not fighting demonic, yeah, it's pretty weak. But if you are fighting demonic, obviously it's strong. And considering how many, like, really good 4-star Sabers, single targets we have these days, he just falls kind of flat. I could compare him to, like, Brave Liz. Do I think he's better? Do I actually think... Is he the same? Because, again, Brave Liz is free MP5 as well. That's the thing. Maybe I'll keep him in the same tier. I don't even know. It's hard to say. They're very similar, actually. Rama is just too outdated, man. How the hell does he not have a single buff these days? Not a single one. Not even an MP buff. Nothing. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I think I'll keep him there. Rama is very tragic. Maybe if they ever, you know, release Sita, they will actually buff him as well. Who knows? Right. Another welfare. We got Sakamoto. Very cool. Single target Arts Rider. Attack is actually kind of low, sadly, but... Can do a full arch chain with the MP. Nice. Gains are fine. Not crazy good, but I feel like the gains are fine. Nothing wrong with that. I feel like they're not, you know, this is about, you know, meeting expectations, honestly. Nothing crazy, but it's fine. Charisma C+, the return of charisma already. Even a lower rank than Rama, I guess, but yeah, it's something. Just too basic. Party 10% MP battery, you know. There you go. And then party debuff resistance for up to 20%. It's pretty weak, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty weak. It is pretty weak. It's not terrible, but it's just a bit weak, you know. This is good though. Party arts buff 20% 3 turns and a star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. Now this is not bad at all. It's not insane, but it's actually fine, completely fine. Second skill is a tragedy, just say it. Yeah, it's kind of... I mean, this should be... Why is this not 20%? This should really be 20%. Come on, dude. And this should be like 30% or something. Come on. Magic Rest C. It's okay. Riding A+. Pretty useless. Mostly. Divinity B-, you know, bonus damage. And then the MP, of course, free MP5 means a good chunk of damage. And then a chance-based drain. Oof. Again, it's fine if you're not on the MP turn of the enemy. Then it's actually maybe free takedown for delay. But don't be counting on this for your survival. Definitely not. They're fine, but... It's weird that Kintoki is quite a bit older, but he's still quite a bit better. I feel like they're like B? Maybe even B+. I don't know. They're not... They're okay. They're okay. I mean, I guess the free MP5 might put them on B+ or something. Like, they still can do good damage. Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Another welfare. Oh boy. Shisho Assassin. Especially now that Kichi is a thing. Oh boy. She's not having a good time. Alright, so AoE Quick Assassin. 9k attack is actually not too shabby. Of course, it'll, you know, take a small hit because of an assassin class, but it's okay. Full quick deck, you know. At least her star generation is fine. That's good. Gains are not good. They're definitely below average from what I remember using her. Not like Astolfo tier, but... meh. Overall, I like the deck. I like the attack. Gains maybe could be a bit better. Right. Self-taunt. Self-taunt. Is it way above? You might... Okay, a lot of these... Yeah, you're doing the math, but I remember using her, and I still feel like she barely got any gains from anything, though. You might be right, but I have used her here and there, and I just don't... I remember her gains being pretty weird, though. Like, really weird. Can anyone else comment? You're still alive? Yeah, I'm finishing this list. Anyway, there's the taunt. Esports, baby. Also self-crit up, I guess. I would kind of prefer if this was a defensive option instead, because it's a taunt, but yeah. Powell says MP gain is trash. Interesting. That's what I thought, but yeah. It did still, yeah. It's a taunt, though. It's something. I guess you can couple it with this. You can actually get a decent chunk of damage cut for that turn. Even if you were damaged, you can maybe even get some use out of the heal. Again, this should not be 6 turns. Come on, dude. This should not be a 6-turn cooldown. That's ridiculous. Even if it's targeted. It's a 1-turn cut. Come on, dude. Come on, man. This should be 3 turns if it's 6. Just saying. Alright, ignore Invul for 1 turn and ignore... Or, not ignore. Increase on quick performance for 1 turn. So it's a quick version of Mana Burst that comes with Invul Pierce as well. I don't think the Invul Pierce is worth the increase of cooldown from 5 to 6 though. Why does she have so long cooldowns? Maybe I can understand for the taunt, but why these? Just too outdated. Too outdated. Damage is fine, but that's about it. I think this should be higher, but it's something. Free MP5 is okay. Again, that goes for the damage. And it's the only other effect you have is insta-kill. It's after damage though, right? I'm pretty sure, so... It's not like you would loop with her anyway though, right? Well, not easily, but at least it's after damage, which it always should be. Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't know. she's like probably on the bottom side of the welfares. Maybe here. I think she's like Salter in the fact that they both just have damage. Other than that, are they really any that good? Probably not. Eh. Just so outdated. Ugh. Alright. Queen of Sheba. Oh boy. I think there's a lot of different opinions about her. I definitely think she needs a buff, but when I said that, you know, on one discussion, people are like, what are you talking about? She's like so good. I'm like, okay, dude. Interesting. I think she needs a buff though. Alright, 8.6k attack is, it's fine for a caster, I guess, but I wish she was a little bit higher. Her gains are fine. They're at least okay, I think. And I don't really mind her having 2 busters because she actually is somewhat crit oriented as well. So it actually increases her damage potential that way, I suppose. So I guess the deck is fine. Not too impressed though, but it could be worse, of course. Charisma B minus. Again, just there's nothing really to scream about when you're talking about charismas though. That's the thing. Second skill is a 1-turn 100% up to 100% crit damage up on self. And you get Ignore Involve for 1 turn as well. 5-turn cooldown. This should be a 4-turn cooldown. It really should be. Yeah. This should be a 4-turn cooldown. Or add something to it. Maybe an Absorb. Ooh, this is a good skill though. Well, not great, but decent. Okay. 3 turns of arts up for the party. And Buster up for the party. I kind of wish it was 30%, but I guess this is the standard for AoE when you think about it, so understandable. And you do get a flat 10 stars, which, you know, can help with this, but yeah, I think the stars should have scaled. It should have scaled from like 10 to 20, and I don't think that would have been broken at all. I think they should have made it scale. Or make it like stars per turn or something. Territory Creation C is fine. Magic Crusade is good. And MP single target arts. You get the 3 different debuffs after damage. Defense down, attack down, healing rate down. But again, not huge on the numbers. And it's just not gonna do a whole lot of damage. Like, especially if you have MP1, right? I don't know if any of you guys have ever used her. Like, her MP is just pretty weak. Like, it's pretty weak. You're gonna do like 30, 40k, maybe even 50, but it's a single target MP. Like, I just feel like she needs more. And if you think she's fine, that's, yeah, you know, no worries, but I think she definitely needs a buff. There's a lot of possibilities. They can buff the MP, they can maybe do that. I mean, maybe that's just a small buff, but maybe also do something for this. I don't know. They could even do something for the charisma. Okay, so Kirke is here. Do I think she's as good, better, worse? She's either the same or just slightly worse, in my opinion. I don't know. I think Kirke might be better, just slightly. Maybe a half a tier, so C+ would kind of make sense. Yeah. I think I would slightly prefer Kirke, honestly. I could maybe see a B rating. Also, I see it's coming from you, Tigris, the owner of a level 100 Sheba. You know, fair enough. Yeah. You like my pronunciation of Kirke? Yeah, you do. That's the Greek way. Deal with it. You can say Cersei if you want. I'm not gonna fight you over that. Alright, Shiki Assassin. Shiki Assassin. Oh boy. Single target arts. Damage. Good. Attack slightly on the lower side though, sadly, but no, not too worried about that. Deck is fine. I still think I would have preferred a triple arts deck, but it's okay. And her gains are fine. She's actually above average on MP gains, which is cool. Not too bad on this side. Also free MP5, of course, due to being welfare. First skill, ignore invul for 1 turn. You get the arts mana burst, 50% up, and reduce enemy insta-kill resistance. Again, in most cases, this is relevant. So it's basically an arts mana burst with an invul pierce. At least this one didn't get increased to 6 turns on cooldown like Shisho did, for whatever reason. So that's cool. Second skill, her defensive option. It's your standard 1-turn evasion on 6 turns. It's you know, Mind's Eye falls. You get the crit damage. It's actually fine for her. Because, you know, not only can she generate some stars herself, or for herself, but, you know, depending on your support, you can also aid this. Not too bad. 30% battery, not too bad. 6-turn cooldown, pretty standard. The 1k HP demerit is actually not that big. Yeah, there's a lot worse demerits out there. It's fine. This is fine. Again, she can do some star. She's not the best at star generation, but, you know, she can kind of do some. Not too bad. Obviously, being an assassin already bumps this number quite a bit. Independent action A, again, works with the crits, I suppose. Not too bad. And her MP actually was buffed for some reason. Is pretty nuts. So, ignores defense buffs. And reduced and they added a new scaling effect. So again, free MP5. 20% defense down for 3 turns. It's after damage, right? But, you know, it's still nice. Yeah, actually welfare with upgraded MP. Now insta, again, pretty irrelevant. But this is gonna do a lot of damage. I mean, you 1800 for free MP5. That's nuts. That's just a lot of damage. That is just a lot of damage. Now, where did I place Carmilla? She's an A, right? She's either gonna be the same or A+. I definitely can't put her in EX. EX is too much. Maybe because A+ because of the free MP5 again, yeah. I kind of like that argument. I think both her and Carmilla are the best, like, single target assassins, but, you know, yeah. This is fine. Free MP5 is nice. Speaking of free MP5, another welfare. Caster Shooten. Again, single target casters, kind of rare, so this is nice. Also Buster. Interesting. 9.5k attack. Good. Very good. Gains are okay. They're just okay. I don't think she's anything remarkable. Not great, not terrible, just okay. Also, like I said always, having an arch deck helps because then she can participate in more arch chains. She cannot do a full Buster chain though, but I don't think that's too much of a minus. Even though her MP is obviously Buster. So this is pretty good. Pretty good. First skill, you get a guaranteed MP seal. I guess minus debuff resistances, but you know, base is guaranteed. And reduce crit chance for 3 turns by up to 50%. It's up half the times. This is very good against bosses. Don't let it fool you because it looks so basic. It's actually a great debuff on a boss. So nice. 50% on 3 turns. That's a lot less crits coming your way. That's good. Despite being so simple. Here's her 1-turn skill. I guess, you know, Sheba impression. Arts up, Buster up, 30% each. And then crit star absorb up to 500%. So yeah, she can also do some crits, I suppose. You're probably going to use this one with your MP turn as well. But chances are you may or may not get a few crits after as well. So, you know, it's okay. I don't think it should be 6 turns though on cooldown. I think that's too much. It should be 5 turns. Maybe even 4, but 5 is probably the way to go. I don't understand why it has 6 turns of cooldown. Anyway, third skill. There's the, you know, her version of the demonic charisma, I guess. You get the usual party attack up. Nothing crazy for 3 turns. And then own damage against demonic up for 3 turns. 50%. So yeah, can do some decent chunk damage against demonic, but they're not the most, you know, common enemies. They're not the rarest either, but, you know, chances are you're not going to be fighting them when you're using her. It's okay. Overall, Pretty basic, but you know, what can you expect from a welfare? It's pretty good though. I like this. I still like this skill a lot. It's nice. Territory creation B. Arts performance up. Yeah, it's nice. Again, triple arts deck. Debuff success rate. Yeah, it makes this even more guaranteed. Divinity C, just bonus face card damaging. MP actually ignores evasion, which is, you know, a nice bonus to have. But the OC is just poison, so meh. Meh. But 3 MP5 is still a lot of damage, so yeah. She's probably the best of the 4-star single target casters, so I placed Kirke in B and Sheba in C+. I think she might even be A, honestly. Or at least B+. What do you guys think? At least a B+. Maybe an A, honestly, because again, 3 MP5 is kind of nutty. And there's just not a whole lot of single target casters, that's the thing. Just even on all rarities, not just 4 stars. Just because of that, I feel like she might get some free points. I can understand the B+ though. But just because of the single target caster thing and the free MP5, I think she's A. Maybe a lower A, but yeah, I think I'll leave her there. Sumanai. Another day 1 servant. No, not Sieg. No, cursed. 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 Alright. AoE Buster Saber. Mr. Sumanai. Has a very low attack, actually, for a Saber. What a tragedy. And his gains are not good. Day 1 tragedy. Strikes again. Just not very good. I'm okay with this deck, though. I think BBAAQ is fine. So, pretty disappointing, though, but meh. Golden Rule C-. I don't think will solve his issues, but, you know, it's something. Half the time it's up. 37.5. MP gain up to. Meh. Just needs more buff. Disengage. Again, a very weak defensive skill. Please buff. Dragon Slayer did get a buff. This was like a day 1 buff as well or something. Or very fast at least. So, in addition to dragon damage and defense against dragons, he also now gets a buster buff, which is nice. So it's basically a better version of Mana Burst, because you still get the 50% buster buff for 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. But if it just so happens that you're fighting dragons, you also get up to 80% dragon damage for 3 turns, mind you, and 30% dragon defense against dragons for 3 turns. So if you're doing that, then yeah, pretty okay. Otherwise, in normal situations, you have this, which doesn't help him too much. This is a weak defensive skill, and he just has a mana burst. That's what you're looking at. Now, if that is not outdated and underperforming, I don't know what is. Riding B is a good choke. I like that. Alright, rank EX. MP did get buffed, though, which is nice. And he actually does offer himself more MP generation. Yeah, because, you know, that's clearly what he needs. And then, of course, there's the extra dragon damage. He's just underwhelming. Just, you know, underwhelming compared to a lot of the sabers. Here, like, this is the damage one. Just damage. That's that's about it. I might be a bit harsh, but I think he's just very underwhelming compared to a lot of the ones we have. Now, you might say there's like a huge gap between him and Saber Alter, and Saber Alter is still pretty, you know, outdated as well, but I feel like she at least has a very good role in farming, whereas Sumana is like, maybe not the best. Yeah. I could consider his niche, but again, it's... I'm trying to not really focus on the niche too much here. Because again, if I focused complete, I would have put BB on EX, of course, because she's like god tier against Avengers. So, if you would consider the niche, if you're fighting dragons, he would probably be like B+ or A, I think. But as is, I don't know, man. Alright, now we actually get Sieg, I guess. God damn it. Is this the last welfare? Yes, he is, actually. The last welfare on the list. How about that? Sieg, AoE Arts Caster, 8.3k attack. Not the greatest, but you know, it's not 7k. Haha. His gains, base gains are not amazing, but his skills can help with that, I suppose. So, not too big of a worry, I guess. I think his deck is fine. Of course, I would much prefer triple arts. Yeah, but, you know, it's something. There we go. Yeah, speaking of the kid helping, you get the 3-turn MP gain up, 30% self, not too bad. And I guess, you know, max HP up for 3 turns. It's just, in most cases, again, just a better heal, because you can use this on full HP. 6-turn cooldown, yeah, pretty standard. And his arts mana burst is actually lower than most, because usually they're like 40%. Imagine if this was 3 turns, oh boy. And then his third skill is much like Sumanai, anti-dragon damage, but his is only 1 turn, goes up to 100%, and then it's also a battery for 30%. The cooldown, I think, is pretty standard for something like that, so yeah. Yep. Independent action EX. He's not really a crit servant, I guess, so I mean, it's just a bonus, right? But I feel like it's pretty awkward. This is good though. Again, more arts. I mean, I guess territory creation might have been a bigger buff, maybe, but it's still an arts buff. And I guess debuff resistance never hurts. Then his MP, gotta keep in mind, free MP 5, and defense down actually happens before damage, and it's not even 10%, it's actually 20. So it's, despite being very basic, it's not a bad MP, I suppose. As much as I hate him, he's actually not a bad servant. Let's be real. You can kinda even make his looping work with minimal effort. Like, even if you don't run like double Castoria, you can kinda make him work. I feel like I'm gonna put him in A, honestly. That's like what I did with Surfmo as well. Yeah. As much as I hate him. He's still good. He's good, but I just don't like him. You guys know this. Obviously a pretty good welfare. Still. Speaking of maybe not so good units. Steno. 4-star Buster. Not damage. Assassin. I don't know what to call her. Interesting. 8.9k attack is probably middle of the road. Triple quick deck. Why not? 2 hits. Why not? But I think much like Carmilla, despite having shitty hit counts, because her MP gain is insanely pumped up, she can actually still generate a decent amount of MP. Her MP is not going to be probably as useful as Carmilla's, but, you know, she can get there, I suppose. So, yeah. Interesting. I guess, I mean, the deck is fine. I just don't understand why the MP is Buster. It still makes no sense to me. I think the deck itself is fine, though. There's your Vampirism. Again, same as Carmilla, same as Guchan, rank C. It's okay. I wish the drain was guaranteed, though. But yeah, it's something. Well, at least this one scales up to 100%, so if you're fighting males, you know, if they don't have any debuff resistance, you're basically guaranteed a free turn. So, 7-turn cooldown though? Not sure how I feel about that. Probably should be 6. Oh boy. Third skill, her interesting version of Charisma. Now, a lot of these actually that have a secondary effect that buff certain type of allies, this is one of the exceptions where she herself actually applies. Usually they say except for herself, like Liz, right, with the female Charisma. This actually gives the Steno the double buff as well, because she's divine, and it counts herself too. So you get 40% attack after 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown, which is good. It's good, but is it that good for her in particular? Not really, because she doesn't even have a damaging MP, but I guess if you're running her as a divine support, that's, you know, the one little niche, maybe. I don't know. Interesting. Magic Resay is good. This is good for the quick cards, although, of course, the hit count is still low, but, you know, it's there. This is fun, because she has the highest rank Goddess's Essence. So she gets... 50% innate debuff resistance. That's pretty crazy. I think Yuri does the same, right? It's pretty damn crazy. And then, you know, more damage. Why not? And they did buff the MP. So it went from borderline completely useless to actually having some use in actually having debuff resist or buff removal. Not debuff, buff removal. So there you go. And they actually made the defense downscale as well. It used to be 20% flat. Now it goes from 20 to 30. So if you're a proud owner of an MP5 Steno, oh boy, that 10% defense down increase, Pagu, so much worth. Actually. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's the other charm as well. So yeah, that stun lock is there, but fuck, man. She has a lot of issues. I don't know, man. I don't think she's bottom tier. She's probably here, though. Just weird. If the MP buff wasn't there, I think she would be here, but she's probably here now. I don't know. Just... like, would you ever really pick her? Like, seriously? I don't think so. At least Sumanai can be picked. Well, you can have fun with her, I guess. Oh boy, Suzuka actually got 2 buffs on JP, very almost back to back. 9.5k attack is nice. AoE Buster Saber. Suzuki, god damn it. Yeah, I see you. Alright, can do a full Buster Chain with her MP, which is nice. And her gains are fine. The base gains are not amazing, but at least she has like MP per turn as well to help. And of course, supports will and make up for it. So, I like what I'm seeing here. I think the deck is fine as is. I don't think I would prefer a triple buster. So this is good. Here's one of the buffs. So her mana burst was upgraded. Oh boy. Oh boy. So it went from 1 turn each. You now get Buster up for 3 times or 3 turns. 40%. That's good. And this was buffed as well to be 3 times. Or no, it's just 3 turns instead of 1 turn, not times. Wow. That's good. And then also added crit damage for 3 times 3 turns. Even more. Keep in mind, she also gets that from her MP as well. So she can pretty easily, you know, maintain some crit buffs on herself. That's a great skill on a 5 turn cooldown. That's great. Second skill is her Mystic Eyes again. At least this one also scales up to 100%. So if you're fighting males, you know, chances are you can charm them. But at least the attack down still works against everyone. This is not tied to male, so at the very least you'll get a 1 turn attack down on an enemy. I still don't think this skill is really good, but it's fine. It's not completely useless if you're not fighting males. And then here, this helps with the gains. You get 10% MP gain every turn for 5 turns, which is not too shabby at all. On a 6 turn cooldown, mind you. And ignore evasion as a bonus for 3 turns. And MP damage. 20% for 3 turns. Yeah, it's just a pretty solid skill. Not too bad. Magic Crusade is nice. Riding B is, again, pretty negligible, but yeah. Divinity A is nice. And MP was also buffed. Goddamn. Yeah. So, they increased the number. The OC is the same. They increased the damage number, but they added a new normal effect as well that increases her own MP generation by 20% for 3 turns. Again, further helping with that. So when she gets going, also this crit damage for 3 turns, 40% base is nice. When she gets going, like, holy crap. She's nice. She's very good now after 3 buffs. I mean, she was already fine even without all the buffs, but now she's just like, oh. So where did I place? I placed all the other good ones on A, I think. Do I think she's A+? I think she's A+. I think she might be the best of the 4-star AoE Sabers, honestly. After all those buffs. Nero is probably very close, but yeah. She's just pretty damn good now. Alright. Tammy Cat. AoE Quick Berserker. 9k attack. I wish this was higher in a Berserker, but oh well. Full Gorilla deck. Gains are also pretty bad. Pretty bad. Kind of like Lancelot. Yeah, no. Pretty kind of disappointing what I'm seeing here, honestly. Just a bit awkward. And numbers should be a bit better in my opinion, but... Monster Strength B. Again, it's not a Astolfo tier, because it's at least 2 turns, but still very outdated and disappointing skill. Now, her curse used to be super bad. It was the lowest rank. On rank 10, it wasn't even close to being guaranteed, but at least they buffed it. The drain's chance is still sucky as ever, but at least she has a defensive option now, which is nice. You get invul for 1 attack, 5 turns. So depending if you don't get a hit, you can actually loop this skill, but it's still not amazing, let's be real. But it's not like garbage tier anymore. This was also buffed, so morph. Now it's still 27% def. I still don't know why it's not 30%. It's so weird. But yeah, 3-turn defense up. That's good. Now also offers HP up for 3 turns, which again in most cases is just a better heal, so that's cool. And the important bit is the 1-turn debuff immunity for self because of her MP, right? It's actually a good buff. It's good, but you have to time it with the MP. This works for her triple buster deck, I guess. Of course, the MP has been buffed for quite a long time now. Does a good chunk of damage. And actually, she will heal a lot with it. But yeah, if you don't use this, 2-turn stun, much like Fran. Very disappointing, like disastrous, but at least she has a way to battle it. So, she's not as bad as Fran. She's like C+ or C. Not bad, but still a bit underwhelming. I guess Chacha is here for a comparison when you think about it. Lancelot is here. I don't think she's as good as Lancelot though. I think she might be on the same tier as Chacha, honestly. I think I'm okay with this. Yeah, you can also use the CC, the stun immunity one, yeah. True. You say Chacha is still too high? Why? Have you never tried farming with Chacha? It's not that bad. I think C+ is fine. Tomoe. Single target buster archer. Let's go. 9.9k attack is good. That's really nice. Her deck I also like. I like the deck. And her gains are not too bad either. All around, solid. Just a solid numbers and deck look for her. Not too bad. Have I recovered from the endless Tomogacha? You mean endless Diarmuid? Because when I did the disaster offline, Diarmuid was on solo right up. You have no idea how many Diarmuids I got. So yeah, this is very nice. This is her version. I mean, this is just, I guess, the standard Oni charisma thingy. Just a better version of charisma. Not by a whole lot, but just slightly better. Nothing crazy. It's okay. Second skill is good. Half the time is going to be up, so you get self-absorb up and self-party star generation up, which again helps feed into her stars, you know? So it's not a bad skill. And then third skill is her guts, which is a better version of a normal guts. 1 time, 5 turns on a 7-turn cooldown would be the standard, but she also gets max HP by up to 3k, so yeah, it's definitely better than a normal charisma. Somewhat basic, but you know, some synergy there. And good numbers add up, which is good. Magic Resist B is fine. Independent Action A is great, considering she has all this absorb, but not any other crit damage. So yeah, this is great. And this is fine, because she has a lot of buster. Of course, her MP is also buster. And her MP has been buffed. So it used to be slightly weak on base damage. Now it's actually pretty good. Like, actually pretty good. They even increased the other values, aka the crit chance down, which is now 20%. Instead of 3 turns, it's 5 turns. That's nice. That's nice. The burn, who cares really? And then the burn amp, I guess. Yeah, it's whatever. It's not gonna make a whole big of a difference, you know? But yeah, dude, Tomo is just a very somewhat basic but super solid DPS. Like, just a very solid DPS. I think she's at least in A. Now, there's the comparison to Fujinon. They're very similar. I could maybe even put them on the same tier, honestly. Especially after Tomoe's MP buff. She's actually pretty solid. I think I actually might put them on the same tier. They both have their advantages. I think they're like on the higher end of the 4-star archers. Yeah. She lacks durability. I think she's fine with her guts and the HP up. Because again, you're gonna be running supports with her anyway, right? If you're gonna run like stuff like Merlin, especially feed into her crits as well at the same time. Yeah. I don't know, man. This is a hard one. This is a hard one. Is she A though? She's obviously good. That's the thing. I'll keep her here for now. A, that is. Alright. Another single target archer in Tristan, who I actually think is underrated. Single target quick archer. 9.7k attack again. Very nice. So he's like half DPS, half support. So he's basically a 4-star David. Which is good, because David is also nice, you know? His numbers and his deck, he can do a quick chain with his MP. I think the deck is fine. I don't think a good triple quick deck would have made a whole lot of sense. I think this is completely fine. His gains are okay. Without crits, it's just, you know... But if you crit... Ooh. And because he's an archer, it's not even that hard to crit, let's be real. So he's looking fine. Harp of Healing, not a bad skill at all. You get the party-wide one-hit attack, one-hit evasion that does not expire. Just a small heal, and then a bonus party mental debuff removal. 6-turn cooldown is pretty fair, I feel like, for this. It's a pretty nice utility skill. Not too bad. Second skill is his battery, which does come with the 1-turn MP seal. I think a lot of people, like, some people are saying, like, this ruins him. I don't get it. It's fine. Like, the demerit is not that big. Like, it's completely fine. It's not even that bad. I see a lot of people trashing him just because of this demerit, and it makes no sense to me. It's still a decent battery, of course. This does not ruin him. And then, this is good. Now, this is amazing against bosses. Not only is it buff removal, but you get, again, that nice crit chance down for 3 turns, up to 20% on a 5-turn cooldown. Solid. Just solid. Just solid. Magic Risk B is good. Independent Action B is fine for an archer, of course. I mean, it's the archer passive, so of course. And then his MP has been buffed, which is nice. And they also added Ignore defense buffs. And he even ignores in evasion by default. Debuff resist down for 3 turns. You know, it can help, especially with his own stuff, making this more guaranteed. But it's not the greatest OC, but it's okay. And he actually will do a decent chunk of damage, despite not having any actual buffs to himself. So he can still do decent damage with his MP. Don't undermine his damage. He's good. I think Tristan might be A, honestly. You can call me crazy, but I think he's actually very decent. He's very underrated. He's just a 4-star David. Actually better than David, because he has like buff removal as well and crit chance down and stuff like that. He is good. How he and Tom are on the same level? For different reasons. They're both good though for what they do. How is Beowulf A+? Have you not been following the recent buffs? Mance has 3 buffs. He's one of the better hitting berserkers in the entire game. You go check him out. Oh, not Ushi Rider. Ushi Assassin. Is Ushi still here? I don't know, but here we go. Here we go. AoE quick assassin. Attack is actually pretty good. Not gonna lie, it's pretty good. And her gains are good. She can actually generate pretty well. And I like that she has a triple quick deck, because her quick cards are very nice. She is very good at star generation. Very, very good. So overall, I like what I'm seeing here. It's good. She has the awkward, but you know, it's a cute little 40% battery. 6 turns pretty fair, so not much to say about it. It's nice to have, but yeah, it's there. Maybe it should be 50%. Who knows, but second skill, again, slightly awkward because it's her defense option. So it's the standard evasion for 1 turn, but it's better because it's 5 turns instead of 6. So that's already good. And then a very nice 30% quick up for 3 turns. Again, because of her quick cards and her MP, this is a nice buff. Just solid. Just solid. Third skill, very interesting. You get that 1 turn star absorb for self. You know, she can crit, I suppose. You also get debuff immune for 1 turn, which, you know, never hurts. And on attack, you remove buffs, but it's a 40% chance. But if you do a full Brave Chain, that gives you, well, if not one of the cards is not MP, a full face card Brave Chain is 4 chances. You have 4x 40%. So chances are it's still gonna work out. So even though it's RNG based, it can still, you know, be okay. So overall, kit, I like it. It's good. This is nice for the star gen. This is nice for, I guess, the crit star absorb thingy. Riding A+ is huge. Actually huge. And then her MP. Her MP is somewhat weak though, sadly. I think the MP is the weakest part of her kit. Obviously hasn't been buffed, so the base damage is nothing to scream about. It removes offensive buffs, which, you know, is nice. It's a nice normal effect. And then it does a quick resistance down on AoE for 3 turns, but it's sadly after damage. So her MP in most cases will actually be pretty weak, but obviously you're still gonna get a ton of stars. Like, she's still a very solid assassin, I'm not gonna lie. I just wish her MP... If this receives a buff, she's gonna be so good. She's still like, let's say, where are the other AoE assassins? There's Nidocris. I guess she's a good comparison. Is she better? Is she worse? She actually might be better. Maybe she's the same. I don't know. I don't think I even have a single AoE assassin on A, now that I think about it. Interesting. Is she the best of the 4-star AoE assassins? At least the ones on this list. Excluding some JP ones, of course. I don't know. She's just good at what she does. She's like a 4-star Kotaro, right? Who doesn't debuff as much, but has more damage, has better gains, and still generates stars like hell. Yeah, she's good. Valkyrie, not Val. AoE Quick Lancer. Attack is very low. I mean, Parvati didn't have an insanely high attack either, but this is like even lower. Gains are fine. Or actually good, rather, I think. Yeah, I think their gains are pretty okay. I think the deck is fine. Still being able to do a quick chain right here. I think... Oh, maybe I would prefer a second Arts over a second Buster, but otherwise... Yeah, it's fine, I think. Not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, it's the value pack, the 3-in-1. How about that? Primeval Rune. It's not as good as the one that Parvati has, because I would prefer MP gain over MP damage. Also, I believe the cooldown is longer. Was it 5 turns for Parvati or 6? I don't actually... I think it was 6 maybe. Anyway, but the quick bonus is still there. That's good. And MP damage, of course, is still nice. I would just prefer MP gain. At least for her there specifically. Alright. Defensive skill. You get 1 attack evasion for 3 turns. So 1 hit and it's gone. And 1 time debuff immunity for 3 turns. And 3 attack damage cut for 3 turns. It's actually a pretty decent... It's a pretty decent defensive option. I kind of wish it was a 5-turn cooldown because of the 1-hit evade, but it's not bad. It just has a lot of, you know, defensiveness in it. So the damage cut in particular can be actually pretty meaningful because it's 3 attacks. And then the third skill, which is actually pretty nice. It has a long cooldown, but for 3 turns, you get 10% MP gain every turn, up to. You get 1k HP healed every turn for 3 turns, and 10 stars every turn for 3 turns. I think the cooldown should be 6 on this. I don't think it's that OP, but, you know, it's still fine. So overall, the kit, I actually kind of like. It's pretty solid. Magic Resistance B is fine, Divinity A is nice, and the MP ignores evasion, which is, again, nice bonus. And then OC is like one of the niches and most random OCs ever, so it's not good. And MP1, you can't really expect miracles for damage because you only have this stuff. And they're low attacks, so they're fine, but I don't think they compare to Parvati. Yeah, the OC is chance to insta-kill demonic enemies, and it starts from 50% base. It's random. So Parvati was A+, right? I think they're like B+. I think they're like a full tier down, but they're still very decent at being an AoE Lancer. Same tier as Parv? Definitely not. Definitely not. But they're good. Definitely way above average. I could maybe see the argument for A, but I think this is fine. I'm thinking about the A right now. I'm still leaning towards B+. I know that their loop potential is still okay, right? Why is Raiko Lancer in JP? She's not. For some reason, there was 2. Like, here's the original one. So, I don't know. They actually fucked up and put 2 in the list. So, I moved the other one there. I'm gonna... For now. We'll do a check later at the end. But I'm gonna keep them at B+ for now. We got Extra Vlad. Single target Buster Lancer. Attack could be better, but it's not horrible. Gains are average-ish, maybe just slightly higher, but again, nothing crazy. I think the deck itself is fine. Can still do a Buster Chain, and I can't because his quick cards are not too bad, so you know, it's okay. Just pretty standard, generic look over here. This is a great skill, Protection of the Fate A+++. It's the same as Gramps. It's really, really good. You can get 3 turns of basically debuff immune. You get a pretty decent heal. You get a 40% defense buff for 1 turn. It's huge. And 3 turns of 20% attack. On a 5-turn cooldown. This is amazing value. All of this in 1 skill. It's crazy. It's so good. Actually, a very top tier skill right here. Second skill. We basically go the opposite way. It's just the tactics. B rank tactics. Yikes. Just mega yikes. E tier skill. And then his unique version of Innocent Monster, which comes with a 1-turn taunt on self. When you couple it with this, it's actually a good combo, because again, he gets a fat 40% defense buff, so it's actually a nice combo. It's okay. Magic C is okay, and then his MP has not been buffed though, sadly, but it does ignore invul before damage, which is good. And then, of course, the niche is bonus damage against evil alignments, which is not super rare, but yeah, if you're not fighting evil, his damage is not, you know, mind-blowing or anything. But he's a pretty solid unit, you know, I think. Just nothing crazy. I also love him a lot, like, I'm sort of biased, but he's just a lot of fun. Sort of out there as well, though. I don't know. So where's the single target Lancers? Is he as good as like Ibaraki or Ana? I don't think so. I'm gonna place him in B. I'll place him in B. I still think he's above average, but you know, I don't think he really is as good as like those 2 necessarily. Not that they're, you know, god tier or anything, but I think he's like half a tier below them. But he's definitely not a bad unit. Please don't burn him. He's nice. He's nice. Vlad is a good guy. Alright, then we got 3 more. Ooh, Zetian, if I can find her. There we go. Single target. Quick assassin. 8.9k attack. Pretty standard, I guess. Deck is okay, but I think she should have triple quick. I definitely think she should have triple quick. I'm losing my ability to speak. Goddamn. Her gains are fine though, I think. Nothing wrong with them. But I just wish she was triple quick instead. Overall, not too bad. Not too bad. Torture. She used to have a basic torture technique, but it was buffed, which is nice. The burn, who cares? But she now also inflicts a 1-time 3-turn buff block, which is cool. I like that. That's cute. That's not a bad buff at all. So it's a nice defense down now. And then there's everyone's favorite skill, Imperial Privilege. I'm actually surprised how little we had these. We had like 2, right? For 4 stars, at least on these. But yeah, I mean, potential, again, it's not EX like Nero, but even on B, potential is amazing, but it's RNG, so, you know, have fun. Just annoying. And then her unique Charisma, which is, you know, the standard attack buff, but also party gets a small quick buff for 3 turns. Sadly, she herself does not get it. I don't think it would be broken if she did. She should have absolutely gotten the buff as well. I don't know why she didn't. It's very sad. But it's a cute little supportive-ish skill. Definitely does not make her a quick support. Even though a lot of people seem to think that. That is not enough. That is not enough. And then this is nice for the quick cards, I guess. Her MP was also buffed, which is cool. Has a decent base damage. And also buff removal, but after damage. But it's still buff removal. That's good. Poison, who cares? But at least it's not an OC, because the OC is fine. Self crit damage for 3 turns starting at 50%. So after the buff, the MP is actually good. Like, it's actually good. This is a great MP. Alright, see ya, Hedgie. Take care, dude. It's a great MP. You know, she's actually not that bad after the buffs. She's actually one of the better single target assassins, I think. I might even place her in B+, I think. Like, hell. I think she's better than Kiritsugu. Yeah. She's not bad. She is not bad. I don't think she's like Carmilla good. Definitely not Shiki good. But she's good. Yeah. He's good. 2 more. We got my mans. Yagyu. Let's go. The final single target saber of this list. The Tyrant. Arts, single target, attack, very high. It's also very annoying because it's just 1 short of 10k. Like that. But yeah, very good, of course. His deck, obviously I would like if he had triple arts, but his gains are still fine. His base gains are not like insanely high, but his kit will definitely make up for it. Definitely. So overall, good. Very good. First skill is signature sword style. You get the 1 turn. This is basically just a better version of Mana Burst again. So you get the 50% arts up, which is already better because usually they scale like to 40%. So, but you also get that 1 turn arts absorb up. So this just makes it so that the looping becomes a bit easier because the stars tend to go towards the arts cards now on this turn. And then might as well, you know, basically debuff immune for that turn. You know, it's a bonus. It's nice. So that's cool. Second skill, which was buffed recently, now includes crit damage. So it's his defensive option. But again, it's one of these ones that is 1 turn evasion, but it's 5 turns. Because of the buff, it used to be 6 turns. Now it's 5 turns. So it's actually really nice. Attack buff for 1 turn, 20%. And crit damage up to 100%. His damage potential definitely got higher. And his third skill, really good. Again, still another 1 turn skill, but you reduce an enemy's attack by up to 50% for 1 turn. That is actually huge. with this in combination with his MP and possibly some defense ups on your team, you can fully negate MPs from enemies if you're fighting like one boss. Should not be underestimated. Also, this makes it, you know, this is obviously for looping as well. You get a very nice 50% MP gain increase. Now, also, I should point out one thing. The buff is also very significant because of the cooldown. As you can see, now every single one of his skills has a 5-turn cooldown on max rank, which means the synergy is even better now, in addition to him now having more damage potential. Yes, it's all 1-turn effects, but the cooldown isn't that massive. He still is very solid, and even without them, he can still keep his NPs kind of rolling. So, still very strong. Magic resistance C is just okay. Riding B does not really make any difference. And MP, yeah, it's basic, but in combination with his kits or his, like, you know, skills and whatnot, it's good. Reduce the attack of the enemy, like I said, for 3 turns. So 20% base could be 10, so 20% is nice. What can I say? I'm of course gonna be slightly biased when it comes to him because, you know, I have him grailed and everything, but he's just great regardless. I think he will join Lancelot in the A+ tier. Depending on your comp, one of them is gonna be better, but they both are just that solid, especially now after his buff. So yeah, you can't go wrong with, you just can't go wrong with them. Just really good. All right, final one. We got Yan King, Assassin of Shinjuku. Single target, quick. 8.6k attack. Pretty low. Also why his, you know, damage seems kind of wet sponges, but, you know, oh well. Deck is nice. As you guys might know, he's an excellent star generator. Like, actually excellent. I can't speak it, dude. I'm seriously can't speak. Yeah, his gains are not even that bad, actually. Either. But definitely the highlight is his ability to star generate. That is his main goal. Mans will keep stars rolling. Absolutely. So, having said that, his skills also reflect that. He can do some damage with stuff like this, where he gets absorbed for 1 turn and MP gain for 1 turn. So you can actually do some, you know, crits. Because he also has crit bonuses. And you look at this. This used to be pretty bad. I mean, at least he was a quick assassin, so this did something. But the buff is huge. Huge. Like, they fixed this to 30%, but then they also added a 3-turn 30% crit damage and 30% quick. Like, this is now an amazing skill. Like, this is an amazing skill. Just very solid on a 5-turn cooldown. Super good. And then his third skill is kind of the team player skill, because again, you probably won't run him as your only DPS. Let's be real, his damage just isn't that high. So you're probably gonna, in most situations, you're probably gonna run like 2 assassins, where the other one is mostly your main DPS and then a support. So then stuff like this actually makes more sense as well. You get Star Bomb and make sure he himself does not really even get that many of the stars. So for him, this actually makes more sense than like XX, who definitely would like the stars for herself. Presence Concealment C, you know, just adds to that star gen. And this is his unique passive, which again is nice. More crit damage, more quick up. What's there not to like? So, and then his MP still hasn't had a buff, but it's okay. Because again, this is not crit chance down. This is crit damage down, but it's still something. It's not a curse. It's not insta-kill. It's still okay. Damage just isn't gonna be insanely high. But Star Gen, he does amazingly well. And he's a great secondary DPS, I feel like. I think I will honestly place him in B after his buff. I think he gets more hate than he deserves. I definitely think he gets more hate than he deserves. He has a job and he does it pretty well. So, above average for me. Now, are we going to change anything? Because that was actually the last one. I can't do the JP ones today. That would be another 2 hours or something. I might do them in another stream, but goddamn. That is a list and a half. Alright, let's see. Let's see. A quick look through. Okay, I'm going to leave with parting words here. Okay, so this is the end of the tier list. I did consider, I actually decided to move Fujino to EX. I understand if people don't like that. And I will, of course, with that, bump Tomoe into A+. There you go. Also, we did some other changes in case they weren't on video. Sieg and Mordred are now here, being very, you know, easy to loop and very good at their jobs. I also bumped Valkyrie here. Maybe she should still be in B+. I don't know. You know what? I'm going back. Okay, there you go. That's final. She's still great, but you know, there you go. Grand Zerk on the background, excuse that. So yeah, that'll do it. I didn't have time to do JP servants, but yeah, I'm okay with this. And if you're watching this on YouTube, please keep in mind this is just one guy's opinion. And yeah, hopefully you're not gonna kill me. I try to reason with stuff, but yeah, there you go. If you liked the video, leave a like. This is gonna be a very long upload if I do upload it, who knows, but yeah. If you liked it, let me know and subscribe for more. I will do the other tier lists as well, sooner than later, meaning 5 stars and probably 1 to 3 stars as well, so there you go. Stay salt free, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace out.